Hello, I am Occupational Click. Now, I wasn't going to go live tonight, but I figured, what the hell? And I'm in my bedroom, and there might be a lag. I was talking about my computers. I will show you real quick. All right, there are two computers in this bedroom. Jesus Christ. I'm not going to show you. This is for anyone, because this comes up from time to time. So for anyone who's curious, I've got two computers in my bedroom. This one here, this HP thing, this is a refurbished, it used to be common in retail, American retail, and I like it. It's a Windows 10. It should have been modern-ish, but a few years ago, I had a beer right here. I'll show you. I had a beer right here, and I knocked it over, and it spilled, and the computer wouldn't actually turn on for, a day or so, and when it finally turned on again, it was never up to full capacity, so I can't do, more than one thing on this. I can't even stream on this. It'll lag, even though it was Windows 10. So I got this old computer, this Lenovo, which still runs XP, Windows XP, but I have no problem streaming with XP. So my main computer is the HP, Windows 10, but I spilled beer on it. See, it's not a tower. Windows XP computer is a tower. This is whatever this is, this vertical. So I'm trying to explain this to anyone who doesn't understand. When I spill shit, It was it wasn't a tower. It was one of these, whatever they're called. And it works, but it was never quite the same. And it gets overprocessed very easily. Okay, well, I'm glad you brought that up. Here's what I wanted to say. I was talking, so right now I'm on, okay, one more time. In order to stream in my bedroom, I've got to use this computer, this Lenovo computer. That's what I'm on right now. But most of the time I'm on this. I can't do Discord on this. XP is too dated, but I can stream on it. So I'm streaming on here, Lenovo. I can't stream on here, cannot stream on here because it lags because I spilled beer on it. But okay, so I was on that XP computer and I was on Discord, and I want to tell you, I was talking with Dev Pike. And I pretended to be his friend for 3 hours. But the truth is, the man is dangerous. He's crazy. I have infiltrated him. I have all the recordings. The guy is Looney Tunes. You really can't trust him. No, I'm just kidding. That's a joke. No, we actually had a good talk. It was interesting. We had some good points. I was taking notes. I had a little notebook because some of the things he was saying were interesting. I'd say, listen, man, I'll give credit where credit is due. You had some good points there. So at some point, I'm on Discord, and we're talking, and then Kassandra, you were texting me too. So I said, listen, why don't we go live, albeit briefly, and you can share some of your thoughts. So I figured, why? I wasn't planning to go live, but no, seriously, all kidding aside, Dev Pike, when you came on the air, I was trying to tell him, I said, listen, you came on the air, I had a Denmark guy. I can't give my full attention to everybody. You wanted my full attention. I think Denmark guy wanted the same thing. It's like, you guys have to understand, when you come on a live stream, you got to be mindful of an audience and the fact that the host can't give you his undivided attention. So that was my criticism. But no, we had a nice, I'm not sure if I met the actual Pope, I might be in awe. But when I take notes with randos, when I talk to randos, I sometimes take notes. So yes. Okay, so where were we? Okay, so Pope Pike wants to come on. He wanted to talk to Kassandra, I believe, or some shit like that. They wanted to talk about, because they have some interesting thoughts. Hey, it's not my place to say anything. They have some interesting thoughts on each other, but more importantly, Dev Pike had a few interesting points. So I'll put them on. Don't worry, we'll have your undivided attention. Unless Kassandra wants to come on, you two want to talk. I don't care. But no, I did like a few things. We're talking about the whole Normie narrative. I liked your poker analogy. And how it's but. Destroyed by Floyd's must love you because you think he's autistic. You don't think I am. So you guys should be the best of buddies. So basically, Dev Pike does not think I'm a Spurg, but he's convinced DBF is a Spurg, if I get this part right. This part isn't the joke. So I'll share. Give me a minute. Let me share a link. But first, before we do all that, I make sure. Is this lagging? Because again, it's in my bedroom. It's on the old XP computer. It might lag. Let me know if it's lag. So it looks fine on my end, but sometimes you guys in the chat say it's lagging. So far, any lag? That's the first thing. I come on, technical specs. Any lag? Well, it was lagging when I tried to type that. Any lag? And the answer is no lag. No lag for the tall fag. No lag. All right, so excuse me. So I'm gonna have a sip of beer. I'll post a link. How do you want to do this? Dev, you want to come on and talk about something specific? You want to talk about something you were saying before? Do you want to, whatever you want to, you figure out yourself. You told me you had to get off in about half an hour. So I said, just stay on until you get tired. You can do 15, 20 minutes. And when you get tired, but it's good to take some of this public for my own records because I did like the poker analogy, and I came up with the two-script analogy. We sort of worked on it together. We were talking about me and the tall fag and at my job and how the boss reacted. I was saying it's not just the fact that someone threatened me. It's not just the tall fag. It's how the third party reacts in response. And Dev, you said you had some similar experiences. We were kind of disagreeing on some things, but it was interesting. And then Kassandra wanted me. I'm like, all right, what the hell? Let's do this. So, all right. So, well, I thought so. So much so that I said, why don't we stream, even if it's only brief? So, I think it's, I don't know. You can ask them yourself. You can ask them questions in chat. But all right, let me find a link here. Yeah. Okay, so we'll put this on because it was pretty interesting. I agree with some of his points. I don't fully agree with him on everything but then you kind of contradict yourself. You start saying how DBF is a lot like dumb in a way, like you're being treated by dumb the way DBF treated him and all this other stuff. I'm like, well, yeah, that's why I say they're both failed normies. They failed in relationships, but otherwise they're normal people. So he disagrees with me on how we define Spurg. It's a whole other can of worms, but and he kind of proves my point, but he thinks I prove his. So you can let him, he can tell you himself, I guess. I don't know. But no, it was otherwise an interesting conversation. It was a decent conversation. Well. Also, I feel flattered. He thinks I'm good. He thinks of all the ugly fucks I'm the best looking. And I'm like, that's cool, man, but we're guys. It doesn't matter. You have to ask women how they think. And I'm definitely not the tallest or the best looking. I do have a good set of hair. I admit. For a guy my age in his 40s, I will admit I still have a full head of hair, but... And then he gave me an example. Who's that guy, that Tisson guy who, yeah, you might say he's neurologically different, but we were talking about how it's like an equation. If someone looked like me, but they were Normian in mentality, they'd be fine. If someone looked like me, but they were 6'5" and also neurological, they'd be fine. It's a combination. It's when you're ugly plus Spurg plus a certain height. I'm not short enough like my brother to be seen as harmless, but I'm not tall enough like that Tisson guy to not be bothered. I'm like fair game height. So you brought up some good points, but there's some points of contention. So where the hell is he? I posted the link. Okay, Dev, this is your hour to shine, man. Are we lagging? Okay, it's your time to shine, man. I did the introduction, man. We're all waiting on you, man. There he is. All right, give me a minute here now. Okay, hold on. Okay, can you hear me? Hello?
Hello?
I can hear you. You're kind of faint, but how are you?
I'm tired.
No, I understand. Like I said, I was telling the audience, some people are trickling in. You and I were talking on Discord for a bit, and there were some interesting points. I took some interesting notes. There are things we agree and disagree on, but I thought it was some good points. And I thought if you want to go live for like 15, 20 minutes just to share some of your ideas, that would be cool. So I figured, because I got Kassandra asking when I'm going to stream, and I figured, well, what the hell? So what would you like to, because we were talking about some interesting things. What did you want to discuss?
Well, you wanted to explore the Normie narrative that we were exploring before.
Yeah, we were talking about the Normie narrative, but we were talking about how...
Just go over these notes that you've written or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Some of this is the kind of stuff I've been trying to say. Like I took down. Most of it's mine. Got my theory about the dual scripts. But I like what you said here. I said I always give credit where credit's due because you accused me of I was going to steal your ideas. I said no, man. I will give credit. I like what you said. If you're not a Chad, you cannot question the narrative. And people like me have this. I call it my Spurgness. You say, oh no, a real Spurg wouldn't know how to do that. I can't not question the narrative. And I was talking about there are two scripts. You've got the unspoken behind-the-scenes bullshit, that we're subjugated to, and we've got the open virtue signal script. And I'll often call people out. I'll say, listen, if you're saying we're all equal, fine, we're all equal. Or if you're going to favor tall Chad, faggot, if you're going to do that, fine, just say it's favoritism. But they play this game where it's not favoritism, but we're all equal. It's like this contradiction. You just speak your mind. Right, all my life I've struggled with this duality. Like I want one script that makes sense, but apparently most people operate on two scripts: one public, which is bullshit, nonsense, virtue signaling, and one which is the unspoken rules. And some people, lads and women, and certain good-looking people can question those rules, but we can't, and we're punished for it. Like you said, we acted like we just murdered someone when we. Okay, so go ahead.
Yeah, that's the point. you just hit the nail on the head. The dual scripting is probably the best expression of what I was saying. The fact that you've got this crazed. The normie also toes this line, so they have this line where they're falling in. They're falling in line with kind of the tall fag and the Chad of the office. Let's say the office is the environment, right? So the tall fag and the Chad is always given the winning hand, right? With this poker analogy, right? You're playing a poker game, but these normies are giving. So you're given 5 cards, but the Chad can just say, "I don't want that 2. I'll have an ace, please." And normie's like, "Yeah, sure, you can have an ace. There's the ace." And me and OC are like, "But you have just given him an ace." But if you point out, you've just given Chad the ace, bro, to the normie. It's like you've shot him. It's like you've shot someone in the room or something's. You've done some heinous crime. But in reality, you've just said, "But you are giving him the win. You are giving him the advantage, right?"
Well, yeah, and like I said,
you can't say that. And also, then the lookism plays in. That small man can't question. He can't state the obvious. He's not allowed to do that. He can't.
Right, with the 2 scripts, the public script, they might even say to you, you might complain. You might say, "Man, I lost another round to Chad." And they might say, "Well, he's a good poker player. You should practice more." And you say, "Well, wait a minute. He's not a good poker player. You're giving him the aces. You're handicapping me." And it's like, how dare you?
That's the bizarre thing. You can't quit.
Right.
Yeah. And then the analogy of if it's like you've shot someone in the room comes up.
By the way, I just point out for Sloth, that wasn't me. That was his gift to me. He sent me that in Discord. It was a Dev Pike who did that. The dying Gaul, my face on the dying Gaul, someone else's face on that background statue. That was actually him. And I figured since he was coming on, I would use his artwork there. That was you can give credit where credit's due. That was you made that dying Gaul thing, right?
Yeah, but
they love your thumbnail. They really love your thumbnail. It was you. He made that. I put it as a thumbnail. He made that. Yeah.
Yeah, but this is.
Stop. What's the problem? Am I too loud? Is he too soft? What's the audio problem, Kassandra? Because I hate to spend all this time talking and
This is all on my actual. For a week or more.
I guess we're having technical problems. Is my mic too loud, too soft? Am I good? He's kind of soft, but
I don't mind OC being loud. He's always loud anyway.
No, I mean, it's so loud, it's all muffled, and you're like, blah, 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 blah. How's it? No one's giving me any answers here. No, but I liked the 2 scripts. There's the one script that they tell us is their script, and they seem to believe in, but then they secretly do the opposite, whether subconsciously or not. And when you point out, hey, there's 2 scripts going on, which is the right one, you're the bad guy for pointing it out. And it's always like in order for Chad to win every poker game, someone's got to lose. And it's like, I've always got to play the loser. You've got the normies. They're not given aces, but they're not fucked over. I'm the one who's getting fucked over so that Chad can be put on top. So we're not all on an equal playing field. In order for them to elevate him, they put me they put down. That's what I define being a spurg as, like, not only a neurological problem, but how you're treated socially in response to your neurological differences and because of who you are. But you disagreed with that. You think it's purely scientific.
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't want to get into the discussion about autism, but there's just too many diagnoses. It's ridiculous. It's just an exploding balloon of conditions. You got this, bro. Everyone's somehow autistic in some bizarre way. Where like 40% of men are now autistic. It's rubbish. It has to be It has to be rubbish by the numbers. If you start broadening it out so 40% of the men are autistic, you're just literally broadening it out for the sake of encapsulating as many men as you possibly, because if you notice, it's always the men that are diagnosed with autism. The majority, that rings alarm bells in my mind anyway. And then you've got this weird thing where 40% of men are now autistic. What does that even mean? If you overuse a term too many, it's the same with words. If you overuse a word too many times, it loses its meaning.
No, you've got a bunch of criminals
on death row.
No, stop. You've got a bunch of criminals you got 100 criminals on death row for murder. 99% of them are guilty, but they're all saying, I'm innocent, I'm innocent. The one guy who really is innocent is ignored because he's drowned out. I hear what you're saying, but you make it sound as if it doesn't exist at all. You sound like my shrink now, because my shrink is always like, oh, nowadays everyone's autistic. I said, well, what about I understand. Right. What about those of us who actually are? You're dismissing me as like,
they're being misdiagnosed.
Right. No, stop. You're not missing the point. The one guy on death row who actually is innocent. Look, I'm telling you, I'm innocent. Yeah, that's what they all say. It's easy to dismiss. Right. Same thing. I really am a spark. It's easy to say, no, you're not, because everyone else thinks they're one. It's easy to be.
That's true. Yeah, you'll miss a few. That's right. You'll miss a few.
Oh, Kassandra has a question about women and autism.
Yeah. Women are like 5% diagnosed, or they'll self-diagnose to look edgy, bro, which is Kaz's whole angle, which is what I have a problem with Kaz.
Well, I don't think we'll stop.
It's
I don't think
obvious.
No, but I don't think she. Okay, first, I turned my mic down. I'm a bit further away. I think they're turning up the volume to hear you. Am I better? I don't think Kassandra herself ever claimed to be autistic. I don't believe she claims to be a
No. I'm not claiming that she is. She's just appropriating these kind of. This is why she's in this space to sort of appropriate the edgelord kind of angle. I'm not saying that she's autistic. That is itself autistic. Claiming that, I didn't claim that she was. No. But I'm just saying, people like her would appropriate, or women will say they're autistic for attention and all this kind of rubbish. It's garbage. Women are using these things like this girlfriend for guys thing. She'll go into the space for attention and then claim that she's got autism. It's garbage. That's part of the reason why this autism diagnosis is everyone's, but they're just using it for, it's crap. Again, it's anti-science because there's no science behind it.
Yeah, but then there's the one guy who really is innocent, but he's ignored. The one
I know you'll miss these guys.
Saturated, but we're not all. Some of us really are, is what I'm getting at. You're like this. Well, since everyone thinks they're autistic, it's all bullshit. Whereas, well, it is oversaturated, but maybe a few of us really are, and so it's
no, you missed it. It's not all bullshit. It's mostly bullshit, like you said. 99% of our bullshitting,
but those of us who are legit get swept up in the bullshit stream. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's why it's such a problem, in my opinion, because people that actually have the problem are going to be treated like they're not.
But your argument was, I can't be a Spurg because I'm aware of these two, even though I don't abide by them. I'm aware of these two scripts: the virtue signaling public script and the unspoken script.
True autists would never be able to make the discernment.
See, but I see a true autist wouldn't even know a normie wouldn't question it either. A normie would say, this is how it is, we don't question it.
That's
the fact
true.
that a true autist can't play that game means they're not normie. If I don't understand the differences in spoken and unspoken scripts, right?
No, there's a difference. It's not the fact that you won't play the game. You can't play the game. You won't play the game. There's a big distinction.
No, I can't play it well. Even when I try to, it doesn't work. No.
Oh, well, maybe you are an autist then. But the autist is...
I don't need you to patronize me. You're entitled to your opinion. You have to patronize me. What I'm trying to say is, I'm arguing that normies...
I'm not patronizing you. It's just that if you can't make the distinction, if you can't play the dual game, then you might be autistic. But if you're making the distinction, you haven't... and you choose not to play, you're definitely not autistic. Because that's where I'm at. I can make the distinction, and I probably could play, and I could play the game, but I choose not to because it's a bullshit distinction. Because the dual channels are bullshit, right? They don't reconcile. I'm not prepared to play the game because of this.
Well, okay, but why do normies play the game? Because it feels good to them. It feels natural. They don't want to question things. I think being a normie means either you're not aware of this, you just do it naturally, the two scripts, or you see the two scripts as the best way to be. Either or. Whether normies don't know what they're doing, they're truly oblivious to their own hypocrisy, or whether normies think this is great, this two script thing is great. Either way, whichever is, normies live by the two scripts. Those of us who can't, for whatever reason, whether we're unable, we don't know about it, we can't bring ourselves to, we don't want to. Those of us who can't do this two script thing with ease and not have any qualms about it, that's what I think of as Spurgs. That's my opinion, but you're telling me I'm wrong?
No, you just haven't made the distinction. You haven't made the distinction between it's the unwillingness to do it. You've got the ability to do it. If you've got the ability to do it, but you're not willing to do it, this is where the bullshit comes in. You can't be. It's like saying you're a willing autist. If you can make the distinction, but you're unwilling to do it, that's your decision. You can't decide to have autism or not. That's where the bullshit comes in. That's where the lack of science comes in. That's where you draw the line between autist or not.
Yeah, but no, I mean, but the inability to do the two-script thing, that two-script analogy, whatever the reason, whether you're aware of it, and whether you're totally, okay, you don't know about the two scripts, you don't even realize, or you're aware of it, but you can't reconcile. There's some, it's not that I chose, you're saying I chose it. I was, even before I knew what autism was as a kid, I never understood, I never got the hidden memo about the two scripts. It was always alien to me. When I intellectualized it, you're right. It never came here.
Remove yourself from it. What I'm saying is, if you can make the distinction and you're choosing, you're not autist by definition. But I think you are, because you can't play the game.
No, I can't. But like I was saying, you think autism. I think what you call autism, what you're calling autism, is what we now. I'll type this up. What you're calling autism is what used to be called, is what we now call classic autism. These
probably,
are people,
yeah.
But I gave you the example. Like, if someone is in a wheelchair, nobody expects them to get up and run a marathon. Same thing. If someone is classically autistic, you can just tell by looking at them their behavior. Okay, that guy is autistic. Like when I was growing up, autistic meant retarded without Down syndrome. But we had other terms that have now been subsumed, like Asperger's. What is a spurg? A spurg is someone who everything is fine on paper. They go to regular class with all the regular kids. They have no problem taking tests and academically, but there's this social disconnect. They've merged spurg with autism, but it still exists. It's still a thing. Whatever you want to call it, arose by another name. Whether you want to call it autism or you want to say being a spurg is different, there's still that. People say, well, you should be normal. You're not in a special class. You're not sniffing your fingers. Well, I do sniff my fingers. You're not sniffing glue and talking to yourself. So, you're able to read the book and take the math exam. So, academically, you're fine. Yeah, but I'm clearly having social problems that you can't see. That's what they used to call Asperger's, hence the term spurg. But you're saying that's not what is your definition of the spurg then, is my question.
Yeah, I don't think... I think it's too muddied, and I don't believe in. I believe that autism is sort of a. It has to be a scientific kind of diagnosis, because a definition, because otherwise you get all these normies just infiltrating it. The further you deviate from the classical autism, the more this dilution that you're talking about.
Well, yeah, the broadening, but even before they did that, okay, now it's all autism. Once upon a time, autism meant classical autism, but we still had a term. So whether you want to say spurg or whether you want to say spurg is a type of autism, I understand the dilution, but it's not as if spurginess does not exist. So you're kind of saying it's got to be classical autism or nothing. Like I think the reason it was broadened is because spurgs are clearly at a social disadvantage, but they weren't recognized for being disadvantaged because they didn't have the academic problems. But it was still very much a social retardation, even if it wasn't obvious the way it is with the classics. That's how I see it. I understand what you're saying about it being, watered down. Everyone, I didn't feel like going to the party. I'm such a spurg. I understand, but true spurgdom, when your life is shit, but everyone tells you, well, you were able to pass the test, you should be a normie like everybody else, and you can't be. That's how I see myself as a spurg. You're saying you're kind of the same. Why are you making this conscientious effort not to get on with people? If you're choosing not to, you're saying by choice, you could be a normie if you wanted, but you're choosing not to, is what you're basically telling me.
No, but you've made the remember, you changed your position a little bit by saying that you said you couldn't you can't do the two scripts. So the dual scripts, if you can't do the two scripts, you're not making the decision, you just can't do it. So that's a neurological deficit.
Well, no, I didn't change my position. No, stop. Your position was, because I'm cognizant of the two scripts, therefore I can't be autistic because
you
made it about awareness. Now it's about not being able to do. You said earlier, I'm pretty sure you were saying if you're
but I didn't say that was exclusively the only definition. I didn't say that was exclusively the diagnosis, right? You've got another layer where it's the ability to act on this vision, right?
No. I'm not trying to get critical. You made it sound like it's true autists can't even recognize the script. They're totally oblivious to the script. If someone is capable of recognizing two scripts, therefore they can't be autistic. Well, I recognize the two scripts, but I still can't, reconcile them. So that was my point of contention. But you were saying just my awareness of the two scripts, the spoken virtue signal and the truth.
Yeah, you didn't tell me the whole story. You didn't say that you couldn't play the game, even if you wanted to.
Yeah, I don't think I can. Well,
I was under the impression that you could play the game if you wanted to, but you're choosing not to.
It's hard to say because in some ways my shrink is always like, my shrink is basically telling me you should be playing the game. And there's a part of me that feels like, fuck that. Why should I have to play this game? So there's part of a defiance, but even long ago when I was a kid, before I knew any of this stuff, back when I went to school and your mother would tell you, oh, you go to school, you make friends. It still never came naturally to me. So, and people being oblivious to their own hypocrisy. So I don't think I can, even though I'm aware of these two scripts intellectually, I don't think I was ever able to. And maybe that's all. I also told you part of autism, in my opinion, it is like when I always talk about a lived experience, it's not just the brain. It's if I were 6'5" and good looking, I could be neurologically divergent and people would think I was quirky, but because I'm only 5'9", I'm ugly. So it's not just my neurodivergency. It's how I'm treated by people because of my neurodivergency. So I think it's a combination, and that's where you seem to disagree. You thought it wasn't scientific enough, but
that's probably it. But Kaz is getting bored by this because I said I didn't want to get into the weeds of autism because I don't. I think it's a waste of conversation.
Trying to get back into focus. No, but she actually does bring a good point up. I will ask this: your thoughts on the concept of masking? Because if you're saying what masking would be in theory, I mean, you might disagree with it. Masking is, yes, I'm autistic. I have this neurological divergence, but despite that scientific neurological divergence, I'm able to fake it. But it's almost like the opposite. Like, I don't think I can fake it, whether I'm choosing to not be able to do the two scripts or not. It doesn't appeal to me. But Kassandra is saying that there are people who are neurologically different scientifically, but are somehow able to fake it and do the two script thing. That's what she's claiming. So in theory, according to Kassandra, there would be autists who would understand and be able to do the two script thing and would still be autistic. You're saying, so what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, but it's how well they're able to fake it. So they'll claim they're able to fake it, and then they'll act like a spurg, right?
Well, I don't know.
That's the point.
I think
that's the point. They'll claim that I can mask grow, but then they'll actually appear like a spurg. So the actions are totally divorced from what they think they're doing, right?
Right. No, I understand what you're saying. You would have to ask a normie. You would have to say, okay, that guy's a spurg. He thinks he's masking. Do you buy it? And they might say, wow, I had no idea he was a spurg. He seems so normal. Or, yeah, that guy's totally fucked up. He just thinks he's... I don't know. You'd have to ask normies collectively how they perceive the spurg who thinks he's masking. Is he doing a good job? They don't know he's a spurg. Or is the spurgdom still so obvious, but he doesn't know any better? He thinks he's passing. I don't know. You'd have to ask them.
That's the point. It's all in there.
Let me try to get this back in focus. I went out of focus. If I move my fingers, keep talking. If I move my fingers,
which could
slowly.
be a symptom of autism anyway. But because you spurged out in your particular area of interest, which is a hallmark of autism, where you fixate on one thing and don't see the bigger picture. So you possibly could have.
Oh, okay. So we shifted gears here. Okay. So now I'm a possible autist. Okay. I'm not even trying to argue whether I'm an autist or not.
I'm agreeing with you more and more as that your autism is revealing itself more.
Well, okay. But fair enough. Let me say this then. When we were talking before on Discord, you were convinced I was not a spurg. Now you are. You ever think that maybe you don't have enough information yet? But in other words, earlier you should have said, occupational click, I don't think you're a spurg, but I don't have enough information. Right. You were so adamant. I'm not even trying to defend my spurgdom. What I'm criticizing is when someone's like, my father was like this. And to me, this is narcissism. This is my opinion. Therefore, it's true. Well, you don't have enough information yet. Oh, maybe I was wrong. Never did.
No, but it's not narcissism because I'm willing to. No, but if you've seen, I'm willing to change my position. Right.
Right, and I commend you for that. But I mean, like me, like I might. Okay, fine, all right. You're willing to change your. You were so adamant and sure. I'm like, okay, this guy's pretty sure of himself. He doesn't know me. So to say I'm positive, and then now that I know more, I've changed my mind. That's great. I'm glad you're able to. But why were you so sure of something when you didn't have enough information yet? Is my.
I wasn't that sure.
It's okay to have an opinion, but it was the selfish. My father was like that. He was so adamant he was right, even when he didn't have the full story. And then later, when he learned, he would change his position, never acknowledging his own fuck up. He was. I'm the kind of guy who's like, I think this, I might be wrong. Some people are, I'm 100% right. Oh, I was wrong. Well, no, I couldn't have been wrong. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm, you know what I'm saying? So.
Yeah, that's the Normie angle. But I would admit that I was wrong. That's the point. That's the distinction. That's the point of distinction. You change your position based on new information, and then you admit where you were wrong. But I was never that sure. But you were displaying elements where you could see through the veil of the Normie. So I was giving you more credit than you can.
Than I deserved. Okay, thank you.
Well, you're more. I was bestowing you abilities that you might not have had.
Right. You thought I was some genius. Now you're thinking, oh God, you thought before you thought I was a genius. Now you think I'm some Spurg retard. Okay, great. So you thought I was a genius.
You fully evolved from sort of OC into the Pokemon evolved fully Mewtwo, Mewtwo Auto version. Yeah. So the fully evolved version of the Spurg. Right.
Well, part of it too, like I said, to me, autism, the way at the end of the day, if someone has a different neurotype, but they're tall and good looking and they have a great skill, we were talking about skills or a great mathematician, their autism wouldn't matter. So even if they're neurologically different, it wouldn't matter. It's when it affects your life. So whether I'm some genius who can't play a game or whether I'm a Spurg or whatever I am, call it whatever you want, it's the end result, the social failure.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
What did you say? Enough information? Yeah. I didn't give you, but I was giving you the best possible chance to not be a Spurg. I would never condemn someone to be a Spurg before giving them the information, having enough information, right? Why would you do that? I would always err on the side of saying they're a Normie first, right?
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, but I mean, if someone says, I think I'm a Spurg, okay, maybe you are, maybe you're not. Maybe you're a Normie who thinks he's a Spurg. Maybe you are a Spurg. I don't know enough yet. So I don't know what to think. That's how I would approach it. You're already making, I think everyone's a Normie until proven otherwise. Okay. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm just a Normie.
That's the position you should have. Where society is now actually flipped. Everyone's an autist before, right? It should be you're a Normie before proven different. Now it's this bizarre thing where every man is an autist until proven Normie, right? It's this bizarre fucking flip. This is what I'm saying about the broadening of it. It's become this bizarre fucking thing where everyone's fucking Spurg before proven different, right? It should be the reverse. You've got to prove yourself to be a Spurg before you're labeled a fucking Spurg. Otherwise, everyone's going to be called a Spurg.
Okay, but
it's used.
No, part of the problem, here's why before you asked me before, and this is true, you asked me doing what pejorative means. And I said, pejorative, it's when you use a term in a bad way, disparaging way. And you asked me why I was being so pejorative about being a Spurg. Now you're saying condemn you to being a Spurg. Whether I'm a Spurg or not isn't the point. Whether Normies think they're Spurgs or Spurgs think they're Normies, that's not the point. What a person believes about themselves in and of itself is not the point. The point is, okay, what is this person? A Normie who thinks he's a Spurg who thinks he's a Normie, something else. And until I know, I can't decide whether they're Normie or a Spurg. I don't know enough about them yet. Regardless of what they say, let me, not assume they're Normies or Spurgs. Let me, okay, you say you're this, you might be that. Let's figure it out. I went from, I think I'm a Spurg to, nope, you're a Normie. Oh, well, now that I've talked to you for another hour, maybe you are a Spurg. That's my criticism, regardless of how anyone self-identifies or self-identify. Wait.
Yeah, I've changed my position because but you haven't run the scenario where everyone's a Normie, right? In my mind, before proven guilty, right? Right. So that was what you were going through that test. You were a Normie first before being now you've proved, right?
Well, no, see, it's funny because in my mind, I even say this, it's really arrogant. Being a Normie is being found guilty. The Normies are the ones who are slipping Chad pieces so we win the poker game. So everyone's guilty to me. Being Normie is guilty. Yeah, I was trying to prove my innocence. Yeah.
Anyway, I've got one question. Who's the most Spurg Pokemon?
I don't watch Pokemon. That was before my time. I was a teenager. I never got into that. There might be people my age. I never liked cartoon shows, Japanese cartoons. I couldn't answer that. I'm sorry. I'm not really a cartoon guy.
Okay, I agree. That's not very Spurgy then. I would have thought you might be into that.
No, I'm the guy. I remember when I was in my 20s and Wikipedia came out. I was in love. I'm like, wow. Even though Wikipedia has its flaws, I don't have to go to the library. I can just click on this and click on that. I'm the kind of nerd. I want to sit in the library and read books all day. I don't want to dress up like a cartoon character and go to a Halloween convention. I'm not the comic book geek. I'm more of the I'm not saying I'm smart, but I'd rather read a book or watch a TV show about, Attenborough or Jacques Cousteau than look at Superman. But I'm not knocking it. It's just not, I was never into the whole comic book thing. See, you're stereotyping about a Spurg. See,
what about, What about the Pokemon Polygon for Kaz? Polygon from Iceberg.
You actually reminded me of something. The tall fag at my job who threatened me. I told you he wasn't my enemy every day. Sometimes we were buddies, and he told me, "You remind me of a Pokemon character." And I looked at him. He goes, and he told me which one. I'm like, I know, and I don't know if he was into Pokemon or if his maybe he had kids. I don't know, but he was talking about one day. He was all happy. He's like, "Yeah, you remind me of the one guy from Pokemon. You see that episode where they did this?" And I'm like, "I don't watch it, man." So here we've got this tall fag. No one ever pushed the tall fag who wanted to break my jaw. Before that happened, back when we were on friendly terms, he was, I can't remember. Mr. something or other. I can't remember. It didn't register with me. Like if he said to me, "You remind me of Bugs Bunny," I know who that is, or Mickey Mouse. He was saying some character I'd never heard of. I don't follow him. So I don't know. Mr. Somebody. I don't know.
Was it Ash?
I don't remember.
Was it Ash Ketchum? Is that what he said?
No, I don't think he said that. I honestly don't remember. It was the character's name was Mr. something. I don't know.
Was it some? Yeah, maybe it was one of the gym leaders or something. Maybe it was one of the villain. Maybe he was trying to attack you, saying it was a villain or something.
Possibly, but he turned to some other guys and goes, "Doesn't he kind of seem like Mr. Whoever?" Yeah, kind of. It almost seemed like, like it didn't come across as insulting. I was like, okay.
Mr.
He was trying to pay me some kind of. He assumed I was a nerd who liked Pokemon and that I would definitely get the reference. And when I didn't, he was trying. Like you said. He's a tall fag. No one's ever questioned him. All the people in the room were afraid of him or they were in awe of him. They didn't want to question him. So when I came along and said, "Hey, listen, asshole, you can throw a tantrum all you want. I'm at the machine right now." Metaphorically, it's what I. And he, like you said, he was never used to being treated that way. So he goes, "I'll break your jaw." Okay. But the boss, I was saying, it's not just the tall fag, Chad,
the jaw is law, right?
Right. But it's not just, funny. But I was talking about the third parties, like, everyone in the room thought he was in the wrong, but the boss took his side, so everyone backed up the boss. And you said they weren't backing up the boss. This is how normies naturally behave. They want to, worship and suck the metaphorical cock of the tall fag. That's what you argued. I said, well, part of it too might be once they saw the boss was against me, all they care about is got to keep the boss happy, because they all seemed troubled by the tall fag. They weren't like, "Yeah, occupational clique, you deserve that." They were kind of like, "Holy shit, this is fucked up." But the boss seems to go, "Okay, we got to." That's how I perceived it. But you're saying normies will automatically worship the tall fag, and yeah.
They're playing a rigged game, so that it's always somehow. Even when
I think that's it. I think it was Mr. Mime. That sounds familiar. Is that good or bad? Is it a compliment or insult?
It's bad, Mr. Mime.
What?
Mr. Mime.
I think that was it. It was Mr. something. Mr. Meanies. Mr. It was Mr. M. Mr. Mumble. Something like that. Yeah, he told me. And I'm like, okay.
Was it when you had long hair?
My hair was longer, yes. Longer, yeah.
Yeah, it's bad. Mr. Mime is like a clown.
Wait, is he a bad guy or who's Mr. Mime?
No, he's a clown-like figure.
Ah, okay.
I'll show you in Discord.
And he said something weird like, he always ends up with everybody's mom. And I said, well, that's me. I'm going to end up with your mom. I made a joke about it. I had no idea what that meant. He always ends up with something. Yeah, it was Mr. Mime or Mr. Means or something like that. Yeah.
That's a compliment. That means you pull MILFs.
Well, he said, Mr. Mime, I didn't even know what that meant. Mr. Mime always ends up with everybody's mom. And I said, well, that's me for sure. I'm going to end up with your mom. And he laughed at that. So I took it as a compliment. Maybe it wasn't an insult. I don't follow this, so I had no idea. I'm like, okay, I remind you of Mr. Mime. Cool, whatever. Like I said, it wasn't like, I'm going to get you. Some days he was my buddy. And then that day he wants to, but I never thought he would cross, like we talked about. Even though no one's ever pushed him around, there is still that social line that I thought we were all taught not to cross. This guy had no qualms crossing it. Fine, he's fucked up. You would think the boss, at least hopefully, ideally, you would say, I know you're going to say black pill. Ideally, the boss should say, whoa, I don't care how tall you are. There's a line we don't cross. That's fucked up. But apparently normies don't care. I guess that's part of the spoken script, the virtue signal script. They tell us about the lines we do not cross. When we cross it, we get chastised. But unspoken script, they can cross the line wherever they want, or others can cross it at our expense. So I guess it ties in. But you know what I mean? There's still that sense of, holy shit, we all know what this guy's doing is fucked up. Not one of you idiots is going to say, holy shit, this is wrong. It's me versus everybody. You know what I mean?
Just check Discord to see what you think of Mr. Mime.
I can't. I told you. I explained this. I'm on my Windows XP computer. If I try to do that, this whole thing will crash. I'll check it later.
You can't even go into a browser. No, that's rubbish. You can log into any browser and go into Discord. That's ridiculous. What you just said. It doesn't compute.
Okay. there's something called forced obsolescence. All of the historic browsers no longer work on XP. Chrome, Firefox, all the regular. I'm using some third-party bullshit browser called StreamYard. No, what is this called? StreamYard's what I'm. What the hell is this? Oh, give me a sec. I'm going to tell you. This is called. Have you ever heard of this browser? It's called Supremium. Have you ever heard of Supremium? No, you haven't.
Is it some kind
What
of
I'm
gorilla?
saying, right? What I'm saying is not rubbish. Supremium. Okay. The reason XP is so dated is because of forced obsolescence. You download the new Google Chrome.
Yeah, what about this? What do you make
deliberate.
what do you make? Wait, I'm proposing a solution. Make it into a Chromebook. Put
What's
Chrome
okay,
OS on it.
Okay, Chrome OS. I'll change the operating system. Fine. Right now, with Windows
Everything will
XP, okay, maybe you're right. Right now, I can't use a normal browser on XP because the browsers themselves say do not work with XP. It's not that
that's right.
XP can't. It's okay. So with this stupid browser, this knockoff third-party browser, it will crash if I try to go to Discord. There's some sites I can't go to. I can go to YouTube. I can't go to that. So it's not. See, that's another problem. You're cute. You're saying that's rubbish. It's okay to say, hey, listen, that doesn't make sense. I don't understand.
Okay, sorry,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're saying is true, but and then I can explain to you. Listen, I'm on XP. I'm using a third-party knockoff browser. I can't go on some sites. This is at least get some more information. I think you're too quick to.
Sorry, yeah, I was being that's my spurg.
No, you were being a spurg. You were being a narcy. That's what a narcy is. That's very narcissistic of you, but okay.
Okay, that was narcissistic. I completely agree with that.
It was,
but
yeah.
what I'm saying is that you could just turn it. You should be just turning it into a Chromebook,
Okay,
and everything will work. You're spurging out essentially by using it.
I mean, see, listen, I got some programs on this XP that I still love. I've got some CD rippers, some MP3 tag correctors, some stuff. Right, so I don't want to give up. Right, so I still like my XP. I'd be using my Windows 10. If I didn't spill beer on the Windows 10, I would use that for all my internet activity. I'm only using the XP.
Dual boot, no, stop. Dual boot it so you have XP and have a partition for Chrome.
Yeah, I guess I could do that. I don't have enough space. This is well, maybe I could. 500 gigabytes. Could I handle that on this? Oh, this is an old computer.
Plenty of space.
All right, then I'll try to do that. Make a partition, have two. All right.
Have a streaming partition. Yeah, just for stream.
All right, Kassandra wants. You want to answer? How old are you? Do you want to answer that question? Or give a rough.
I'm mid-30s at the moment.
Well, all I know, you're going on to be. You said the best solution is to go into work for yourself. You want to become an accountant. You're taking tests to become an accountant. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think because we've explored the Normie narrative is so leveraged against the kind of below 6 out of 10 white man is almost dead in corporate America and corporate UK. If you walk into an office as an under 6 out of 10, you're seen as some kind of enemy of the state. Like you shot someone. Just walk in and you don't do anything. You're just treated like an absolute piece of shit with nothing. The whole kind of weight of this Normie narrative is thrown against you, right? So how are you? So just run the scenario. How are you able to progress in an environment like that?
No, you're not.
Also, say what you said to me about the supermarket. Who were the managers? They were all. What were they? What attributes did they have?
Okay, let's bring them some detail here. We're not talking about the supermarket where the black girl ran me over. We're talking about another supermarket I worked at, overnight stocking shelves. And there was this tall Chad guy. He was like my age. I was probably later 30s. This guy was a little younger. We were all both 30 something. He was a big, strong, strapping young lad. And he and this other guy used to do the juice and water, the heavy lifting. The other guy quit. So I was hired soon thereafter, and I was supposed to be his helper. But on the first week I was hired, another worker was on vacation, another holiday. And so the boss said to me, listen, next week you're going to help the tall Chad. But for this week, because the guy's off, you got to do this other guy's off. You got to do his aisles instead. So I said, okay, whatever. I'll do whatever you want, whatever. So I went because overnight grocery usually have assigned aisles. So the guy who was on vacation or holiday, he did like cereal and detergent or some shit like that. So for that 1 week, I was supposed to do that. Then I was going to go. Then week 2, I was supposed to go and help the tall fag Chad. Tall fag Chad came up to me. It was like a second night there. He goes, "Are you coming to help me?" And I said, well, I guess next week. This week, the one guy's on vacation. I got to do his aisles. Yeah, but it used to be me and the other guy. I shouldn't have to do this all by myself. And I said, what's the big deal? You know, you can do it by yourself. You don't need that much help. I mean, the only reason you had a helper is because there were too many guys. So, you know, you can do juice and water by yourself. Yeah, but I need your help. Before the week was up, he somehow hurt his back or some shit like that. He never did heavy lifting again. They had me do it. Now, I was not opposed to doing heavy lifting. As part of the job, I'm not opposed, but that's not the point. The point is, whoa, I can do it by myself. Why can't he do it? Why does he need a helper? But I got to do it by myself. Why is he? They gave him light work, what I call women's work. Okay, on Monday nights you can do potato chips and coffee. On Tuesday nights you can do baking supply. And I said either you cut his hours or you pay me more. I'll be your juice and water boy, but you got to pay me more or you cut his hours. You can't pay us the same and give us the same hours. And they said no. And I said this is favoritism. This is favoritism. Oh, it's not favoritism. And but in order. Like you said,
very quickly.
Like your poker analogy, they were handing him the aces. Okay, great, good for him. But someone has to lose.
The aces in the
right. In order for him to win big, where do they get the aces from? They steal all my aces, so I got to lose. I'm like, this is fucked up, and I needed the money.
They're getting the aces out of their ass. That's what they're doing. Hello.
Hello, I'm here. So I told the story. What do you want to say? Yeah. So it's not just that normies help Chad win the poker game, but they have to get those aces from somewhere at our detriment. That's what I think we were talking about.
Okay, yeah, I like that analogy. Yeah, the aces are yeah, that's even better. The aces are taken from your hand, right? Mm-hmm. They ask you, do you have an ace, OC? Right. If you have an ace, Chad has to have the ace. What? Mm-hmm. Wait there. And then they hand you a 2 in return, right? And you're like, wait there, I had an ace here. I've got a 2 now. So how do I win? Wait, what? And that's a perfect analogy. And then also simultaneously they'll blame you. You're shit at poker, bro. Yeah, you've just taken my fucking best card. You've taken my best card and given me a 2, and now somehow I'm meant to play this game which relies on getting the highest value cards. How the fuck do you think they expect some kind of mirror? I don't even know whatever it is garbage, isn't it?
No, that I agree with. Yeah, because it's not just
the worst environment, then say, why aren't you winning, bro? What?
Right. They're not just
because you're engendering the loss, you fucking idiot.
Right. They're propping up Chad at someone else's expense. So basically, it wasn't just that they gave this tall fag the easy work. They put all the hard work on me so he could have a light load. So the scale was out of balance. Everyone else was all normal. What's the big deal? He gets a light load, so the scale is, and I'm the one who's got to be the bitch boy. And it's like, and I talked about this with my shrink. Maybe I should upload the videos. I recorded them. I explained the story. It's like, it's easy for the others to be oblivious because they're not the ones caught up in this. I'm the one who's being, put on the chopping block so precious Chad doesn't have to hurt his back any further. But we'll make sure you get 6 nights a week and get paid the same as you. Like, what? I even said, I said to the manager,
but also just remove Chad hurting his back. This happens even normally with nothing happen. Wipe this whole narrative and just have Chad existing and you doing the same job. This poker card analogy works. The card is still stacked. Chad doesn't need to hurt his back. He just needs to exist, and he'll get. It happens at every level, right? They get the easier tasks to do at the job, right?
Well, what I want to say is
you get less bottles to carry, less stacking.
Again, we're getting to the crux of it now. To me, a normie is someone, because the other guys I worked with, they didn't screw me over, but they didn't get screwed over. So normies, they don't get the Chad privilege, but they're not getting the Spurg disadvantage. That's how I define my Spurgdom. Chad has to succeed. So someone's got to fail. I play the role of the failure. No one else. The others don't get.
True. That's true. Then we'll get to this as well. The fact that the normie is pumping up Chad's. The normie props up Chad's position.
Chad at the expense of people like me who they deem. Yeah, exactly. So the normies are the ones who. Yeah.
It's not just that they're oblivious to it. They will defend Chad and the tall fags getting the advantage. In some bizarre way.
At the loser's expense. Absolutely, yes.
In some bizarre way. They march like fucking automaton, cyborgs, or whatever it is, in fucking line to and this comes back to when you question it. But then when you question, why are you fucking marching in this bizarre manner, propping up Chad and the tall fag? It doesn't give you any advantage, you idiot. You're like, and you question this narrative of why is he getting.
I think again, let's stop. Because I'm on the receiving end, I have no choice but to question. In fairness, I'll be fair. In the grocery store, you've got Chad being put up to the top and me put down. there were other workers there who had nothing to do with it. They weren't getting they weren't getting elevated nor dumped upon. So if I were one of them, here's what I'm trying to say. No, it's important. This is important. What I want to let me get this point out. In fairness, if I were one of those guys somewhere else in the store, okay, I'm not getting special privilege, but I'm not getting dumped on. I could think everything's fair here. We're all fair. We're all equal. La la la. Because I'm not getting elevated like Chad is, nor am I getting shit on like Spurg OC is, and I might be oblivious to the fact that it goes on. So I think some of these people, some of these normies, they're not elevated. Chad gets elevated, but they're not targeted. Spurgs get targeted, and some of them can afford to be oblivious. I think that's what I'm trying to get at. I want to get that point out because that's what I'm getting at. I don't actually think all normies are hostile. I have my little diagrams downstairs. Not all are hostile, but some really are oblivious because they're not given privileges, but they're not dumped upon either. It seems like I'm always the guy who has to get dumped upon, so some undeserving fuck can be propagated by the normies. Okay, I had to get that out. You understand? Yeah.
Yeah, they are oblivious. I understand that, but you're missing the point that if you actually go to them and press them on it, then
they deny, and I honestly think
no, but
I don't want to say they're too stupid. Some of them might be. It's almost like they cannot even compute. Like when I tell the one manager, this is favoritism. It's not favoritism. Yes, and what do you call it, asshole?
That's
yeah, but okay, yeah, it does not compute. Right, yeah. Right.
That's what I'm saying. You're saying they're only oblivious up until you remind. This is what I'm saying about you voicing you're not allowed to voice your opinion. You get treated like you killed someone. Once you then voice the opinion, then they're all ears, right? Then they'll defend the position with their fucking life for no reason, for no gain on their part. They're just somehow in step with Chad and talk.
Right. What I'm saying, I'm trying to be fair. I'm trying to say, stop. I'm aware of this because we talk about the scale. To elevate Chad, someone gets dumped upon. That's always me. If I were neither, if I wasn't getting elevated or dumped on, I might be just as oblivious. I might say, what's the problem, OC? Everything's fine here. I do my little cereal aisle and everything seems fine. What are you complaining about? I might not know. I might not even see Chad getting elevated because I'm not seeing you getting dumped on because I'm not experiencing either. I've never been elevated nor dumped on. I'm a normie, so I have no idea what you're even talking about. I think a lot of it is truly ignorance more so than stupidity. That's what I think, but you go ahead. And I'm going to be fair and say, if I wasn't treated the way I was, I might be oblivious to it too. I might be, what's the big deal, man? So I'm just putting that in fairness because I think a lot of the normies, there are people I get along with, but they don't see it. They're like, what are you talking about? Because they're not getting elevated like Chad, nor are they getting devalued and debased like the Spurg. That's what so they're truly, we don't get it. Oblivious. Oh, okay. So, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
That's true, but I've part of it's coming from my own experience, but I mean, the whole point is that if you actually, they're only oblivious until you're not in their face mentioning it. If you're in their face questioning the narrative, then you'll find out where their allegiance lies, right? They're only oblivious until, right? You get to this tipping point.
No, I hear what you're saying. Well,
their allegiance, right?
Well, I think they don't think about it until you force them to. They truly never thought about it until you force them to. Now you see them in a position where they don't like being forced to think. They don't like being forced to think about unpleasant truths, inconvenient truths, and they get pissed at having to. I think they're getting more upset about having to think rather than where their allegiances are. I think you're forcing them to think about injustice they didn't know about, and now we didn't know that was a thing. Now we've been made aware. This makes us feel down. Fuck you for making us feel down. I think that's part of it. Yeah.
You're the bad guy for reminding them of their own.
For reminding them of their own, hypocrisy and oblivion.
By the way, chat is absolutely dead. No one again, and it's this, and this is symptomatic of it. No one cares about these issues.
No.
Those
is
what we're saying is an absolute truth, but somehow these clowns in the chat who like looking at people that are down or whatever, they don't want to hear the actual reality of it, and also the reality that they themselves perpetuate, right? And act out.
Well, let's be fair. Not to cause drama.
Where's the chat?
Would you say Cassandra's?
It's pathetic.
Well, is Kassandra?
Where's Slot, who claimed earlier on to be who's in chat? Where's Endymion? Where's Run and Bum or whatever his name is? Where's all these people, right? Where they get loud when you're talking about all these. other spurgy issues, but then suddenly when you interject the reality into it, where what you're saying hits home with what they actually do and they can actually relate to. As in,
well, no, hold on. Does it hit home? No, stop.
Then
Does it hit,
where are they?
Stop. Does it hit home for them, or when they're third party, when they're like removed, like no one here was at that grocery
where are
store.
they?
What I'm trying to say is, because no one here was at that grocery store, they can say, well, I wouldn't act like that, unaware of the fact that they very well would if they were in that, in that environment. And where are they? They got quiet. That's why I'm asking. Well, Kassandra says she's here. Why don't you ask them? Where is everybody? Where's Dev Pike is asking, where'd everybody go? He says you're all running away because of these inconvenient truths. You might be right. So we got Kassandra.
I don't need someone to tell me. I can see they're running away because they're not.
Oh, it was rhetorical. Okay, I thought you were sincerely asking. It was a rhetorical statement.
That's what I'm saying. This is why we're in this kind of trap of these of low value mail, because when you voice the opinion, everyone scatters like you fucking shot someone. Again, the analogy works here as well. It's like I've shot someone, right? So everyone's silent. There's nothing. No one's interacting. No one's communicating because they're not interested in the actual plight of these kind of people. So then the loneliness epidemic goes on.
Right. Well, okay. You just use the term. These types of people. How do we define these types of people? Because presumably you yourself are one of these types, but I call it spurgdom. You're saying you're not a spurg. Spurg is different. What do we mean? How do we define these types of people? Let's give them a label. Who are these types of people that these normies can't be bothered? What do you call us?
Talking about the viewing public, right? The public at large. They're not interested in
not them. Okay, right. Okay, I'm not talking. Not them. The people we're talking, the disenfranchised, marginalized, these types of people. They can't understand. What do we call these types of people? Like, I call them spurgs. You call them something else. What?
I'm saying that basically, these type of people is the disenfranchised of this age is the sub 5 white male.
Okay, so you want, instead of spurg,
the off-grid clown is chirped up with his one word line.
Well, I mean, I've always said, first of all, not everyone. Did I spell it right? Not everyone who's disenfranchised. You got spurgs, you got schizophrenics, you've got manlets, you've got all sorts of disenfranchised, marginalized people for different reasons. You're saying that the normies here don't want to relate to any of them. It's like, well, like I am looking here. Hold on, what's his name?
In my opinion, the sub 5 white male is the most is one of the biggest groups of disenfranchised people in a society, and no one's talking about it.
Well,
by the chat, no one wants to talk about it.
Well, like I said, I'm not a spurg, so I can't relate. So even if you can't relate, what we're talking about is at least trying to intellectually empathize, try to understand intellectually, even if it isn't, like I said, it's a lived experience. You haven't lived it. Good. I admire your honesty. You haven't lived it. But what I think Dev Pike and I are asking is, can you at least try to contemplate it? So I think you're right. A lot of these people don't even want to think about it. Well, it doesn't relate to me. So out of sight, out of mind. So I agree with you on that. Definitely.
Yeah, I think it's really sad that the
and like I said, if I were 6'5" and good looking, I could get away with my fucked up mentality. Or you asked me about my brother. You said, how come no one bothers Brother Click? I said, because he's a manlet. People see him as harmless. It's like if my manlet brother was there instead of me and he started playing games with the tall fag would probably laugh. Oh, the little midget dwarf. Oh, they're so cute. My brother almost gets like a childlike pass because of his height. He's only 5'4". I'm not tall enough to be intimidating, but I'm not short enough to be given that, cute little kid. I'm a fair game height. Too short to be intimidating, too tall to be seen as harmless. And you asked me that question, and I believe that's part of it. If I were good looking and tall, like your buddy Tisson, whatever his name is, the tall fag would never bother him because Tisson, even if he's intellectually spurgy, neurologically, he's 6'5" too. And no one bothers my brother because he's seen as a harmless little shit. You're picking on a little 5'4" guy. I'm seen as fair game, not tall enough to be scary, not short enough to be pitied like a child. That's why I think it's all variables in an equation as to who we are and how we end up because of who we are, our neurology, our height, our face, everything. And if I were like this dude, if my daddy owned a company and were going to hand it to me when he died, and I worked for my daddy all my life, I wouldn't have these experiences. I never would have worked with a tall fag who wanted to break my jaw, or the nigger bitch who tried to run me over, or the dude in the liquor store who strangled me. I never would have encountered these people because I'd be working for daddy. So maybe he's a fucking spurg, but because part of the variable, his life, daddy owns a company and takes care of him, he would experience this, but because daddy was there for him, he didn't have to. So yeah, my life would have been totally different had I been taller, better looking, born to more money. All these things are variables in the equation. It's not just, you're trying to make it's all scientific, the neurotype. I'm saying it's neurotype plus face, plus height, plus this, plus that, plus economics, socioeconomics. It's a culmination and how you end up because of it. I think you don't put enough into the equation is my criticism.
Yeah, no, every element counts. True. By the way, Kaz is saying I'm freaking out. See, she's punching down on the white man again. Freaking out by questioning the chat. That's not a freak out, bro. That's me just literally, I'm facing up the chat and saying, where is it? That's not freaking out. That's just questioning. Why am I not again, why am I not? See, calm down. Gaslighting rubbish. It's Normie gaslighting garbage. My voice isn't even.
We're gonna take one quick small. I know you are. Dev was asking the same thing. I want to make videos. I feel it's best I do it in video form, paste it together. I think part of it's my executive disorder, my executive functioning disorder. So yes, I'm going to do that. And but Totem's right. Why bother? The whole thing's made up. A story I haven't even fully told you is totally made up. So you can do this. I want to do my stories. You know, I feel like then we can talk about them. Yeah. What?
Why would you listen to Totem, an absolute goon? A clown.
I'm being facetious. I'm being That's another thing. I like to be facetious, and people take it as like hostility when I'm just joking around. Yeah, no, we know Totem is like a professional troll. But I just thought it was funny. Yeah, I made the whole thing up. The story I haven't even told you yet, I made up. It makes no sense. If you look at it, it's like the joke
has to be made up. Yeah, bro.
I've hinted at it, but I haven't even told you my story. So you're telling me it's fake already. Even though he's joking around, it's like, do you not see the again, that's more of a hyper example of the pokes in the logic, poking holes in the logic of these people, but you know, on a grander scale, even though he's basically just trolling, it's metaphoric for what you're talking about, how you poke holes in normie mentality, but they still refuse to see it. This is your argument, or they don't want to see it, or they can't mentally see it. What is your, you know?
Yeah, I mean, as per usual, you're not allowed to poke holes in this. Oh god. Off bid. No, but yeah, that's the point. If you put the only people that are allowed to poke holes in the normie narrative are again chads or you know, high tier normies, or if you're over 6 out of 10 and tall. But the lower down the totem pole you go, the less voice you get.
No, see, I actually disagree with you. No, I disagree with you. I think normies themselves can also punch down on spurgs to try to be in good standing with the Chad or the pretty girl. So I think, like you were saying here, it's not just the Chads have the right to do whatever they want. Normies don't question them, but normies will punch down on us to like keep their own social standing. That's how I feel. So I disagree. It's not just the Chads. Most of the problems I've had in life, like I said, it wasn't just the tall fag threatening me or the nigger bitch trying to run me over. It was the way when I told everybody, first with the tall fag, everybody saw it, but the boss blames me. With the nigger bitch, I told them, and they buried the evidence and tried to get me arrested for vaping in the store. They tried to like get rid of it because niggers are a protected, endangered species. So it's not just how one spoiled person treated me. It's how all the third-party normies backed them up at my expense. The scales. I'm glad we came on tonight. Yeah, that's how I feel. Like the scales out of balance. These people are getting, favored at my expense, and all the normies allow this imbalance. Yeah.
Yeah. True. That's absolutely true. Yeah, that's the real problem. It's just the issue of sheer number, the sheer numerical advantage of the normies. That's what's crushing. It's just the sheer dumbass nature of the they're the majority. So if you've got 60 or 70% of people against you punching down. So you go all the way from the Chad all the way down to the normie, which is fine. That's at least 50 or 60%. That's huge numbers.
Right. No, yes.
And by that alone, they win.
So it's not just the nigger or the tall fag or whatever. It's all the third parties who let them get away with it. Yeah. You can't do a 1 against 1,000 fight. Yeah. It doesn't matter how strong you are. If you're the odd man out and all the normies are supporting the Chad or the pretty girl, like it's just strength in numbers. I mean, it's not a fair fight. So yeah, we're constantly subjected to these unfair fights. Yeah.
Totem's now punching down and claiming I'm not allowed to be a victim anymore.
Well, you can answer his question. Have you ever not been a victim? No, I'm not. You can tell him how do you feel. Tell him how you feel about your how your whatever.
Why am I not allowed to be a victim?
No, you're allowed to be a victim. He's claiming he thinks
that's it. Have you ever?
He thinks you're a perpetual victim. Now, whether that's true or not, that's what he's claiming. You can answer and say, I am a perpetual victim. Here's why. Or no, I'm not a perpetual victim, but I'm victimized in these spots. And that's what we're talking about. You can address what he's,
No, just give.
You're too quick to jump. You're too quick to make assumptions. That's my criticism. You're like with me before. You're not a Spurg. Well, maybe you are a Spurg. Don't be so quick. You can have an idea and opinion, and I know you admit when you might be wrong or you learn something else, but don't be so trigger happy to jump to a conclusion. That's what I'm saying.
One Totem is a joker, so why would I?
Right. Well, that's true. Then why even mention him? He's just a joker. Yeah.
And then also, why am I not allowed to be a victim? I'm not. This is the same thing. Lower value men aren't given a voice. They're not allowed to say this is a problem. This is a problem.
But look who's punching. But look who's punching down on you. Look who's punching. Even though he's a joker, he's not a really pretty girl. I don't know how tall he is. I know he's blonde, but I wouldn't really call him Chad. You have to ask the ladies here. Ladies, honestly, would you consider Totem a Chad, a high tier normie? Totem is, I guess he's blonde. He's got the hair coloration. I don't know how tall he is. Again, this is what we're talking about. How it's not even the top tier. It's the third parties who support the top tier and punch down on us. So you're watching a mid-tier person punch down to keep their social rank. Yeah. Right.
But that happens in real life. Then you times that by millions, right? In every single job. You've got this clown Totem figure. Yeah.
Right.
In every job you go to, right? You've got the 5 or 6 out of 10 trying to punch down and be or thinking he's in line.
I've got the one privileged person who thinks they can do whatever they want to me, and all the third party punch downs agreeing. I guess they're right. I guess Chad and the nigger and they're all right. They can do whatever they want because they have the full support of the normie masses. So that's what I have. I got one troublemaker who's allowed to get away with it because everyone supports their troublemaking at my expense, or the asshole Chad at the grocery store. I hurt my back. I don't want to do the work anymore. Okay, we'll make sure you do easy work, but still get the same amount of money and same amount of pay. Like either you pay me more or you cut his hours. You can't. This is fail. But yeah, that's why I get people propping them up. Basically, enablers. The term is enablers. Most normies enable Chad to get the ace in poker. Most people are enablers.
What happened? Did you actually get fired based on requesting more money?
No, I ultimately quit that job. I eventually got sick. I needed the money. I was desperate. Eventually, towards the end of the year, I said, after months of this shit, I've had it. I quit. I just lost it because I actually ended up finding another job. I'm trying to think. That was in 22. Where did I go on to? I think I went to the department. I went to the department store and the other grocery store. At the time, I knew the one thing I think I told you. I told my shrink, it was good money working overnight, and that one grocery store was desperate for help. So if minimum wage was $15, they were paying like $18, which was and also the one other thing I did. The one reason I was lucky money wise, when we would work overnight, we'd work for 8 hours. When the shift was over, everyone would leave. The tall fag, all the full time, they would all leave, and we'd usually still not be done yet. And the manager would say, listen, if you want to stick around for a couple hours, we got plenty of payroll. We got plenty of money. So I would stick around, do extra work because it's a union job. A union, anything over eight hours is overtime per shift. So 8 hours, everyone goes home. I stay for 10 and a half hours. That's 2.5 hours of overtime pay. So the money was good. The only reason I stayed was for the money, but it pissed me off. It's like, I'm breaking my back. Tall fag is doing jack shit. You're paying us the exact same. Like he's getting the same paycheck as me to do half the work. That's what bugged me. But the money was pretty good.
What if I got overtime for doing jack shit as well? That's
the one thing he never. He was a drug addict. That was part of it. Enabler. He was a heroin addict. I looked at his name. He was arrested several times for heroin. He was a heroin junkie. And I actually asked. I said,
that's
listen,
black pill.
Well,
they get enabled to do this shit. It's garbage.
But I did say, I said, listen, I'm a fair guy. We know he's a heroin junkie. Is he part of some special state work program? If that's the case, fine. If he's some special retard rehabilitation program, I'll back off. They said, no, he's just a regular guy off the street. Well, then he shouldn't get any special privileges. I said, I'm a tolerant guy. I wouldn't expect an old man to do juice, a woman of any age to do water. But how can this tall guy who's in his 30s not do this? If he's a drug addict, is he part of a special program exemption? No. Well, then he shouldn't get any special exemptions here. So yeah, that was part of it.
You just you've met the kind of normie propping up of the Chad drug addict. Mm-hmm. It's pathetic.
Yeah,
there's no justification. It doesn't make it's completely arse backwards. The cart's put so far before the horse, you can't even see the fucking horse. Right? The horse cart is a fucking dot to the cart. So I mean, you enable this. Yeah, I mean, it's great. You should have quit earlier.
I'll be right back. I get one more beer. So you got the floor. I won't do a countdown. I'll let you, if you got to get off, get off, but stick around for a couple minutes. You can answer some questions. Totem wants your attention. I'll be right
back. Totem hates me. The pseudo Chad Totem, right? So why do you want to be Chad Totem? Why is it that important to you? Chat hates me anyway, so. Does anyone else want to punch down on an average white man? Yeah. Is that what this is? Why not take a shot punching down at the average white man again?
Oh, I'm back. Somebody else wants to come on. I'm not sure who this is. I'll let him on briefly. I'm not sure who this is. We can come on. Somebody else wants to come on. I'm not sure who this is. I'll let him on briefly. No, turn. Like on the turn down your radio. There's a delay. Ever hear on the radio when someone calls into a radio? Turn down your radio. Whoever this is, their name is just two boxes. I have no idea who this is. Hi, hello.
I fixed it.
Oh, it's Denmark Andy again.
It's the Denmark guy. It's the Denmark guy, not the
Denmark guy under another pseudonym.
Oh, okay.
The most interesting man in the world. The Denmark guy.
Yeah, thank you. Is it snowing in the UK?
Do you like Danish?
Is it snowing in the UK, Dev?
Not yet. Do you eat Danish for breakfast or not?
If I eat, no, I do not.
Why don't you have Danish for breakfast?
you
See, Denmark guy, he thinks I'm funny, but OC doesn't want to get any of the jokes.
Now it reminds me of when Kennedy went to Berlin. John F. Kennedy, Ich bin ein Berliner. He was supposed to say Ich bin Berliner. It's kind of like in English. You can say I am Danish. I am Danish. Yeah. But you can't say, I am a Danish. I am Danish. I'm from Denmark. I am a Danish. I'm a pastry. Same thing. Ich bin ein Berliner. He was supposed to say, Ich bin Berliner. I am Danish. I am a Danish. A Berliner is like a pastry. When you say ein Berliner, it's like saying, so that's just the nuances of language. I am Danish. I'm from Denmark. I am a Danish. I'm a pastry. So anyway, yeah, I get the joke. But again, this is where the problem comes in. And you were upset with me, Dev. You said I was so mean to you the other night. No, when I get more than one person, I can't focus. You want my attention. He wants my attention. So it's going to get a little convoluted. So you have to. I told you this. You got to understand. You were all like, "Why were you so mean to me?" Well, because when I can't give 100% attention to both of you. So this is a live stream. You got that's part of it.
It was partially a joke, but also Ich bin ein Berliner means I'm a donut. Didn't it mean that? Something like that.
That's crazy. Maybe here's where I like having Kassandra here. She's grammatically very good. Ich bin Berliner. I am a Berliner, a person of Berlin. Ich bin ein Berliner. It should be like saying I am Danish versus I am a Danish. Do you understand? If I said to you, I am Danish, you'd think I was from Denmark. If I said I am a Danish, you'd say you're a pastry. Maybe in American English, a Danish is a type of pastry. So you understand? I am Danish.
In Danish,
versus I am a Danish. Two different meanings. So he said Ich bin ein Berliner. I am a Danish. When he should have said I am. Could you understand? I've explained. It's like stairs, man. You say I don't get the joke. The truth is, again, you're on stair 7. I'm on stair 15. You can't see where I am, so you think I'm down on stair 2. I don't want to go through this again. Okay. He was supposed to say, I am Danish. Ich bin Berliner. Instead, he said, I am a Danish. Ich bin ein Berliner. You understand? Okay, so Christ, how many times do I have to repeat this? Thank you. Christ. Capital letters. Yeah, the denim is capitalized. The pastry is not. Okay. Now, can we move past this? Can we please move past this? I don't feel like doing it's funny. You know, on one thing I say, you go on Wikipedia, all these Englishmen are so arrogant. We invented the English language. It's ours. And yet I feel like in many ways we speak English better than they do, don't we? I'm an American. I speak English. In England, they don't speak English. They speak British, whole other language. So we've got to give the British guy a lesson in English. Okay.
Wait,
now,
can we get back to Danish? What's Denmark guy's story? Is he a tall white?
Why don't you ask him? You guys have the floor for a few minutes.
What's your story? Are you a low value white male getting punched around, or are you?
It's quite hard to evaluate where you are on the scale, but I think I'm an average white male, you know, and that is.
That's a crime nowadays. You should be locked up, bro.
Yeah,
you can't be an average white male. You're committing a heinous crime. You don't understand the crimes you're committing by being average and white, right?
What about you?
Show my face. Why would I show my face now when it's like I've been up since 3 a.m. and I look like a fucking.
I say something. One, you sound like a woman. Oh, I don't have my face on yet. Two, it's just funny because I'm partly joking. We got two guys here who are faceless. The two masked men. Okay, the
faceless Nazis. So anyway, how tall is Denmark? Denmark guy.
Average height. I'm exactly average height.
No, that doesn't answer the question. I'm 5'9". Dev Pike says he's 5'10". I don't know what measurements they use in Denmark, but can you tell us something more specific than average height? Because I was average for my generation, but some of these fucking like teenagers now, these teenage girls are my height now. When I was a kid, like when I was a teenager, girls weren't as tall as me. Now I go to the grocery store, I see like 5'9" girl. I'm like, whoa. So average height for when and where?
Yeah, okay. Average height is, I think it's 5'11" in Denmark for men.
Right, so he's a tall fag.
No, 5'11", man. Shut the fuck up.
He's a tall fag punching down.
But
also,
I
noticed this one thing. You know,
you have white men in the UK is probably as tall as that. I think it's the same genetics.
No, 5'11" is over average. But have you noticed? Have you noticed this? Normies say, you know, like OC alluded to, everyone's just getting taller, bro. Yeah, and they don't know why. Yeah,
but that's
what
because
about this?
Normies, let me explain. Normies aren't aware that when you age, you actually your height decreased a little.
Yeah, that's right. But what I'm saying is that OC says it like everyone's getting taller, but not.
No, I know the reason why. What I'm trying to say is
my reason.
I think Denmark guy is in his 30s. I know his age, but you have to take into how old are you, what country you're from. So yes, if you know you were born in Southeast Asia 50 years ago, 5'5" might be average height. If you're born in Denmark in the past 20 years, 6'2" might be average height. So it depends what time and place we're talking about. Yes, there's been more and more with dysgenics, they call it, more women, like generation a bit older than me, those born in the 60s and 70s. They wanted taller and taller and taller. Like
that's
you,
it.
like
Yeah, that's it.
Horsehead's, well, look at Horsehead. I'm not trying to knock Horsehead. Horsehead is 5'11". He's the shortest guy his wife ever dated, and she's 5'5". So yeah, and that's why these kids are getting so much taller than you know.
That's it. It's an expression. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. These normies like, why aren't you tall, bro? Everyone's getting. Why is everyone tall? The reason why they're taller is women's fucking eugenical policy of picking 6-foot Chad has gone parabolic. That's why they're fucking taller, you idiot.
It's an expression of the
but
the selection.
it's all it isn't
It's
everything.
not this nutrition, bro. Everyone's eating better, bro. No, it's the fact that they're being as picky as fucking possible.
I would
predicated on losing.
rather be five. I would rather be slightly below average height and have a good frame and a good face and
Have you
facial.
not got a good frame then?
Huh?
What's wrong with your frame?
But it's just normal, you know. It's just like
There's no frame for your face though.
huh?
There's some frame for your glasses though, but no frame for your face. Yeah.
That's
No, but yeah, I mean, I just don't understand this normie thing where everyone's getting taller. Why is that? Because women are fucking eugenically selecting the tallest men, right?
yeah. Exactly.
It's literally that. It's literally staring them in the face. It's some kind of joke or something. This is the dual script that me and OC were talking about. There's some kind of weird. There's a lack of connection of the dots. Where how can you not see that the selection of this, tall fags is going to affect the fucking population at large? How will it not affect it?
Yeah.
It doesn't.
Yeah. But
I don't understand how. But again, saying this out loud is like a fucking criminal act, right?
yeah. Women don't care about women.
And this might not be entirely scientific, but there was the analogy of, or the parrot, the fable, we'll say. There were some Irish deer, and the males had really large antlers, and the females, the does, wanted bucks with bigger and bigger antlers. So they would only mate with, so as generations went on, the antlers got bigger and bigger and bigger until a point where they were of no use, they were no value, and the antlers actually hindered them. It was too much of a, so dysgenics, I don't know if that's entirely accurate, but the idea that the does selected bucks with really, or stags with really jacked up antlers to a point where, huge antlers became a burden and actually caused their extinction. Whether that's true or not, it's basically what you're saying. Saying we're in the same, what I'm talking about? The Irish elk. The Irish elk.
That's a great analogy for the height. It's unbelievably good analogy. It's not peacocking, because peacocking is the showing off. These women are just selecting based on these very narrow characteristics, but then simultaneously not admitting it. It's garbage. So, and then where's Kaz about this? Nowhere again. Let me guess, I'm spurging out, right? But then Kaz is silent on this. Garbage. It's nonsense. This then exposes the kind of the dual script again.
Yeah. Have you started losing your hair?
I haven't started losing hair again, but I'm losing hair over Kaz's. I
got to point that out. You haven't lost your hair. You haven't started losing hair again. He asked you if you started losing hair. Your response: I haven't started losing it again. Let's take, before I put him back on. Look at this. My God, I'm older than both of them, and shorter than both of them. I'm in my 40s and I'm 5'9". Ah, look at this. Look at this. So I mog them with hair. And again, it's nothing I chose. I'm glad I have a nice head of hair, but I didn't wave a magic wand. I don't hold people against them for being short, like you were saying, Dev Pike, or for being ugly, or for being bald, or whatever. We have our advantages and our disadvantages. I got a nice set of hair, and I didn't pick that. You didn't pick your heights, so I'm over 40 and shorter, but I got better hair than both of you. It's just we have, it's nothing any of us chose.
Are you taking those
yeah,
I take note. If you're asking, no, this is all al natural. You're asking, who are you asking?
Yeah, I think he's wearing a wig. He got glued.
You're right. You're absolutely right. Just like I made up the shit about the nigger bitch. This is just a wig. You can come pull it off. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's a wig. You're right. You're right. I'm bald. I'm a bald man.
Wig.
It's a glued wig, man.
Yeah, you're 4 foot. Kaz is 4'11", but then shoots, and then when her boyfriend goes on and says he's a certain height, then she elevates the height
No, it was slightly bigger than that, wasn't it? No, wait, is it right? Okay.
No.
And you're only 4'11". What
living
about
is
the other
technically
fags?
dwarf.
What about the other
That's
women
dwarfism.
playing this game? It's talking one thing, and then the actions are completely different. Not interested. Occupational wig is fine.
No, but forget that. Occupational wig, whatever. She, what is she saying here? I'm not trying to single out Kassandra. She's
I've got the caps out.
she doesn't care. Okay, but hold on. I don't know about Kassandra, but and I'm not trying to knock anybody. I like Corset; he's welcome. But it was so weird when he's like, "I'm 5'11" and I'm the shortest guy my wife ever dated." Well, how tall is she? 5'5". So your 5'5" wife never dated anyone under 6 foot until she met you. Like, and so it's almost like if she were to, there is that sense of, well, how can you say you don't care about height? I'm too short to care about height. Maybe not Kassandra specifically, but you understand what I'm saying? There is kind of
why men are lying about their height then. Why would men lie about their height if it wasn't such a big issue or made such an issue by these women? Run the scenario, bro.
It's all this shit about height.
You must be an idiot.
It's about
Again,
about having a
norm. The dots are like a fucking a scatter graph to them. She's playing dot to dot, and the pen can't line up with the goddamn page.
And I want to share a brief story. I went to the doctor for a physical several years ago, just a regular checkup. And before I saw the doctor, a nurse lady, she took my, my blood pressure and my pulse and my height and my weight. And before she took my height, she said, "How tall do you think you are?" And I said about 5'9". She goes, "Okay." So she takes my height. I get off the scale and she goes, "You're not 5'9". So I thought, okay, maybe I shrank. Like, Denmark guy was saying, people shrink. So I thought, okay, maybe I shrank. She goes, this is a woman, female nurse. She goes to me, "You're not 5'9". "You're 5'9.25". And I was like, whoop-de-doo. I'm one of the few men who doesn't lie. I've had tall fags lie about their height. But even this woman, this ugly old frumpy nurse is telling me, "You're not 5'9". Okay, maybe I shrank. "You're 5'9.25". As if I was supposed to jump for joy. I'm like, oh, so even women do care about men's height. I just want to share that. Okay, I remember she was so, "You're not 5'9". I guess I shrank. I'm getting older. I shrank. "No, you're 5'9.25". Oh, fuck.
She's jumping about a quarter of an inch.
Right, a quarter of an inch, yeah. Like I'm supposed to like, oh, yeah,
what
exactly.
percentage difference?
True story.
I just find it hilarious that the percentage difference makes unbelievable difference. Like you know, like 6 foot and 5'10" it seems to women to be miles away. When if you actually look at it in reality, it's 4% height or something.
It's
insanely low. But somehow,
Yeah.
bizarrely, it's exploded in their social media infested minds where they're 4%, because if you put 4% advantage in any other area, 4% of strength makes no difference, right? 4% speed, what does that do?
Yes, in the Olympics,
4%,
and
4%,
this game, yeah, it's the Olympics, So.
4% stamina, no, nothing. 4% height, oh my god, what the fuck? This is massive. You're a fucking idiot. That's why women have to be fucking idiot to buy into this. You have to be a fucking moron. You're putting this stat above everything else in this bizarre manner when it doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. The stat isn't worth that much. 4% is going to do jack shit for any fighting ability, any hunting, or what. If you want to go to evolutionary rubbish, fighting, hunting, protecting, or whatever it is.
Okay, Dev Pike, I got a question for you. Would you rather be a Chad? But
I'm 5'10", but I'm perceived somehow as short. It's a nonsense
question, man.
And somehow 2 inches is going to make a difference, right?
Okay, I got a question. Would you rather be a Chad and never have sex?
No, I don't want to be a Chad.
Or would you rather be a normie and have occasional sex?
No, I'm saying that but then you get into the whole sort of gym coping paradigm where somehow, a short, a 5'10" guy is overcompensating by being gym max, but somehow he's only deficient by 4%, right? And then
he's gym max, so he's way stronger than this tall fag at 6 foot, but somehow that's going to save him. And then we see the normie, the gaslighting garbage, the complex. What? But I'm 5'10".
Well, not necessarily. I'm trying to play devil's advocate, Kassandra. You guys might be right, or you might be proving this point about like the gang wanting to punch down. So you can look at it either way. So no, we got 3 people saying he must be short. Maybe he is short. Maybe he's only 5'3". Maybe he is 6'2". He's 5'10". The point is, regardless of how tall he is, whether you agree or disagree with him, so you disagree with him, so you're saying he must be short. Not necessarily, possibly, not necessarily. So you could either say, okay, the crowd is right, this guy is a complex, or he's right, you're all punching down. I'm playing devil's advocate here. What do you think?
What I'm saying. But then obviously Kaz is claiming 3 people in the chat. One of them's Totem. So do you believe that? So that's a credible source. And one of them's yourself. Okay. So that's confirming what exactly? That you're punching down, right? It's garbage. Once you peel back the layers of this 4'11" woman who herself is short and herself should have the very Napoleon complex that I'm meant to have, right? But you're 4'11", love. So what have you got? Nothing.
Why is Ozzy's brother so short compared to him? Are they?
Oh my God.
That's a question for you, Ozzy. Why is there a height discrepancy between you and your brother?
Because of genetic recombination, I'd imagine. My brother is the same height as our sister and our mother. The 3 of them are the same height. I'm the same height as my father. Well, he's shrunk a bit. So I reached my father's height of 5'9". My brother didn't. My brother, my sister, and my mother are all the same height. So he got my mother's genetics. That's how I got my father's. That's what I chalk it up to. My mother is like,
Was it related?
How tall was your father then?
My father, before he started shrinking, he was 5'9". Same height. He wasn't a big guy. Me and my father, when I was a teenager, we were the same height. I grew to
can't laugh at herself.
Right. So I'm trying to tell you, my father and I are the same height, 5'9". My brother, sister, and mother are all like 5'4", 5'5". Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's extremely funny that, when you try and make a joke of Kaz, she doesn't laugh at herself, but I'm meant to laugh at myself, right? To be the clown for the audience. What a joker. Yeah. Anyway, so don't you find that bizarre? The fact that this one stat is elevated to an unbelievable status, and then if you actually look at it, it's 4% difference, and it doesn't mean anything. In fact, by the numbers, it can't mean anything.
But there has to.
That's not a Napoleon complex. That's me breaking down the numbers and saying
it's just.
And then you just go into sort of the history of boxing. Who was the best heavyweight of all time? What was his height exactly?
It was Mike Tyson.
How tall was Mike Tyson? 5'10".
Yeah,
but so his height was overwhelming.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Mike Tyson's frame is like a guy. It's
but also you've got a white Rocky someone called Rocky Marciano who never lost a fight. Right? He's got the best record of all heavyweight champions. Never lost. 50 fights, 51 fights, something like that. Never lost. How tall was he?
But does this what
5'9.5".
Does that
he was 5'9.5", by the way. He was a heavyweight. What I'm saying is that if height mattered that much with protection, with mer protection, how could it be possible that 2 of the best ever heavyweight boxers could be anything below the fabled 6 foot? It couldn't. You're dead on that alone, by the way, right? You're sunk, totally sunk. Right? He's gone mute. DK didn't like that.
Oh no, I didn't mute him. I think he muted himself. Denmark guy.
I completely sunk his argument so much he muted himself. Right?
I have no idea. They were saying you can't get a word in edgewise. I thought, okay. Let's let Denmark guy. Denmark guy, you want to unmute yourself? What do you have to say?
No. I just needed to say something to my father. Yeah, but I can't get a word in because Dev Pike is speaking with himself like a schizoid.
So you feel Dev Pike is a skit? No, it's okay. We can all be great. So Dev Pike, the audience feels you're pontificating a bit too much. I can't devote my attention 100% to both of you. So I'm trying to play the field here. So I don't know. So Denmark guy, you feel like you can't speak your mind, or what's going on here?
I feel like he's talking to himself.
Okay. Well, would you like to comment on his points, or you want to bring up a related point? Would you you have here? We can mute him. I muted Dev Pike for a moment. What do you want to say?
My point was, or is that they have to choose a certain height on the app, and they're basically choosing 6 feet because they are hypergamous and need something that is always above average. So that is why it's 6 feet. And then again, you're referring to all the shit about the physical frame and shit, but does that apply for you? Or are you a 5'9" Mike Tyson type dude, or that are wondering why you can't get a girlfriend? Or are you just the average?
No, wait there. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not talking about myself, but I'm saying it's very interesting that because I like to think of the objective, not the subjective, because the subjective is kind of the reason why the SJW train is the wheels are falling off, because it's totally subjective. There's no objective. So I'm objective. I'm just looking at like a 4% height difference doesn't mean jack shit. In every other area, a 4% difference means absolutely nothing. So to say to rule, and also the social effects of this really hypergamous, genetically dystopian kind of eugenical policy, which rules out. By the way, 6 foot is like the top 15%. You're eliminating 85% of men. The social effect of eliminating 85% of men is huge.
I think it's. What is your age? What is your age? Are you like a Zoomer? Are you like a late millennial?
No, I'm 35. Remember?
Okay, fair enough. But I think it's because it's the digital age that has fucked up people. Because in real life, this shit doesn't apply. Women, they would rather have a 5'9" guy with a long torso indicating muscle strength than they would have a 6 feet tall guy with a short torso and long legs.
Yeah, but the 5'9" guy has to be Chad again to make up for the height. You're missing that element now.
No. That's because height is not just height. Height consists of no. You assume it. You have to be assuming to say that shit because
it's 6 or a 7 out of 10 plus face, and then
because you know all these guys that have really really long legs and then they have a short torso and they're weak as fuck. It's like the swimmers.
But that doesn't mean
they want the swimmers. They want the swimmer's body in a 6 foot frame, in a 6 foot height.
No one cares about how long your torso is. This is Spurg territory here.
No. You need to dwell into the details.
You're insane.
Look at Mike Tyson. Does he have a higher torso to length?
I'm laughing out loud at this. I'm not laughing at you guys. Just the debate, like about you're saying that he's going about torsos. I'm not taking sides. I'm just finding it funny. Like you're arguing. Okay, but go on. I always talk about variables. Height is a very important factor, but yeah, a 6 foot guy, if someone's 6'5", but they're dying of cancer, you're right. They're not going to be as appealing as a 5'11" guy who's got a good frame. Okay, but that's part of the variable. He's 6'2" or whatever, but he's sickly and skeletal. He's about to die. Okay, yeah, it's all variables, but yeah, I do think that Denmark guy is going a little too crazy with this torso.
No, it was because he was
torso, bro.
No.
Can I stretch my torso? Can I stretch my torso?
No,
right?
Torso.
Is that what I should do?
You were speaking about Mike Tyson. Does he have, compared to his height?
Can I hang should I hang from a top rope and stretch my torso out? Is that what it is?
No, you can't change your torso. You can't change the ratio.
No, that was a joke. I know it's completely set. That's why the torso thing is ridiculous.
Yeah,
it doesn't make sense. The height is the height. No one cares about no one's looking at the distribution of your fucking limb. What does that even mean?
Of course they're doing.
Where have you got this from?
It is
You've been listening to Kaz
it
too
is a
much.
trait for muscle power and
Is
physical
this
strength.
Kaz talking?
No, I'm sorry,
It's not really
Kassandra-
just attraction either. It's how.
Well, hold the thought. I want to hear your thought about attract. Hold on. I do want to hear that thought. Is Cassandra? I'm trying to understand. Is Cassandra confirming the torso theory? She never thought about it, but she agrees. I'm not sure what she's trying to say here. Let's hear Cassandra's torso theory, and then I want to hear what you were saying. It's not just about attraction. Keep the thought, but let's address Cassandra. What are you saying? You never heard it, but it makes sense when you compare it to your personal attraction feelings. You're talking about a lot of your boyfriends had great torsos, or what are we? And that's not a criticism. I'm just trying to understand. I'm not understanding. So.
Okay, I've used Mike Tyson as one example, but then we've got Marciano, who was short-limbed, short arms, short torso, was the best ever. So I'm not interested in you niching on to Mike Tyson. Not interested.
Okay, no. According to Cassandra, because I never heard this torso thing either. Cassandra is saying she agrees with Denmark guy that the torso might be part of the equation of, like I said, I'm not a woman. It doesn't matter if I think a guy is good looking or ugly. It doesn't matter. I'm not a female. Females are the choosers. You would have to get a bunch of women, have them give you an honest survey as to how attractive you are. That'll give you, and the average is how attractive you are to the opposite sex. It might be true. I never heard the torso thing, but Cassandra's saying she's thinking about it, and torsos mean a lot to her. It's part of the attraction variable. That's what she said.
Right. Yeah, Totem mentions like a Giga Chad, and then Kaz is all over it again. It's garbage. Right. Dolph Lundgren, just be the highest Giga Chad you can get, 9.99999 out of 10, right? Of course. Torso, bro. Right.
See,
There's no frame,
yeah.
face for your torso.
Yeah. Torso. Everybody who are successful in.
It could be a very niche thing, but it's not going to be.
Height
is the overriding factor. Torso is the cherry on the cake.
No. Torso to leg ratio is nearly as important as in total height.
Okay, but you'd have to be well out of the range to be considered. To be considered. To be.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. Let me. When you sit down, you can be a tall guy. When you sit down, especially around women, you sit down.
Okay.
They see the length of your torso and neck, of course, and your fucking skull and your hair. That's it. But it's primarily torso. Okay.
Okay.
That is an important thing to consider. So you can be tall as fuck, but when you sit down, you could be shorter than women.
And then you get a social negative. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But I'm not even saying this about. I'm not saying the 6 foot thing about it stops at dating. I think I'm talking about the 6 foot bonus is in lookism, as in everyone treats you better. It's not just this 4% difference somehow has this bizarre effect on normies as well, men.
Yeah, I would rather be your height and have a better torso to leg ratio.
I don't care about this conversation. Yeah, I think it's an incredibly niched area. If you're talking about this, you haven't got many problems if you're excited about the. I think he wants somebody else to join. Maybe I should.
I was inviting.
And then
no, that's about it. I was inviting Cassandra to come on. No, yeah, right. I mean, the torso thing.
Kaz should come in and enlighten us about the torso, and then give diagrams about how the torso is incredibly important.
Well, I would love to.
Right.
I've interacted with you. I've never seen the two of you interact. I thought it would be great if she doesn't want to. But
Kaz has diagrams about the torso that she needs to tell. Needs to show to explain about the torso.
Yeah, and well, come on and be my bitch. Come on, bitch. We want you, bitch. encourage the bitch to come on. Yeah, no, I don't know about diagrams. She can tell you her. I'd like to hear you discuss
Is she
it.
wearing a diaphragm, or does she do diagrams?
You can ask her yourself when she comes on. You can ask her yourself when she comes on. I love the three, Dev Pike, Denmark guy, and Kassandra. It would be a fascinating conversation because no one wants to talk to me. I'm old hat at this point. But yeah, the torso thing. Look, I'm not saying. I'm sure a torso can be a point of attraction, but I don't think that's the be all and end all. I think we're putting too much emphasis on the torso. But
Yes.
Denmark guy,
Precisely.
You understand? I'm 5'9".
Does Kaz's diaphragm wiggle when?
Hold on, stop. I'm 5'9". Dev Pike says he's 5'10". You're 5'11". So here's my critique. When you say I would rather be your height with a great frame, well, you're only an inch taller than him, so you'd give up an inch to have a better frame. That doesn't really count. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
would you want to be 6 inches shorter and have a great torso? You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying?
I would rather be average height.
Length for the torso to have an effect. If you're a 5'6" guy with a long torso, no one gives a shit. Doesn't make sense.
I'm not saying in the extremes as you're referring to as there. You're giving an extreme.
Life occurs to the extremes.
I'm just
you're
referring
talking as
to
if everyone is 5'11".
Average height.
No, let's get real. Over 5'11", you're talking about the top 20% of men. You're ruling out 80%, and then somehow claiming in a bizarre way that this fucking torso bullshit applies to the 100%. No, you're talking about the top 20%. It's insane.
But I'm saying, okay,
talk about the other 80%. I'm listening.
I would rather be 5'9" than I would be a 6 foot guy if that meant that my torso to leg ratio was drastically better than having below average torso to leg ratio.
I think Kaz's torso is Kaz's diaphragm is tingling at what you're saying about the torso. Her diaphragm is wiggling at this talk about torsos, right?
I'm just introducing a theory, okay? And I think that if you
she's got the ick as usual. What? She's coming on. Kaz is coming on. Now DBF needs to come on.
Okay, all right. If he wants to come on, he will. Because you were telling me you don't think I'm a Spurg, but you think he is. So he'll love that. Oh, we need either Kassandra and or arrogant Christ Matt DBF to come on. Yeah, good news. Good news, Matthew. You're right. You're a Spurg. I'm not. Your buddy Dev Pike has spoken. He wants to know why you don't want to pay attention to him anymore. He agrees you're a Spurg and I'm not. So come on. One of you idiots, come on. I want to see a three-way between Denmark guy, Dev Pike, and our buddy either Kassandra or Matthew. But no, Dev Pike, I agree. No offense, Denmark guy. I'm not saying the torso thing doesn't hold water, but you're giving it way too much credence is how I feel. I'm not saying you're saying you'd rather be 5 inches shorter but have a great frame like a boxer. You would rather have a boxer frame but be 5'5". Is that what you're telling me? I mean, maybe, but I don't think most of us want to shrink for a better boxer frame. I don't want to be a manlet boxer. I'd rather be a lanky, tall fat personally. I'd rather be 6'5" and skinny than 5'5" boxer man. Yeah.
But I think that you're underestimating the effect of between when you're sitting down with women. It is a huge thing in your life, your whole working life. If you sit at the fucking office, you will sit down.
We've gone over this too much. It's wasting time. Okay.
Well, I mean, you have somewhere to be. I mean, do you have somewhere to be? I want Denmark guy to speak his mind. Maybe he's on to something.
Let's get other people on and talk about something else other than.
Go ahead, Denmark guy. You have the floor. He talked enough. You can talk for a couple minutes. Yeah. You're saying if you sit down with a woman, what is it you're saying? It's more than what is your argument?
My argument is that a lot of our lives, especially in the first and second world in the modern day, we are actually spending a lot of time sitting on our asses on chairs. That is a lot of our life. It's probably 25%, maybe a third of our time. It's like at the work.
So we're not developed to the full potential we could have been in a more work-oriented physical.
It's a new evolutionary arena that Dev Pike doesn't account for. He thinks that it's a new evolutionary thing that that there is. It has to be selected for that your height when you sit down.
Okay, well, I want to bring him
The
back.
modern world.
Okay, no, I understand what you're saying about the evolutionary arena. I like that. That's a good analogy. I want to bring him back and bring someone else on, an actual woman who can give her thoughts on the evolutionary arena. So here is Dev Pike, and here's our resident normie female. Okay, Dev Pike, turn down your radio. All right, Kassandra, what's up?
My own personal Jesus is on. Kaz is on.
What?
My personal, not the arrogant genius, it's the personal Jesus. Do you know that song by Depeche Mode? No, you don't know.
Oh no, I don't know the name.
Okay, now you're kind of wasting time. Okay, we're not here to. Kassandra, add the song to your list. I'm going to sing real quick. Reach out and touch faith, your own personal Jesus, someone who's there, someone who cares. Reach out and now let's not waste time talking about Depeche Mode. Kassandra came on. You've actually got a girl, guys. So why don't you try to make nice? Thank you for coming on, Cass. Let's talk to Dev Pike and Denmark guy.
Oh, it's already on there. You've already sung this song.
Well, then
So
how
you
do you
do
not
know
know?
it.
Well, then how do you not know what he's talking about if it's on your list? Never mind. Let's not.
I don't know all the songs. I don't know them all. Okay, come on.
Shit.
The
She
double
frozen? Am I?
narrative, the double narrative.
I've got a freeze, did I?
Is different from the narrative.
Okay,
No.
let's talk about something other than Depeche Mode. Okay, what do you guys want to talk about? Thank you for coming on, Kassandra.
She hates me. She's laughing.
I don't hate you. I don't hate you at all. I don't hate anyone. I don't even know you. I don't hate you. You hate me.
I'm not sure. I
No,
think
you
you're-
do. You do.
You're a scary
It's fine.
individual.
I'm what?
Normies are scary too.
You know, Kassandra, I got my volume up because we can barely hear Dev Pike. Now your mic is too loud, so I apologize. I'll back up. Your mic
I don't
is
know how
also
to fix
a little
it.
too. I got
Yeah.
my volume, but I can't barely hear Dev Pike. But okay.
Turn me
Okay.
down.
Thank you for coming on, Kassandra. What do you want?
He knows the Depeche Mode. Good
Okay.
taste.
We're done. We're done talking about Depeche. Next person mentions Depeche Mode is banned. Okay, new rule. Anyone who mentions Depeche Mode gets timed out for 30 minutes. Okay, so Kassandra is with us now. You agreed to come on, even though you're not too thrilled with Dev Pike. We've also got Denmark guy who you do like. What do you guys want to talk about other than Depeche fucking Mode? Let's talk about something else. I just can't get enough. I just can't get it. No. Okay, so what are we talking about here?
I would just like Cass to comment on.
Actually, we don't have to talk because words are very unnecessary. They can only do harm. Now you've got me singing Depeche Mode. Okay, enough Depeche Mode. I can sing Depeche Mode all night. I don't want to go that route. Okay, what are we talking about?
It's
Yeah, but now everything counts, right? Do you know what that?
I don't know what that means. Okay, we'll bring him back in a minute. Denmark guy, what would you like to ask Cass or vice versa? You started off. I'll bring him back in a
question
minute.
is,
Go ahead.
isn't it correct that in the modern day, in the first and second world, the sitting height for a man, because it is way more important that we used to think for women's mate selection, because we are sitting down probably a third of our life.
Mhm. Yeah, no, I didn't think about what you said before, but because people talk about, oh, women love tall men so much, and I always thought that was, I mean, I get it, I see it happen, so I understand. Just to always sit down, bro. I get it. I get that wanting to be tall is the sentiment here, but I see what you're saying. I feel like what you're saying is right.
Yeah.
I don't think that's gonna make any impact to people that are short. Like, they're not gonna be like, oh, well, at least I have a good torso ratio. You know, they're still short, so it doesn't fucking matter. Please remain seated. No, but yeah, your point is gonna be lost here. But I get it. I think you're right. I once, when I was in high school, early high school, I had a boyfriend. I was like, it was like freshman year of high school, and the guy was very tall. To me, I don't know. I think he was probably 6'3". I don't know, but to me in high school, that was very tall. But he was so like disproportional. And eventually, it wasn't that made me not want to not want to continue dating him. I think other things happened, but definitely I was always like, he's so tall, but why does he look so fucking weird? You know, like.
But was he physical weak? Was he weak, like in
Yeah,
strength?
yeah. And really, I think he was taller than 6'4". I think he was really tall, but
Hold on. So you're saying he was weak, but he was a giant. Now you're 4'11", correct? 4'11".
he was a juggler. If that puts it into any better context.
I mean, that's like almost like
juggler.
like like the giant and the seven dwarves. You
Mhm.
how old were you when you reached your full height? How old were you when you reached 4'11"?
10? I don't know. 11.
You stopped growing at 10 or 11, and this guy was super duper huge, like ridiculous. I mean, this looked ridiculous. He was like more than 12 inches taller than you, but
Yeah, it was very awkward. It was very, very awkward. And
Mr. Mime, the juggler.
what?
Is that what you said?
What about the juggler?
He was Mr. Mime.
I don't know how tall he was. I don't remember. I was like 13 or 14. Sorry.
Is it correct that you're 4'11"?
Yeah, I'm 4'11".
Is I'm not trying to be rude, but is that
Incredibly short.
was that expected, or your parents short, or?
Kind of. My great grandparents were 4'10" and 4'11", and then I was just thinking about this the other day. My mom, my grandma is 5 foot. My mom is 5'2". My dad is 5'10". Questionable. And then other people in my family are taller. So I mean, yeah, I should have been a little taller than 4'11". But I drink a lot of coffee when I was like 13. So I think.
Well, Dev Pike does have a good question. He asked me in private chat. He wants to know, how short was your shortest boyfriend? That's a fair question. You can ask Dev. So before we get to that, hold on. So you're short. Your family's short-ish. How short was your shortest boyfriend?
How far? I mean, I only had one real boyfriend. That guy was my boyfriend in high school. Are you counting boyfriends in high school when you're 13, 14?
Anyone you consider a significant other at any point in your life?
I would not have considered any of those people a significant other. I've had 2 boyfriends, like significant others. I had the one I was with for 10 years, and my current one I've been with for 4 years. So before that, I was 13.
I have.
So do you count that? I mean.
Did your grandparents live longer than average life expectancy?
My great grandparents were both in their 80s when they died. My great grandpa was 90, I think 90.
The shorter one wins, so pick the shorter men, bro.
Yes, yeah. I know. I agree.
No, it's because being tall is associated with growth factors that is associated with increased incidence of cancer and heart disease.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay.
So
now,
what you're proposing, Denmark?
Stop. Both of you, everybody, stop. I'm actually going to take Denmark guy off. I wanted Dev to talk to you, even though Totem's a joker. You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but he wants to know what's your body count. You know what that question means. Answer that, then I'll put Dev Pike back on. Or no, but 3. Okay. And of those 3, who was the shortest? How short was the shortest?
The boyfriend I was with for 10 years.
Okay,
5'8", I think.
5'8", and every guy you locked lips with, the shortest of all the guys.
I don't fucking know. I don't know.
You lost track. Okay, but tell me this.
I didn't lose track. I'm just not thinking about the height of those people. As a person who has no standing to talk about tall, why would I don't know. What the fuck do you want me to say? I've not thought about it that much. I really don't think about height.
Okay, fine.
It's so easy to say a guy who's taller than me. That's everyone. So what do you want me to do?
I want you to be quiet. I've muted. This is totally private now. No one sees this. Between you and me, any ladies on that body count list, you can tell me. No one knows. Any ladies on that body count list?
Well, it's on stream.
Oh, no, I privated it. It's just you and me right now. Okay.
No, I'm watching it.
I'll put Dev on.
Yes, I had girlfriends. Yes, I had 2 girlfriends.
Right, okay, I'm not even trying to be a jerk. I thought you hinted at that.
Yeah.
There were a few.
No, I didn't hint. I said it.
Now, Dev wants to ask you a question. Okay.
Am I?
You've asked the question, right? Also,
What's the question?
you're doing this thing that women do, saying your body count was 3, or you're obfuscating how many you've had, right? So you got this thing where
I mean, what? Like, how am I supposed to prove it to you, Dev Pike? What do you want me to do?
no, every encounter counts as somebody you're with. You don't have this bullshit of I don't consider them. It doesn't make sense. That's rubbish. That's
Okay. So somebody I kissed counts as somebody in my body count.
No, it counts as somebody you've gone with, and he just so happened to be 6'5", like, right? I'm joking.
I never kissed him, and I was 13. So do you count? Do you want to count that as somebody I've gone with?
Yeah, that's it. That is somebody you've gone with.
I was 13. I went to one of his plays, and he came to one of my volleyball games, and we chatted online a lot. So and he was my cousin's, like, he went to my cousin's like play thing. So that's what I'm saying. Like, do you count somebody that I met like 4 times and I was 13? Why did I even bring it up? Yeah, you count that? That's crazy. So I didn't even know.
No, so how many counts is there? No, on that predicate, how many is there based on that? It's not 3. It becomes
how many?
33.
What is my body count? But you're including everyone I ever talked to, considering a romantic outcome?
Not talked to. You said you kissed
him. I said I never kissed him. Oh my God. I said I never kissed him.
I think he's...
And I was 13.
All right, I'm going to bring both of them back on.
So
I think he means anybody you had any kind of possible romantic, interactions with, the potential for a romance, not just someone you had a crush on, but a guy you thought could be more than just a friend. Men you consider, that's how we'll put it that way. Guys you consider more than
I'm sorry.
Friend.
Hold on a second. Sorry. This is a very stupid conversation. I met my last significant other when I met him when I was 11, and I started dating him when I was 15, and I broke up with him when I was 25.
I'm trying to clarify what he means, because there seems to be this confusion. I'm just saying anyone you consider romantic. I'm just trying to clarify, because it seems like either there's a disconnect or we're not paying attention. I am trying to be the moderator of this crazy.
Right, but so he's considering any possible romantic interest in my entire life before I was 14. You're considering that as somebody I've gone with?
Here's where the disconnect comes. A lot of these guys didn't have that. They can count on one hand how many romantic interests they had or potential interests. So,
okay, I'm a girl. Yeah, I agree with you guys that women have it fucking easy in the dating pool. Also, I was 14 when I've never dated. What?
So
sorry, what did you
say? That's it. That's the whole game.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
That's the whole point. Women aren't acting as if this is the case. There's some bizarre fucking...
I think it's them too. Why would I hang out and listen to all of this all the time if I didn't agree with you?
Right. The real question is, did you meet your former boyfriends when they were sitting down and you were sitting down?
No.
Unintentionally hilarious. This has to be some kind of dating.
That's funny.
Denmark, are you sitting down 23 hours of the day? Is that what it is?
That's so funny.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
No. In the office, do you not stand? You actually sit. You chop, right, so your toes up.
That was really funny. Danish guy, you're funny. No, I met him when we were in middle school, and we hated each other. And he was really fat, and everybody called him a marshmallow because he was really fat and really pale.
He lost the weight and got the woman.
No, he didn't lose weight before I got with him.
And then he lost weight.
It was technically long distance. He left my area, went to LA, and I was in Orange County, and we dated online, long distance. And my grandparents were like, "This is cool because he's really nerdy and ugly, so it's not going to be a dangerous relationship." And then I don't know.
They're nice people.
My grandparents?
They sound great. They said they openly admitted that he's ugly and he's
mm-hmm. They didn't say that to me. I'm just saying, I think they were like, "Oh, he's so nerdy, there's no way they're going to fuck." That kind of, yeah. He's so nerdy, there's no way that he is going to be a bad influence kind of thing. They never called him fat and ugly. I'm just saying
let's do a quick status update. Kassandra is 31. She's 4'11". Denmark guy, Danish flag, is 38. He's 5'11". So yeah, Cass is 4'11". Denmark guy is 5'11", 31, 38. Dev Pike is 35 and he's 5'10". I'm 43 and 5'9". Any more questions? Okay, let's bring him back on. Okay.
There's no way Dev Pike is 35.
Well, that's what he claims. I can only go what you tell me. You tell me you're 4'11" and you're 31. I know you were born on January 20th, 1994. I know your birthday cold, 4'11". Denmark guy says he's 38 and he's 5'11", so he's a whole foot taller. Dev Pike says he's 35 and 5'10". I just go what people tell me.
How am I not allowed to be 35? Because
No, you're allowed. You're allowed. I just don't. It doesn't seem right to me. That's all. But it's fine. You can be 35.
I use Zoomer vocabulary, one, to ape them because it sounds pathetic, and I use these gaslighting terms and all the rest of it, and two, because it speeds things up. Gaslighting covers all manner of you short, but then apparently I sound young, but it doesn't. I don't care.
Wait, sorry? Are you saying I'm short, but I can't say that I don't believe your age? Is that what you said? Did I misinterpret that?
No, you have Napoleon complex, so it's okay. But it's
okay. I have a Napoleon complex.
So I'm just saying I don't understand why. Why do I sound younger? Because I use these Zoomer terms. Is that it?
No, it's not Zoomer terms. I think I know somebody else that's very similar to you, and so it comes off like, oh, it must be the youth in him that comes off that way. But maybe it's not. I'm not saying that you're not 35. I'm just saying you don't feel.
How old is this other person you know? I'm just you're saying Dev Pike comes across as younger. How old is roughly? How old is the other person? Yeah. How old does Dev Pike strike you? No. Strikes you as 15, 20. How old would you say Dev Pike? What?
19, maybe 20.
19. Okay, teenager. Okay. Yeah. So
I don't know. 20, 21, 22. I don't know.
Kassandra thinks you have the maturity. Okay, Kassandra thinks you have the maturity of a teenager. I'm Switzerland, man. I'm just Switzerland here. No, and you might be right. There might be some truth. He's got some great points, but I understand both sides. I'm going to bring them both back on. Let's all talk in turn. Kassandra, is there anything you want to talk to either Dev or Denmark guy? I do appreciate coming on. Anything you want to ask them or me? Let's try to have some order here.
I never punched down. I was just calling you out.
Okay, that's what he said. Let's see what he says. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just commenting on how he reacted, though. Come on.
How I reacted or how he reacted?
No, Dev Pike. Dev Pike reacted negatively when chat got quiet, and I said the words "freaked out," which he hated. And I'm sorry for using the words "freaked out," but you did react negatively to chat being quiet. That's all.
Yeah.
I wasn't saying that you were crashing out or going crazy. I just meant like in a negative way. You didn't like that we were quiet.
Precisely.
Yeah, but that's all I was commenting on, and you got more upset that I would even comment that way. It was just chill. Like, what?
How do you punch down when you're 4'11"?
I don't punch down. I just don't punch down. In general.
This is the problem.
I'm sorry, but in fact, in this space, I am only ever punched down upon. I mean, it's fine. I don't have a problem with it. I invite it, right? I'm here.
You claim that I'm immature, which is also another punch down. So
I also didn't say that you're immature. I just feel like you don't seem 35. I didn't say that you're immature.
And then you compare me to a 19-year-old. Which is
I said you remind me. Hold on a sec. Like, if you care so much about these words that are being used about you, then you should actually like listen to them and react based on those words, not just randomly relate them to other words that make you feel the same way. I said you remind me of somebody I know who is 19. Basically, is the words that I was using. I didn't say you were immature. I didn't say you remind me of a teenager. I said there's someone I know who gives me the same kind of feeling. So it makes me think that you're not 35. So I'm not saying that you're not 35, dude. I'm just saying there's like aspects of your behavior that make me think you're not, but that's fine. Everybody here thinks I'm a normie, and everyone in my life thinks I'm not. So who cares? Like, you don't have to rely on you don't have to care at all about what I'm saying about how you come off to me. We also talk on a YouTube live chat in chat, and I hear you talk on, you come on and I hear you and I talk using text as limited as it is. How are we supposed to know each other? There's no way. So it's okay. I don't know.
I want to hear Denmark Andy's thoughts on this. Are you smoking the crack pipe today?
This is not Denmark Andy. This is Danish guy.
Yeah, Denmark guy.
Okay.
Fair enough. Okay, Denmark guy, you've been quiet. It's your turn. Do you have anything to say to Kassandra or to Dev Pike?
Yeah,
not Danish. By the way, one more thing. Yeah, Denmark guy. There was another Dane named Danish Andy. Go look him up. That's why there's some confusion. This is not. This is not Mr. Cocaine Denmark Andy. This is another Dane by the name of Denmark guy. Okay, go ahead. What do you want to say, Dev?
Okay.
Or no, Dev, whatever your name is.
Yeah. Do you worry about your child's, if you have your child's height, if it's a boy?
Me? Yeah. It's been a thing. I know.
Of course she does.
You've just
So are you going? Do you worry?
See, the contradictions are unbelievable.
Let me continue my question, Dev Pike. Do you worry so much to the degree that you would actually choose to use an egg donor from a woman who is really tall?
I mean, I don't really care that much about furthering my genetic lineage. I don't really care. I mean, I do. There's the genetic part, the part of my animal brain that wants that, but I don't really care that much. So I guess I would, but I don't think that Seymour would want that. I feel like the aspects of why he chose me, although I hate that saying he chose me, but why all the other aspects of me, we're just gonna get rid of those just because I'm short. I mean, I don't know what, it's not black and white. Yeah, I don't want to have a short boy. I would feel really bad. But also, hey, my whole family was super short and they had lived great lives. I don't know. What can I do? Not have kids or have an egg donor? And
yeah.
You want to?
I don't know.
An egg donor to get a higher what? That's how black you are.
No, I would not. No, I would what? That's what I'm saying. Really, I'm gonna go get an egg donor just to have taller kids? No, the other aspects of me, of my genetics are why my boyfriend is with me, right?
Well,
yeah.
We are seeing now. Currently, we are having biotech eugenics offered in the private sector for people who want to have a child, where they can pick the embryo that is associated with the best genetic relation for height, and you can choose all the traits that you want.
I apologize. There was let me know if it lags. That was on my end. We were getting some slowdown. Okay. Can you hear me now? Let's bring. Here's Kassandra. Here's Dev Pike. Here's Denmark guy, not Denmark Andy. No, she's not gonna. No woman's gonna get an egg donor just for that. I mean, she's gonna spread her legs. Not to sound crude. That's a dumb question. Yes, of course, Kassandra. Well, come on, Cass. Let's be honest. All right.
It's a weird way to put it. That's not what it's about. You're not gonna.
Why would you get an egg donor if you're still viable yourself? And it's a silly question, but okay.
And that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm super short. That's probably my only, besides anxiety and OCD, right? That's anxiety, OCD, which anxiety everybody's got nowadays. And then, okay, I'm short. So those are my two negatives. I mean,
well, no, your shortness isn't a negative for you. If you were a guy, definitely. So it's not really a negative for you.
No. I'm saying for having children, which is the question.
Oh, okay.
Am I worried about having children and having a short boy? Right. Mm-hmm. And so what I was going to say is I don't mean to put Seymour on blast, but he has bad vision. Are we going to go about getting a fucking donor because he has bad vision? I don't know. We could think about the negatives of my genes all day. We could think about my boyfriend's negative genes all day and yours and everyone else's. Should we all get egg donors to just have perfect people?
Okay, Kaz, what do you think about this? In the US, there's minimum requirements for height for a sperm donor as a man. You can't give sperm without being over 5'10". That's fucked. How is that not eugenic?
I also couldn't give eggs. I tried. When I was
explain that
20, I also couldn't. What?
No,
Explain it to you.
Yeah, the 5'10" minimum. Explain that. How is that?
They
not
want the best of the best. That's what I'm saying. Like they want this
It's eugenical.
catalog of they want a catalog of the perfect humans. What are we all gonna do that? Like that's crazy.
Okay,
I
then
have a
explain
theory.
it,
I have a
common
theory.
sense.
I have
Go ahead, Denmark guy. Tell us your theory. Let's be.
this is
take turns.
maybe outside of context, but let's say that if the current trends continue and the majority of average to below average men are not going to have children, what we are actually going to see in the near future is going to be so insane because it theoretically it could result in inbreeding depression because there's a huge loss of it's like the totally opposite situation of what we have had for hundreds of years, because there will only be like the gene pool will shrink so much because it will only be so few men who will have children that it could result in genetic defects.
Yeah.
If it continues without technology as embryo selection and so on and so forth.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I think it should. I mean,
it's basically we're gonna have a society where everybody is basically siblings or near cousins, and everybody's having children together. That is the society we're gonna have basically in 10, 20, 30 years. Yeah.
Well, it goes back to my analogy about the elk, the Irish elk, wherever it was. Eventually, you're right. People want the best of the best, and but I mean, one of the things I want to say about genetic recombination. You and your boyfriend Seymour, you might have a son who's got his bad vision, but is 6'2". You might have a son who's only 4'8", but he's 4'8". But
one can only wish, right?
Here's what I'm trying to say. You can have it. He gets his dad's bad vision, but at least he's 6'2", or he's your height, 4'8", but he's got such a great torso it doesn't matter. But the point is, what if they get? Because I always felt like I got like my mother had bad dandruff. My father never had dandruff. He had bad acne. I got both. So I always feel like it's my dad has shit genes. My mother has shit genes. I got the really shit genes. Like, you know what I mean? So it's not just we all have our flaws, but the idea is like, okay, if he gets his bad vision but he's tall, or my short height but great vision and a great torso, in other words, but when you get the worst of both worlds, that's where the concern comes in. So I wanted to share that because I think we're getting to, I think Dev, what's his name?
Yeah,
Not Dev,
I agree with that. That's
a little too. There's always genetic. You can.
I will say, sorry, this is an important tidbit. Maybe it's not, but the other person that I said Dev Pike reminded me of. Dev Pike didn't bring it up.
Here it comes. Yeah.
Danish guy brought it up, right? Me worrying about having kids that are short.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I was gonna say the other person who's young that's the person who brought up. Oh, you shouldn't have kids because they're gonna be short.
I want to say one real quick. We were talking about, she was talking about. I want to ask her about giving eggs. I tried to donate sperm. And normally you cannot just donate sperm. They want the best of the best. It's very lookist. Normally, under normal circumstances, a regular Joe can't donate sperm. But there was one time I was driving through one town and there was a big sign at the sperm bank. It said, "Emergency, all of our refrigerators failed. We need sperm. We don't care who you are." So there were all these loser guys, men who normally wouldn't be able to give sperm, fat, short, ugly. I got in line with them. And I'm standing there because they wanted sperm. They're saying, "Emergency, we need your sperm. We don't care who the fuck you are. Sperm. Normally, we wouldn't want you ugly fucks. We want your sperm." So I got in line to give sperm, and the line was out the door. We were going down the sidewalk, and a woman got in line behind me. And I said to her, I said, "Ma'am, I think you're a bit confused. This is the line for donating sperm." And she said to me, no. Okay, I had to show a little joke. Okay, yeah, you got the joke. I said, "Ma'am, this is the line for donating sperm."
The only time you got to donate sperm was when she wanted to. Yeah, right. Maybe
Maybe
that's what Kaz did.
She walked out with more money than all the guys there, so she must have done something right. But anyway, Kassandra, I want to ask you, why did you want to donate eggs once upon a time? Can you tell us the backstory?
I
What
think
made
it was money. I don't remember.
money, or
I think it was money.
And
I
you
don't think
think
I
you were rejected
seriously
because
considered
you-
it. I was just like, could I?
Tell your boyfriend you're selling your body for money.
Okay, we'll bring it back on in a minute, but
I-
bring it back on in a minute. Stop. You were for money. Why were you rejected? Because you were too short? Do you remember why you were rejected?
I can't remember. It might have been because I was short, or I don't remember. I remember like trying to give blood, and I didn't weigh enough to give blood. I don't remember what the reason. I don't even know if I fully looked into it. I think I didn't want to donate eggs, but I don't know. I was just bringing it up because I did get like advertised to do it. What?
It's discriminatory.
Yeah, I agree. But why you act like everybody here is like it's not discriminatory. Everything's fine. Women should go for tall men. But the whole time you're acting like everybody's arguing with you.
Total opposite.
What?
What? No.
You're hard to hear. Something about your microphone doesn't pick up until you're in the middle of talking, just so you know.
Yeah, I'm only 19. I can't work it out. Right?
I didn't say you're 19. I'm just you gotta chill. Like
I don't like discrimination. This is the point you're missing. I don't like anyone getting discriminated against. It just so happens that white men that are not 6 foot are getting discriminated against, and no one's talking about it.
I agree with you. I mean, everybody here is talking about it.
The reality of the discrimination.
But okay, I have a. Isn't it weird? We have all these discrimination laws, but
none for the white men. Yeah.
No. What I'm saying, we have all this shit discrimination laws also in Northern Europe, in Scandinavia, and it doesn't really matter because when you go to the what is it called, the hiring talk? What's it called in English? When they see you in person and need to evaluate if they want to hire you, they still pick you based on your height and looks and so on and so forth.
Christ,
we could basically get rid of all these laws because I don't really think they matter that much.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, image is like 100% of how people get treated, regardless. It's like a very documented.
It's just so weird that and it doesn't even apply only for jobs. It's also for your friends and all this shit, you know.
Yeah, totally. I feel it. I know the feeling. I mean, you might not think I do, but
it should be stated in the job position that you need to be this tall, this good looking, because you will have interactions face to face with customers, something like that.
I wonder why Beppis asked me if I'm worried about my child being autistic or disabled. Like I am, but isn't everybody?
No,
isn't everybody?
Ignore everything he says. He's an idiot.
Beppis said that, and I would never ignore what Beppis says. Sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, like you were saying before, we're loud as hell, and these Europeans are hard to hear. I understand. I tried to back up a bit. She's complaining now about the volume, but now you're on the receiving end, just like
I'm probably loud. Yeah, right. But I just have a good mic. Sorry, like you do.
We're Americans. We speak English properly. We know we got a Denmark guy and a British guy. Neither speak English as a first language. I get it. Let me bring him back on. Okay, now, Dev, did you want to ask either of these two? Let's try to have some kind of cohesive conversation, people, instead of people just talking whenever. All right, Dev, it's your turn now. What do you want to say to Cass or Denmark guy or anyone in the the audience here?
When is Kaz's personal Jesus going to come on? When is the arrogant Jesus coming on?
Why is he mine? He's my friend.
You're talking about Matthew in Australia. Or you're talking about her boyfriend Seymour. You're talking about Matt. I don't think he wants to come on right now.
Why not? I think
you should be asking him. Say, "Hey, Matt, why didn't you come on?" You can answer in the chat. You're asking the wrong person.
I'm not.
I got a question for you, Cass. It's if you theoretically could choose, would you choose to have with your genetics and your current boyfriend, would you then choose to have a boy or a girl?
I mean, man, such a hard question. I would prefer to have a boy, like if we put my genetics aside, because raising a girl, I come from a family of a lot of women, and it's like a negative experience. Mothers and their daughters, right? It's like a competition problem, and like my mom is a fucking nightmare, and my grandma, I've only just recently gotten on a good a good level with as far as communication, but she's still a problem. I would worry. Yeah, I would worry, like what people say, right?
Yeah.
Boy equals incel, girls equal slut, and girls grow up to be sluts. Like that's the fear. That's this fear, definitely. And I was a good kid, but I still can see. I could have seen myself getting a lot worse. Going. Women. I feel like having a girl is so scary, and so
is it
just not.
I also think that antisocial female behavior is really it is really there's no focus on it in the Western world. I'm not saying we should be evil towards women or young girls or something like that, but when I reflect upon it from my youth, women are fucking cruel as fuck to each other.
Yeah,
it's fucking insane.
I would fear, because I know my own brain when I was younger, and like hormonal changes from puberty and all that stuff made me fucking crazy. And my grandma was already crazy. I grew up with my grandma, and she was crazy. My mom was crazy. They have actual personality problems, and I think I skated by. I don't think I have a personality disorder, but I have other issues, like, mental health issues. And so I feel like, there's no way that I could raise a daughter and not constantly hear maybe this is going into too much depth, but my ex was certified narcissist, and my grandma's a narcissist, and so I'm very aware of every comment that's made. And my boyfriend is like the most calm, even-keeled person and normal, and doesn't have these weird there's no gaslighting, there's no weirdness. But if I had a daughter, I feel like any comment she would make to me, I would think it's more than a comment. But a boy, don't want to have him be short. So
you raise a good point, though. You're saying you think you're a covert narcissist. You'd be narcissistic towards your daughter. More importantly, how do you feel? How do you feel about Dev? Seems to think everyone's a narcissist. How do you think about Dev Pike's definition of narcissist, and what does he have to say? Let's talk about what is it you're afraid of. You said your mother and your people were narcissists.
I don't think I don't think I'm a covert narcissist. I think I'm in tune to people being passive aggressive and weird, and so a girl is gonna more naturally be that way. Even if they're not a narcissist, they're going to act more catty. I hate to use bitchy, catty as the way to describe that, but you know what I mean. Using words to play games and hiding things and being more.
Even a broken clock is right twice a day. Like Off Grid says, women, am I right? But let me ask you, I want to ask you all about narcissism. Dev, if you're there, Dev, do you think I'm a narcissist? Do you think, you can be honest, am I a narcy? You say narky, I say narcy, narcissist, not narcissist, narcissist. Am I a narc? Is she a narky, narcy? Are we narcissists? How do you guys define narcissists? Because Dev, you make a big deal about narcissism. Am I, is she? What do you think, Kassandra? Let's talk about narcissism for a moment, since everyone seems to have a different definition of narcissism.
There is no different definition of narcissism. Look up the definition of narcissism, and then you overlay this template onto how people are acting. That is the actual reality of narcissism. And the more points you tick off, the more narcissistic.
Yeah, you can have narcissistic tendencies and not be a full-blown narcissist.
So wait, first, what am I? Am I full? I want to about me. time to get very egocentric. I'm asking you, first me, am I narcissistic tendency or am I a full-blown narcy? What do you, Dev, what do you think about Cass? Cass, what do you think about Dev? What do you, let's discuss. Don't just talk generalities here. And you can chime in, Mark. Okay, let's get okay.
She's attacking me on this, Napoleon complex and then this 19-year-old
I didn't. Oh my God. It's just a joke.
elements. So she's ticking boxes. That's what I'm saying. The more I know, the more boxes I'm ticking off. I don't know well enough, but
Those boxes. I was gonna say we got to give OC the narcissist test and tick off some boxes. I don't know.
I'll take that. Wait, one of these days I'll take the test. Why not?
I think this is the thing is OC's pretty aware of other people's feelings, even if you don't like them or you don't act on them or you don't act because of them. You're pretty aware.
You and Dev seem to agree on that point. Okay, he was saying the same thing, but okay, yeah.
Yeah, you know what other people's emotions are. It's not like you don't.
I have a vague idea. I can
but it's not like you're I don't fucking care what other people's emotions are, and I'm never gonna think about it. Not that that's a narcissist. I'm just saying there's something there. I don't think you're a fool.
I'm glad you brought that. All three of you guys. Dev, this is where I think Dev confuses narcissism with being autistic. You seem to think. I think if a classically autistic person is oblivious, they don't know any better. I think a narcissist is aware. If Kassandra's going bye, but if a person, here's why we were talking about this before on Discord. Oh no, you can talk to me. Give me a sec. If a person is totally spurg, not spurg, classic autist, in the corner, if they're rude, they don't know any better. They don't know any better. Like the guy in the wheelchair can't run. He can't run. But when someone is functional, they got the wife, the kids, the normal life, the friends, and they're still treating you like that, they should know better. You're saying that's still a form of autism or spurgism? I mean, that's what we disagreed on. Dev?
Yeah, I mean, the point is that narcissism is more about ticking off. So you reach critical mass where you tick off a certain amount. Off and on.
Yeah, no. Narcissism is a cardinal symptom of antisocial female behavior that can be.
This is what I want. You guys okay, stop. Everybody has a different definition of narcissism. Matthew in Australia says he's arrogant, but he's not a narcissist. Dev, you said he's totally narcissist, but you also think he's a spurg and not me. We all have different definitions. Let's talk about it one at a time. I'm going to let you children do things orderly. Kassandra, you seem the most normie and the most adult-like. Let's do this orderly. Everybody be advised, you're not the only person in the universe. There are 4 of us here. I'll bow out. There are 2, whoever you are, there are 2 other people. One at a time. One at a time.
Yeah, okay.
Kassandra, you go. Kassandra, you get to go first. We'll go Kassandra, Dev Pike.
I don't know what. Okay. What am I talking on? I'm talking on whether or not you or Dev Pike or Denmark guy is a narcissist. I don't know.
You go last now. You both have different definitions of what an okay. Dev, you go first. What's your definition of an RC? And then Denmark guy can give his. Kassandra can listen and give hers because you guys were disagreeing. So Dev, you go first. Your definition. Don't pontificate too long. And then Denmark, Andy, where you disagree, jump in. I want to hear what you guys think narcissism is. Dev, you go first. Go.
Well, you just go from the textbook definition and then you extrapolate that with sort of the behavior coming from that. So you've got the selfishness, sense of entitlement, lack of empathy. You tick these boxes. So need for attention, admiration. Yeah.
Lack of empathy where?
And I don't care about what, the arrogant Jesus says, I'm arrogant, but I'm not a narcissist. That means absolutely jack shit. And arrogant is literally selfishness evolving. So by definition, by saying that, you're saying you're a narcissist. He just doesn't understand what he's talking about. I don't care. And also, I don't care what people say. It's how they act. It's this the dual scripts again. What someone says doesn't mean jack shit. Look at the action. I'm not interested in what you're saying. If you're going with 6'5" Chad, you're fucking looking. Whatever it is,
dude, we're in a place where only what people say matters. So what do you...
No, it's not.
We're on a live stream where everything that matters is what we are all saying.
No, that's wrong. Because then you could because what you say now can be cross-referenced with what you've said before, then you're talking crap. Then
So
there's
it
a
matters
contradiction.
what
So
we
what you're
say.
saying-
Which what we say is what we're doing, basically, is what you're saying.
to a degree, yeah. The action is the intent.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But also
You're
in real
saying-
life, the action is what you're doing. Like, so this is the
Yeah.
the hallmark is women. What's my bodyguard got to do with it? That's the action, you idiot.
I agree with that. But saying what you say, what you're saying doesn't matter. It's only what you do. What you say is what you do. So I think that's a stupid separation that people make. Oh, your actions matter, not your words. Your words are your actions. So it's an unnecessary talking point.
The problem is that every woman you talk to has that angle. Now what have you got?
I've never heard anyone else. I've only ever heard women say, your words don't matter. You say you want to do more for me for Valentine's Day, but it really matters what you do. Like, no. Everybody says your actions matter, not your words. I think that's I think it's bullshit. Like, what you just said is what women say. Your actions matter more than your words. I think your words are your actions, so I think it's like we're wasting time talking about, do your words matter in determining if you're a narcissist? You're like everything you do matters, and your words are part of what you do.
And speaking of
Just the women
words,
are in contradiction.
okay, hold your thought. Like I said, speaking of words, Denmark guy, don't feel left out. You can chime in too. Dev Pike, be quiet. Kassandra made her point. Dev, I'll bring you back on in a minute. Denmark, you can chime in too. What are your thoughts on this narcissistic debate?
I don't have any further comments. So
okay, then I'll bring Dev. I thought we were ignoring you. I don't want you to feel ignored. Let me bring Dev Pike back on. Again, I can't give you people 100. I got 3 people here. I can't give you all 100% of my time. Denmark guy, you're very patient. Thank you. Kassandra, you're good. Dev, I love you. I'm enjoying this conversation, but you seem to struggle with, I can't give you individual attention when I got 3 people here. Now I'm going to bring you on. Now you can continue. Okay, one at a time. Okay, now you can speak, Dev. Now it's your turn. Go ahead. Fly. Now you got my attention. Fly, little bird.
I was being a nasty. No. What? So, what Kaz said it alludes to the fact that women believe in this actions, not words. But then, if you actually look at what they're doing, they act in a manner where they don't fully. The 2 script is going on. You missed out the 2 scripts.
Yeah, I got to comment on that.
The script they're saying is what I've just said, but the actions are totally in contradiction to what you've just said.
Yeah,
the actions. Okay. Before Kassandra gives her counter rebuttal, what does Denmark Andy want to say?
Yeah. Okay. It's because women across all cultures, they when they talk or speak, they always try to save their face, and that you don't see that in men. It varies to specific degrees across different cultures and races. And European civilization, men they use, when they talk like they are in the military. That means that they talk truth before face, but women don't do that to the same degree. That is just my comment.
Okay, well, hold on. Hold on. You're saying that Kassandra is a woman. Do you think that's true? Right now, half of her comments are just saving face, whereas you and I, Endeavor, speaking military-like and very factual.
Yeah,
do you believe? That's fine. You believe Kassandra? Half of what she's saying is basically face saving. So you can't really. If that's the case, I'm not saying you're right or wrong, but if that's true, then you can't. You got to disregard half of what she says. And Kassandra might argue. I'm not trying to start drama, but I'm saying basically you're saying women are trying to save face. Fair point. Maybe Kassandra agrees. Is half of what she's saying face saving? So I'll put that out there.
But the whole point in what I'm saying is that it is the core of what I'm saying is it's genetics. It's a genetical thing, and of course it varies between women. You have women who where their brain are really masculine, they're really masculine, and they speak like men, and maybe they are masculine in their interest, and so on and so forth. So it's just on average that I'm referring to. So I was not, I don't know Cass, and I was not trying to attack her or anything like that. But
No, I didn't think it that way.
It's just it's a general thing that I need that applies for the modern world with all this technology and stuff and what we're seeing in politics. That women are the leftist politics are basically feminized people, women, men, and they try to save face instead of saying the whole truth. Because the truth often hurts, and people will attack you if you try to say the truth. But my point is, it's basically genetics. So yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if it's not that I disagree. I think I agree with that point. I feel like women care more about saving face than men do. And I think it goes, I mean, I don't know, dude. I don't fucking know anything. I feel stupid trying to talk about this stuff, but in my opinion, that's because they have to, or they had to in the past, at least. Like in history, women, to have any power, they have to care about saving face, and they have to care about right. So
women evolve higher verbal intelligence. Women evolve higher verbal intelligence, and they needed that because they needed to. I'm not trying to be evil now, but they needed that in order to survive and lie and shaming.
Yeah. Well, and like the whole, like all the power that women have had in history. I'm not talking about modern feminism and modern women being equal or whatever. Like in history, women have had a lot of power because they get their fingers in all they meddle, they meddle. That's what women are good at doing, and that's how they've had power. Like, in fucking Chinese history, you could talk about how oppressed women were and whatever, but all the men in Chinese, I mean, I know about Chinese history because that's the only history I ever cared about when I was in college, because I'm bad at history, but I know that it applies to other things too. It's like, to other cultures too. It's like, women have an impact on their husbands, and their husbands have power. So that's how women have power, is by meddling and lying or saving face. Or so I just agree with what you're saying, that women care about saving. Sorry, what?
It's not evil, a bad thing, because you needed it to survive, and you also especially needed it to take care and raise your children. And
I don't think it's intrinsically evil. I think that it can very easily become evil, but in the same way, men very easily take power and make it evil. I mean, it's just humanity can be easily.
Okay, this is interesting. So basically, they're saying they're admitting, yes, it's evil, but it's natural. I'm not. Okay, now it's actually role reversal. Dev, I kept quieting you. Now it's your turn to talk. Okay, Denmark Andy made some points. He says it's natural. Kassandra agrees women have to do it. I'm just sort of observing. What do you think, Dev? Let's hear what Dev has to say now. Let's all take turns.
I say, what about Bussy? You've missed out. Does Bussy have a problem as well? You didn't. I'm the DBF, and it's. Do you think Bussy has this issue? Denmark guy.
I don't know what the fuck you're saying. Bussy.
DBF is I don't know, dude. He's saying what about ladyboys? Do ladyboys have a part in this?
Yeah, because let me explain it to you.
Before you explain, let's be clear. DBF, Matthew, destroyed by Foids. He's the guy in Australia with the silver hair. He and your buddy Dumb got into a fight over a girl, but he also likes boys who look like girls. So that's when they say DBF for Matthew in Australia, destroyed by Foids. That's who we're talking about. The Australian guy, he and Dumb went at it over the same girl, Donna. You know who we're talking about now? We're on the same page?
I don't know the guy in detail.
Well, you've seen, I think you know who we're talking about. Okay, so now let's get back on. Let's make sure you remember his English isn't his first language. Let's explain, make sure he's on the same page. Okay, go ahead, Denmark.
So I need to comment if that guy who fucks trannies, if his brain is more female oriented than masculine oriented. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. But it's
I know him well. I know him well. I feel like I know him as well as you can on the internet. I feel like
but
he might be more in tune with femininity
yeah, but
than you guys, right? Than like a bunch of other guys here.
But homosexual men are more feminized in their brain on average compared to
Yeah.
heterosexual men. So yeah.
Well, yeah, that summarized it.
I feel like if this is the answer, if this answers your question, he is in tune with his feelings. Does that make him more feminized? Like he definitely can talk about
Now,
the
wait a minute.
complexities of
Hold
his
on.
emotions.
I'm going to throw my hat in the ring. Please, like the moderator here. You say that Destroyed by Foids is in tune with his feelings. Dev, you told me the opposite. You said you believe he really is a Spurg who has no clue. He's low in Hib, and he can't even pick up on the dual scripts. So Kassandra says Destroyed by Foids is in touch with his feelings. You said let's hear the come on, go ahead.
What a weird opinion to have of him. I feel like that's really
Relay
surprising.
this dual script as maybe spinning to make herself look better at the same time again. Now we're spinning this plate as well, right? So she's
What plate? I'm just talking about how I feel about things. I don't have any. I have no player in this game. I don't. Why? Sorry, I can't hear you.
Attributes to DBF. You're bestowing.
Yeah, I talk to him a lot. Mm-hmm. Like personally, I talk to him one-on-one a lot. Yeah, so.
You're bestowing attributes to him he doesn't have.
Do you talk to him a lot, one-on-one?
I've seen him stream.
Do you talk to him a lot, one-on-one? Have you talked to him in depth about his feelings? So I mean,
so you haven't.
Have you?
Sorry that he's lying.
Have you, bro? Have you?
I don't care. Again, we're going back to talking.
No. It matters in the conversation. I'm saying I think DBF is actually surprisingly in tune with his feelings, despite how I view him based on his streams, how he interacts in chat. I was surprised to find out that, wow, he's actually pretty in tune with his feelings. He actually thinks about his feelings a lot. He delves deep into his psyche about his more than I would. Like a lot. He really does think about his feelings. Is that feminine? Was my question. So now you're like, oh, you're prescribing like. Have you talked to him about his feelings? Do you know? No. So you don't care. So then don't make a comment on it.
Could somebody post a link to Off-Grid Live's channel in the chat?
It's garbage.
It's garbage. Everything you don't like is garbage. You have.
We're not talking about Off-Grid Live. We're talking about he was destroyed by Foids, DBF, Matthew, Australia, silver hair, arrogant Jesus. We're not talking about destroyed by Foids. No, I'm sorry. We are. We're not talking about Off-Grid. Now I'm getting confused. Please, Denmark, I know you might not follow all this. We're talking. See this guy here, arrogant Jesus, destroyed by Foids, DBF, Matthew, Australia. This is who we're talking about. We're not talking about Off-Grid. He's someone different. Let's just make sure we're all on the same page.
I think we were on the same page, but
I don't know what Kaz feels that he thinks or whatever it is. I have to go on your assessment of DBF.
You don't have to. I'm just giving you my opinion based on my interactions with the man.
Why do I believe your assessment? I don't.
You don't have to. You don't have. Nobody said you have to.
You're an expert in psychology. Where? Nowhere. So your assessment can mean nothing.
You're right. You're so right. Just like I believe the same thing about all of your beliefs.
You're putting yourself up on this pedestal.
I'm not putting myself on a pedestal. I'm saying, oh, how interesting, because it came up because we were talking about how gay men are more feminine. And so I said, actually, that makes sense based on my interactions with this person. So what, why are you trying to argue with me? Over fucking what, dude? Over what? I'm not saying anything contrarian.
There's no objectivity in what you're saying. There's zero.
I didn't hear any of that. I'm sorry. There's zero.
You're subjective. You're totally subjective. It's based on.
As are you. Like what? Yes, so is what you say. So what? Like you're just ruining the whole conversation by saying what you say is meaningless.
I know DBF just lies. all the fucking time. So I can't take any. Why are you taking account of
Okay,
anything
yeah,
seriously?
hey, that would have been a good point to make. Oh, actually, in my experience, DBF lies a lot. So maybe your like understanding of him is wrong. That would have been a fine point. That's a fine point. That's fine.
So his
Am I
narrative
correct?
has to be.
It's not just me, right? Like his audio is fucked.
I can prove he's been lying about things, but by going back to his stream and then so his narrative is fucked up. So I don't believe in any of his accounts. That's the point.
That's totally valid. That's very valid. If that's your experience, that's I'm not saying that he hasn't lied. I don't know what he would lie about. But okay, thank you, Sloth. Sorry, I was worried that I was being a dick.
No, in fairness to Arrogant Jesus, aka Matthew in Australia, aka DBF, aka Destroyed by Foids, what exactly did he lie about, Dev? You can speak your mind, but what did he lie about? Go ahead.
I'll give you one straight example. Is that the reason why he quote unquote doesn't speak to me is that he claims I phoned him up 3 times. I only phoned him up once, by the way. We talked once, then I phoned him up again, and he's blocked me. He's ignored me.
Oh, that's you.
But the problem is that his narrative is somehow that
Yeah, lower me, please. I don't want to be loud.
I only talked once to him, and then he blocked me straight after. We never talked twice. We only talked once. So his narrative is all over the place on it. So why am I trusting anything else he's saying?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I get that, but
that account wrong. So and I can give you more examples, right? See, lol, you're lying. It's garbage. The guy's an idiot.
I just feel like regardless of whether or not he was lying about those things, it doesn't like ruin my experience of talking to this person on a sort of deep point. The whole point was not to like attack DBF and ruin his like. This is not the point of the start of this conversation. The point of the conversation started with Danish guy saying gay men are more feminine mentally, and I said, yeah, I think that this person that we were talking about, who is gay or whatever, is more in touch with his emotions. Does that count as feminine? And then you went off about how you don't believe anything about this guy. So, like, what do
you mean? I talked to him myself.
I know, but what are we talking about? We're talking about your problems with DBF now.
I'm not sure. By the way, on a side note, I adjusted your mic volume. I can try to raise Dev Pike's. I think I've never done it before. Is she quiet? Too quiet? I need some technical help because I know how it sounds on the audience has to tell us. I made you a little softer. Am I too loud? What's going on here? Let us know. Let us know what's going on because people are saying the audio is cooked. Now I'll bring them back on. Okay, what's up, everybody?
DBF is still lying in chat. I've never talked to this guy 3 nights in a row. I talked to him once, and then he ghosted me after that. That's it. That's all I got. And this clown claims I called him multiple times. I called him, but he didn't pick up. You see, then we get to the ghosting, which is a narky element, right?
Dude,
he's an idiot. He literally talks shit.
As an outsider,
I don't trust a word.
How you come off. Which is negatively. You come off like I don't want to interact. I don't mind because I like interacting with people that it seems like most people don't. I feel like I but
no, I just don't like being
blame people for not wanting to interact with you. You seem like a fucking asshole. Like for the most part, this conversation gets derailed every time you have a talking point. And if the conversation isn't going the way that you have talking points on, then you derail the conversation towards it. You just talk about your talking points, which I'm not what?
I'm not talking about torsos and this pathetic. That's what I'm not willing to talk about.
I thought his torso point was just interesting. It was just interesting.
Actual issues that means something. But I'm not. But when it goes into this ridiculous, I'm not doing it.
And you were hell bent on talking about how only 6+ feet men and everybody underneath is so marginalized, which most people here would agree with you on.
Yeah.
So but he brought up an interesting point. It was interesting. So we're not all here just to talk about your talking points. Like, he had a thought and wanted to talk about how
how much
people
time was taken
definitely.
how much time was taken on this torso thing, which
How
is
much
basically
time has been taken about
to be honest,
from you
nonsense.
talking about how much you hate DBF for whatever interactions you guys have had personally? I brought up my personal interaction.
Yeah, I agree.
Meaning
That was wasted airtime. But I'm just saying that
okay, fair.
we're just trying.
Okay, Denmark guy, we haven't heard from you in a while. I do like the back and forth. Denmark, anything to say, or are you happy to be a spectator? Denmark guy, come in.
I
I mean,
really,
what the argument is, Dev
I'm
Pike
just
feels...
listening to it in the background, this conversation. I don't
But
really
here,
have
I was gonna say, okay, Dev Pike, I can change your names too. Okay, I'll put them back. Dev Pike feels you wasted a lot of time on, what do you call it? That whole torso argument. But then Kassandra counterpointed, well, Dev Pike, you wasted a lot of time on the whole DBF obsession. So she has a good counterpoint. How do you feel? Do you think you can join in, but if you want to, okay.
I think that if I don't have anything to contribute with, then I just shut the fuck up. Then that's just how I am, like, in general, I think. Of course, Daniel, I'm not saying you can't. Of course, having a funny conversation is fine, but if I don't want to be negative always, So
Yeah, that's a nice sentiment.
How can you be positive in a negative environment,
dude?
Why
you
would
just
you be?
Do it. You
sense.
just be positive. You just try to be as normal as possible. You don't have to always be. I feel like you are suffering because you're so negative, and that's fine. I'm not saying that's what makes you an asshole,
lying.
but like,
no, what
don't
makes
like
me an
lying?
asshole is the lie. I call out anyone that's lying, a bit like, again, DBF. I just won't have it. I'll just say
I lied.
Remember what Denmark Andy said. Remember what Denmark guy said about the nature of women to manipulate. Why would that not apply to you?
Okay. Well, I have no foot in this race. I don't know any of these people in person. I don't really care if this all I don't know, dude. I don't have friends, and this is a nice place to be, but that wasn't my intention by hanging out here to make friends. So like, I guess I do have a foot in the race. I don't really want to lose friends here that I've made, but like, I'm here because I'm interested in hearing about the perspectives that are different from my own. So I benefit, and I have no benefits from lying about it, because I care more about what OC has to say about his experience and DBF has to say about his experience. Like, I'm not the fucking person here. This is about OC's channel.
Right. Hear what you just said. She wants to know about OC's experience and DBF's experiences. We are the Chads. You are the Inkwells. Go away, you filthy Inkwells. The girls love us. No, I'm kidding. No, here's the problem I have. On a side note, I got destroyed by Foyd. Speak of Satan himself. Let me on. I'll set him straight. Before I said, you want to come on? No. Now you want to come on. I got this bitch Beppis saying, let Matt on. But Matt, you didn't want to come on before. So give me a few minutes. I'll let you on, but not yet. Let's talk some more. I'll let him on in a minute. Give me a few minutes. He was so adamant. I'm not coming on. Now he wants to come on all of a sudden. That kind of pisses me off. So keep talking. I'll be right back.
Fuck off, Totem. Let him on.
The point
is, fucking gun. Sorry.
You're not giving. You're giving too much. You're giving people equal weight. But why would you listen to someone that's already lied and has been proven? Why are you taking their narrative? I don't get it.
For example, in my life, many of my family members have lied to me, to other people. Do I have none of them in my life ever? I mean, I do. I've cut off a lot of people who have lied a lot. Not to me, I do, but it's the same with friends, right? Like, so people lie. People lie all the time. So, and there's also like do you judge people immediately when they make they lie once and you catch them in a lie? Do you immediately think everything they've done is a lie? Hopefully not. Yes, if you want to be smart, and you want to be self-preserving, yeah, right? You try not to ever believe anything ever again that person says. But I guarantee you every single fucking person you've ever met and ever interacted with has lied to someone near you or to you. So there's only so much you can, so then you have no one. And that's fine if you want to have no one.
It's always, it's a scale of the argument and how, it's a scale of the lie and how many lies. You're straw manning her.
That I agree with. Yeah, that I agree with.
Yeah,
but all these people to me are just internet friends. So if I'm not relying on them.
So you're ascribing no value to them. It's just entertainment. It doesn't mean anything.
No, it's not entertainment. No, it's not nonsense. It's not garbage. It's not entertainment. I hope for the best.
You just belittled it, saying internet friends.
I did not. I said I'm not relying. I said I'm not relying on them, but they're still my friends, my internet friends. All of my friends, bro. All my friends are internet friends.
You're not relying on them, so you're devaluing them. That's the whole thing. It's a contradiction.
I've known most of these people for less than a year. So would I ever rely on people I met on the internet that I've known for less than a year? I'm not belittling them as humans. I'm just saying for self-preservation. You say you hate anyone immediately that lies. So I think I'm like less.
I hate them. I'm just saying that. Why do I trust them? You have to prove the trust. Why would you not have to prove the trust?
Them. I don't intrinsically trust them. Just to put that out there. I don't trust DBF is always telling the truth. But I just
trust the narrative that they're putting forward to a degree.
He is. Yeah, I act like he is with my interaction.
You're going into a kind of nonsense.
Yeah, but I have to, and I've had to for my whole life for every other person I've interacted with. So, and you should too. Everybody should.
I actually have a question for you, Kassandra. How do you feel about the whole, not to be drama, dumb, destroyed by Foids, Donda thing? Dev Pike is actually on DBF's side. He feels Donda was a cunt. How do you feel?
That's interesting. I don't know. I still don't really know what happened. I know that there are things that happened that I'm not aware of, and that I assume a lot of people aren't aware of, but that also could be a lie. But I'm not like relying on any of the facts that I've been given. So I just like all of these people individually, and unless one person gives me an ultimatum and is like, you can't like them ever again, or I won't talk to you. I don't know what else to do. What am I just supposed to not like any of them because they all claim the other person is wrong? Sorry, what?
Kaz, this is the same thing that Denmark Andy was hitting on. You're saying these empty words without action that is fucking saving face. This is garbage. What you just said is absolutely nonsense. By the numbers, by the way. I love everyone, bro. They just in the stars, bro. I love
everyone. I'm just here to fucking interesting. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, just go to Woodstock in 1967, bro.
Dude, everybody sucks. Love, everybody does bad stuff all the time.
It doesn't mean jack shit. It's
nonsense.
You, it doesn't. Anyone with an IQ.
To me, it's very meaningful. It's not nonsense. To me, it's very meaningful to make connections with people.
Just go on social media and post a picture of a dog. It's rubbish what you've just said. Because it has no application. There's nothing behind it.
To me, in my life, it has a lot of application. I feel positive things from my interactions with individuals that are complicated and not just good, only good. I like interacting with people and finding out all of everything about
good. And apparently, I'm the teenager, and this is the adult talking here with, by the way, a teenage
You gotta move past the teenager thing. I'm not calling you a teenager in every sentence. You gotta fucking move past it, dude.
This is a level of interaction. This is a superficial teenage level. You're almost consuming these friends like it's some kind of fucking TV show or something in a superficial way where they're isolated in this bizarre manner.
And I bet you any of these people would attest to the fact that I'm not just consuming them like media. I don't do that.
It's garbage.
You're garbage.
You are, because you're not treating them as human. You're treating them individually, as you say.
I definitely treat them more as human than you do.
There's no interrelationship between them, right? So somehow they're atomized on the internet, bro. Yeah, you're more in tune than me. But again, the actions aren't backing up the rhetoric. It's crap. It's absolute garbage.
I'm really trying. Whatsoever.
Your psychological understanding is 0.001 out of 10 because of what I just said. These humans aren't atomized. They're interacting with each other. So this weird thing, I can just be friends with all of them simultaneously while DBF gets ran over by Donna.
Be friends with all of them. But I'm not talking. Here's the other thing. I'm not talking with Donna and Dumb daily. I have very, very few interactions with them. It's positive. It's a normal interaction. It's an internet interaction. DBF I'm pretty close friends with at this point. So it's like, yeah, I haven't gone into full detail about my relationships with each of these individuals. All I'm saying is I don't have anything to say about the conflict between the three of them because I don't know how much is a lie or how much isn't a lie or how much is one person's perspective and how different it is between the three of them. I don't really pay that much attention because I care more about everything else about these people. So, like, I just don't really care to speak on the fucking topic. I don't know what else to say. Like, I understand how your perspective and how it must seem to you that I'm just Gucci with everybody and everybody's cool and I love everybody. I'm not saying that either, though. I'm saying I'm close. I like DBF. I'm close with him. I've heard a lot of what he has to say on a personal level, not on his streams, but I've talked to him personally. I have not talked to Dumb personally. I've talked to Donna personally very briefly. I don't have anything to say. The original question was, what's your opinion on the Donna Dumb DBF fiasco?
Coming full circle, yes. That was my original question.
Yeah, I don't have a lot to say because I don't know that much, and I don't know how much is whose perspective. That's all.
We'll bring him on in a minute. Yeah, actually, it's funny. I remember Dumb said something weird once. He's like, Cass went on OC stream. She never came on mine. I'm like, this isn't some competition. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, he never has people on. What the hell is he talking about? So, yeah, it's like, I don't get it. But, all right. So, Denmark Andy has chosen to mute himself. I'll bring him back in a bit. You know, I'll tell you what. If I haven't been too thrilled with my buddy Matt. I thought we were buds. I never catch his streams. Past couple nights, I caught his streams, and he banned me twice. I'm like, dude, I thought we were buddies, even if we disagree. Yeah, so I'm a little hesitant, but I'll bring him on if he's willing, because he didn't want to come on before. I'm not talking to Dev Pike. Now all of a sudden he wants to. So I'll put out a link if Destroyed by Foids wants to come on. I'll bring him on. You can go ahead. I'll bring him on. But okay, so what have we accomplished here? Very little. What is I gotta find. Where's the link? Hold on. Because you do, I'm sorry, no, Dev Pike, you do feel that he was cheated or screwed over. I don't even know the story. I'm like Kassandra. I'm like you. I don't even know the full story. I half listen. I hear things. I don't.
Anyone looking at the narrative?
Can I actually, if I have to say, can I say?
Let's go.
If I have to say, I would say it seems to me like DBF was wronged. But again, I only talked to DBF extensively on a personal level. I have not talked to Donna on a personal, extensively. I've talked to Donna, but not on a personal level extensively, and I've talked to them through his streams. So, I don't know. It seems like DBF was wronged, but I also, what can I say? I mean, I don't know. Also, DBF is very sensitive is a point to make. He can be sensitive. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but maybe it went in a way that made him feel wronged. I don't know.
I'll put the link out if any of the aforementioned want to come on. I'll bring Dev Pike back on in a minute. Denmark guy. I don't think I've ever had 5 people on, so this will be interesting. If anyone wants to join, we got Dev Pike, Denmark guy, and now Kassandra. I'll bring on a 5th and a 6th. Here we go. Okay, things are gonna get fun. Let me bring Dev Pike back, Denmark guy. I've never done this before. This is fast. Oh, this is fun. This is great.
Hi, DBF.
What is can I ask DBF? When do you not lie?
Dude,
I've killed him with one question.
oh my god.
Yeah, the audio is going to be all over the place. Deal with it. Adjust your volumes. Okay, DBF, your buddy, your boy Dev Pike.
How does Kaz think about being in a 5-way? How many 5 ways has Kaz been in?
Okay, one at a time, asshole. We went over this. Your boy is actually on your side in many ways. Okay, now I'll bring him back. What's going on? Who wants to ask what?
Hello.
does DBF
Hey,
not
Kat,
lie?
how are you?
Hi, Matt. I never talked to you one-on-one. It's weird.
No. Long last. So,
Do you say at long last? Yeah,
yeah.
crazy.
By the way,
Crazy.
this was never meant to be a simp fest. If you're going to come on and simp for the one girl, let's not go that route. Let's stay on topic. Okay, that's the one thing. I can talk to anybody who have to get into. So, Matthew, DBF, I love you. Don't get into you. Everyone's pissing off now. You and I have had some. I come to your chat. It's hey, I haven't been here in a long time, and you banned me twice. I was a little I was hurt, but no,
You were drunk and obnoxious last night. You're
no,
spamming the chat. I told you for 5 minutes.
No, you took it too personally. But okay, we'll digress. Let's not get simpy. Let's bring on Kassandra. Let's bring on Dev Pike, and even let's bring on Denmark guy if he wants to say anything. Okay, orderly. I trust you people. Orderly. Don't talk out of turn. Let's have a nice orderly conversation.
All right. Okay. So Dev, I'm lying about you calling me 3 nights in a row, and then you got shitty with me that I went on dumb stream when you wanted to talk to me for a 4th night in a row. I made all that up.
No, I talked to you once, and then I called you.
No, you didn't. You spoke to me 3. Shut up. Let's get this right. You spoke to me 3 nights in a row. I was right here in the kitchen. You called me 3 nights in a row. The 4th night in a row, you got the shit because I said I didn't want to talk. And I was on dumb stream. You caught me at dumb stream. Like you thought we were in a relationship together or something. You cracked the shits. You got me shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Listen to me.
The big
shut
man
the fuck
is
up.
talking.
You jockey cunt. Listen. Just shut your fucking your punsy mouth for once, right?
Pussy.
On the
pussy.
4th night, shut up. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Are you going to shut up or what? Are you going to shut up or what? You're lying. You're fucking lying.
Okay, Christ almighty. All right, everyone stop.
To get laid.
Okay, stop. Okay, Kassandra, you go first. What do you want to ask either or? I'll bring them on one at a time because it's getting a little silly.
I don't have questions.
Then I'll take her off for a minute. Okay, I'm going to bring on DBF first. What do you want to ask Dev Pike? Dev Pike says you spoke 3 times.
Nothing. I just want to say the truth. I don't. What's he? What? I'm not lying. Why would I lie about that for? He's embarrassed because he got called out because he's possessive of me and got possessive of you because he's a closet homosexual.
He's just
At least I'm
throwing out all
honest
these
about it. I'm a borderline faggot, but I'm out about it. But you're a gym bro closet fag, and you got possessive about me. You called me 3 nights in a row. I'll put you off for the 4th night. You got all upset over it.
Want your pussy,
You
bro.
caught me.
Sorry.
I was over. Shut the fuck up, you English faggot. I was over at Dumps. You got upset, and I said, "Didn't want to talk in the 4th night." And then you blew up on me on Discord, and then you apologised the following day. So Friday night, I remember that.
Okay, here's how we're gonna do it. Okay, I stop. I'm gonna let DBF. You can continue your rant for a minute or two. Then I'll put what's his name, Dev Pike, on because you're talking over each other. All right, you start first, DBF. Kassandra, you just watch. Denmark guy, watch. Dev Pike, you're muted. Go ahead, DBF. You have the floor. Go ahead.
Well, he's embarrassed because he got caught out. He's the fucking liar. Why would I lie about this? He called me 3 nights in a row. We're both unemployed at the time. He had nothing better to do. It's all right for him. It's like 10 a.m. in the morning. It's late night here. I didn't mind to talk every now and then, but he called me 3 nights in a row. On the 4th night, I didn't want to talk. I went over the dumb stream because he's unpacking comics or something. He goes, "What do you want to watch that for?" He blew up at me in Dumb's chat, and he blew up me the next day on Discord, and he apologized, and then he blew up again. I said, I don't answer to you. You're not my fucking girlfriend, you fucking fag. And then he blew up again, and that's when I ghosted him. And I thought, well, fuck you. Who the fuck are you, you English punts? Like, I don't even know you. I owe you fucking nothing. Who the fuck are you? Could you be any more anally retentive? Like, seriously. Like, fuck off. Who the fuck are you? You fucking want to be high IQ cunt.
Okay, I think, okay.
Big bag, me or you? You are.
Okay, now we've got your side. Cool. Now I'll unmute Dev Pike. Go ahead, Dev.
Kaz is getting very excited about me being slammed.
No, I just
anyway,
I think
sure she's been slammed so many times.
I think
the point is that the DBS narrative fucked up. I've got one. I had one phone call with him. Then he ignored my other phone call. Then he ignored my other phone call the next day. Then he went on Dumb's lame ass stream about some fucking comic book, like a cuck. And he was watching a man unpacking fucking boxes of comic books or something stupid like that, over talking to a real human being. And I was like, "You're a fucking idiot." Then I just called him out.
You're
That's
a
what happened
fucking
in reality.
idiot.
You didn't.
You need to get paid
DBF.
for it. Dude. All this is about your sexual frustration. We're all sexually frustrated, but you're the worst of all. You're a 35-year-old virgin. Just fucking pay for it, mate. Get it over and done with.
That's it.
Seriously.
It's not.
DBF, you think he's
It's just
35?
pure narcissism. That's it. You're trying to.
You're the
lord it
fucking
over
narcissist. You're
the low
English
man
born
by
fucking.
ignoring his call.
You think you're
By
high
ignoring his
IQ.
call.
You think you're smarter than everyone else. If you're so fucking smart, what are you doing with
You
low
can't
IQ
even-
fuckwits like us for? Fuck
You
off.
can't compute being smart. You're not
Shut
smart enough
the
to tell the
fuck
difference.
up, Joffrey.
The
Shut up.
Dunning-Kruger effect. You think you're
Fuck
smarter than you
off.
are, but
You know what the truth is? You called
You're
me
an
3
idiot.
nights in a row because you're a closet
moron.
homosexual, and then you tried it. You tried it on with OC. You tried the same shit on with him, and it didn't work out. No one wants to be your friend. You're an insufferable cunt. Fuck off.
Says the insufferable cunt.
You're the
You are
insufferable
talking
cunt.
about yourself,
That's a
you idiot.
shittier way of
How are
explaining
No,
what I was
you
saying
are.
to
You think
earlier.
you're so fucking smart. If you're so smart, why haven't you got laid yet? Why are you not at home? Why have you never had a job? You're 35 years old. Fuck
You know
me.
what I'm doing? I'm
Huh?
doing accounting. What do you learn?
Oh, I'm an accountant.
You've got
I'm a
none of the
little
things
wanker.
you're
What a fucking joker.
Okay, let's take a slight break from these two. I think Denmark Andy's no longer with us. Sorry, Den. Kassandra, anything you want to? You were trying to say something. You got cut off. Denmark guy, if you want to come back, feel free. You want to say something that we couldn't hear? Okay, what did you want to say? It's your turn to talk.
Two comments, which is one, I only laugh because DBF's really good at shit talking. I'm not laughing at Dev Pike's expense necessarily. I just think DBF shit talking is funny. Like it's outlandish and strong and funny. It's fun in a good way. I don't think it's I'm not laughing because I think he's making good points. I'm laughing because it's fucking funny. His word choice is funny. The word choice is funny sometimes.
I'm saying Normie jokes about being gay. That's it. That's not funny. That's just copy and paste.
No, it's just
Dave Chappelle rubbish.
yeah.
That means
But
you.
I'm sorry, yes. Motherfucker, hold on. Oh my god.
He's homosexual. Yeah, that's
You
not
are.
funny.
You're a
Just
consistent
being gay.
faggot.
Well,
You're an idiot. You're a moron, pal.
yes. Hold on.
Yeah,
Both
yeah,
of
cool.
you. Hold on. 1 second. The combination and the cadence is, there's like something to be said about the way that Australian people should talk. And yes, it's copy and pasted words for sure, but it comes out so fluidly. It's good. It's funny. I'm sorry. It's not at your expense.
You gotta forgive me. I'm not used to having so many Danes. Not Denmark. I should call him cocaine. Danish cocaine. Danish whatever. Anyway, the Danish guy who's with us is gone. I'm sorry. If you want to come back, whatever the hell your name is, feel free. All right, now I'll put him back. Yeah, I can't keep track of all these Danes. So we've got an American from Arizona, an Australian from Sydney, and an Englishman from the south of England. Okay, let's continue. I'm sorry. And Denmark guy, whatever your name is, you're always welcome back. I'm sorry about that.
New York.
My first point was, I'm not laughing at your expense, Dev Pike. I'm not trying to punch down. I actually just think it's funny in general when DBF shit talks. Second was,
it's the same thing again. It's the dual
I
script.
can't think of my second point
Yeah,
because he
no.
just talks too much.
That
That was it. That was it. DBF shit talk of you was that nobody likes you because
No
you're.
one does like him.
Of course.
Hold on. That was my second point. Was earlier.
But you're a moron, so I don't really care.
God, can I just make my point really
You're so
quick? I have to pee. Let me make my point. My point was, I don't know you.
Video.
What value does it have if you don't like me? Nothing. Because you're idiots. That's it.
My point was that I don't know you, Dev Pike, and I don't hate you. I said that in the beginning. Matt, hold on. My point was that I don't know you that well, and my only impression of you is through chat and through streams. And I think that you're an asshole. Like you come off as a fucking asshole, and that's why people don't like you. And
DBF isn't the asshole. Right, of course.
I'm not saying DBF isn't an asshole.
because it's coming from you.
Didn't say that. I didn't say
Your
that.
assessment is
Didn't say
zero.
DBF isn't an asshole.
Nothing.
I think DBF can be an asshole. I've heard him be an asshole. I didn't say
That's
that he
how-
wasn't.
what we have like to hear.
I didn't say he wasn't. I'm just saying that you've come off as an asshole in the small
Now what have you got?
amount of time I've known you. That's all. I gotta pee. You guys can keep talking.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, she's going to use the bathroom or the loo, whatever you guys call it. Okay, so I don't know what's going on. You want, come on, DBF, to set the record straight. You guys spoke once. He said, no, he says once. You guys, you spoke 3 times. Okay, whatever. I'm not sure if the whole. I don't even know. I wasn't there. So you guys spoke 3 times. Says DBF. One time. I'm not following this. It's kind of funny watching 3 or 4 people. I'm a Spurg, man. I know you don't believe it. It's hard for me to keep track of 3 or 4 conversations. Okay. Destroyed by Foids, what do you want to say about this whole Dev Pike thing? And then Dev Pike, you can speak. Please be adults about this one at a.
What would be the point of me lying about you calling me 3 nights in a row? Then on the 4th night you wanted to call me and you got upset so you didn't want to talk.
Yeah, why lie?
And then you shut the fuck up. It's my turn to talk.
That doesn't
Shut
mean
up,
you're not
Joffrey.
lying. That doesn't
Shut
mean
the
you're
fuck
lying,
up,
though.
Joffrey.
That's
Why
the
would I
problem.
lie? Shut the fuck up. It's my turn to talk. Shut the fuck up. You fucking little English punch. Shut up. Hey, good. Why would I lie? Let me say my piece, and then you got your turn. Why would I? What is the point of me lying, saying you did call, you called me 3 nights in a row, you got upset for the 4th night in a row, I didn't want to talk, then you got upset that you saw me in Dumb's chat unboxing his comic books, whatever, then you blew up at me like you did OC, you've done the same thing to him because you're a possessive faggot, you went off at me, then you apologized, which was on a Friday night. I remember that, and that's when I blocked you. I thought, why should I put up with your shit? You're an insufferable little turd. Like, why would I do this for? Why would I lie all about that? What is the point of me lying? Answer that. Explain it. And how did I lie? Can you prove that I lied?
Okay, now we'll unmute Dev Pike. Dev, it's your turn now.
Yeah,
Go
that's
ahead.
the point. Just because it's absurd that you would lie doesn't mean you're not lying, bro. You're so much of an asshole. You would lie about. In fact, Kaz even said you have lied. So therefore, why should anyone trust that you're not lying? You're such an idiot. You can't work out the contradiction in your.
You're the
narrative
fucking
is
idiot.
You got nothing because if you're willing to lie about one
You've
thing,
got
you're
nothing.
willing to lie about
You're
everything.
upset that you got rejected.
You're a bussy
You,
chasing.
you got upset that no one likes you. You're an arsehole, like Cass says. You're an insufferable cunt. You can't get laid. It's because of your personality. You're a little English turd. That's what you are. You're a fucking Joffrey cunt. Fuck off.
Because you were trying to ghost me for some narcissistic reason or whatever it is to make yourself feel better. Ghosting doesn't mean anything. You're a fucking idiot. Yes, mute him. That's it. The bussy and you mute Kassandra. That's good. Now I can take pot shots at both of them.
It's cool.
So
It's
now
cool,
what
mate.
do
Don't do that.
When did I say he lied? When did I say he lied?
He's
So you
lying again.
about
There we
that?
go.
You just said he lied about Donna and DBS, Donna and
I
Dumb.
said I don't know if he has. I said I'm. Oh my god!
Go back to the stream. Go back an
Yes,
hour.
go back.
And
Go back
rewatch
to the
it,
stream.
moron.
And
You
you're
said
wrong.
I
you yourself can't remember
Dude,
what you're saying.
Brother,
You're a
Dev Pike. Hey, can I say one
go back
thing?
and watch the stream, and then let's
Dev
actually
Pike,
inject
Dev
some
Pike,
reality. into it.
Listen for a second. Listen.
She's doing the dual script is.
Go ahead,
Oh my gosh,
Kassandra.
can I just say something, Dev
Yeah,
Pike?
go ahead.
I want to say that you have this like expectation where like, oh, you can't listen to people who have lied, or I can't trust you because all I have to go on is what you're saying. I don't know that you haven't fucked 10 guys because you're saying 3, but I don't know that, right? So in that moment of you saying, I know that DBF has lied so many times, I have proof, and I say something like, well, I guess I don't know because all I have to go on. So I'm catering to you, right? What you believe is you can't believe what people say online. So I cater to that and I say something.
And I cater to her. I'm not a low-key simp. I'm a major, major, major simp for Kassandra. No, seriously, everyone gets a chance to speak. We heard Dev, we heard DBF. Let Kassandra talk. I'm trying to be fair. Okay, I'm simping. Yes, I am simping for Kassandra.
No, it's not. There's no fairness. I just want to say something, which is that I was trying to cater to your understanding of the internet, which is that you can't believe whatever you hear or whatever people say. Everything's action, not speech. Like whatever. So whatever you want to hear, and like trying to frame it in a way that makes sense for you. Brother, if somebody can't finish a sentence when they're talking to you, do you think they'll like you?
I love all of you, hurt by the cold, so hard and lonely too. When you I lost your boy. Shit, where'd he go?
Can you sing it again? Keep singing. Sing more.
I was singing Red Hot Chili Peppers. No, your boy went bye-bye. I cut everyone off just temporarily. Oh well, okay.
Good,
so
don't bring him back.
Well, hold on.
What
So the
song
point
was
is,
that?
maybe DBF remembers.
More the lyrics?
My friends are so depressed. I fear the question of your love. Remember this one? I love all Red Hot Chili Peppers. Yeah, hot minute. Never mind. The point is, I was simply okay. I don't know where. I want to hear Dev Pike, but everyone's talking over everybody. Okay, so how many times did you actually speak with Dev Pike?
He called me 3 nights in a row.
Now, how many times did you call him? How many times did you physically actually speak?
3 nights in a row.
You actually spoke 3 nights. He said
3
he spoke
nights in
once.
a row.
He said he admits he called 3 times. First time you spoke, 2 times you didn't answer. That's what he says. Okay, so that's why let's clear any ambiguity. You say you spoke. You actually spoke 3 nights in a row. He says you only spoke for 1. Okay, there's some ambiguity there. Okay. And he's gone now, so I guess you chased him off. He was on your side. He actually, DBF. To fairness, Dev Pike thought you were wronged by Dumb and Donda, and he felt bad for you, and he thought Donda was a bitch. So he was kind of on your side with that. So he still just putting that out there. I got to be fair. He said he still felt, even though he thought you were a jerk, he agreed that you were wronged by Dumb and Donda. So I thought I'd at least be fair.
But he did the same thing to you when you didn't answer his message straight away. He called you a nasty and blew up. You've had the same experience with him. Why are you tolerating? Why do you bring him back?
I agreed. I said, yeah, man. I said, you're right. I'm a narcy. Why are you talking to me? And then, of course, he wants to talk. So you got to ask, if someone thinks you're a narcy, but they still want to talk to you, then okay, I'm a narcy. There must be something even worse with you if you want to talk to me. So I let him talk. I don't mind. But I don't feel the need to argue. And it was interesting.
He thinks he's so high IQ and so fucking smart. He said we're all idiots. So, like I said to him, I said, if we're all fucking idiots, why are you doing here with us then? Why lower yourself?
That's the point that I feel is important here.
Right. And, he and I had a nice chat. I enjoyed some of the points he made. And if he wants to come back on, he's more than welcome. So I want to hear, because I don't know what happened. I wasn't there. You guys got into some argument.
It's such a non-event. Like, why is he so anally retentive? Why is he so? He needs to get laid, like we all do. But he's a 35-year-old wizard. He's so fucking pent up, full of sexual frustration. Like, we should start a GoFundMe or something for his prostitute fund. Like, let's get him laid.
Okay, yeah, I'm observing. He did. We had some good talks about. I liked his poker analogy, and we worked out our whole scripts and made like a video about it. I don't.
If he's better in text than in speech,
or maybe better one-on-one. I don't know. He had some interesting points, but then when he gets to the personal stuff and you guys are going at it, I don't know what happened. I wasn't there, so I don't want to take sides.
I had one-on-one moments with him, and they suck. I mean, he fucking hates me and I agree with him on the things that he's talking about, but he assumes that I don't. So it's impossible. It's impossible. I feel like it's impossible.
He's an argue bot 9000. He just argues for the sake of arguing because he's never had sex, because he's just so fucking sexually pent up and frustrated. We all are, but he's the worst out of all of us. It's just like, just get laid, dude. Just fucking pay for it. Get over and done with, or you're gonna have a heart attack. It's just, but fuck me dead.
I think there's a lot of people who, even if they got laid, they'd still act like that. I don't think that it would be fixed. I don't think it would be fixed. I feel like it's not that he's lost or anything. It's just there's definitely some fucking issue with him and communicating. Like that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. How do I have somebody asked me how I have the patience to deal with that. It's like, I don't know. He's a person,
I-
but apparently I'm using everybody for entertainment. I'm not actually treating everybody like people.
I don't know why he cares so much. Like, why would he give a fuck? Like, we're just all fuckwits on the internet. Like, why get so involved for?
I think it comes off as he cares a lot about the fact that you didn't want to keep talking to him. That's how it comes off. I don't know. I don't know him that well.
The only reason why I ghosted him because he blew up at me on Discord, and I went, okay, and I said, I don't owe you anything. I was like, we're not in a relationship together. Like, you know.
I think I remember you saying this on a stream, and that's why at that point I was like, oh, that's you. I remember that. I remember you talking about that, and that's fine. If the way that he remembers that is different than you, not the amount of times he called you or when, that those are facts, right? How many times he wanted to talk and how many times you didn't, that's fact. But like the nature of the relationship, like you framing it in this like, you think we're in a relationship, like that's going to immediately set him off in a conversation. He's going to immediately be on the offense, you know, or he's gonna get like aggressive about it because.
But like, he can get aggressive. He can dish it out, but he can't take it.
I agree. I mean, clearly he can't because the 2 or 3 different topics so far tonight we've talked about, and every time I make any points, he's silent. But he has so much to say about when I'm silent in chat when they're in a deep conversation. That's what I'm saying. I feel like he needs some, I don't know, like guidance on how to interact. I mean, it's not. I don't think all of his thoughts are fucking bullshit. Not garbage. Like he thinks everybody else's thoughts are garbage. I don't think all of his beliefs and thoughts are garbage. But his interacting very, very fucking poorly. Everybody hates him. I mean, right now at least.
It all comes down to him never having sex in his entire life. And that's not me shitting on him. If he got laid, I reckon he wouldn't be like this. Like, I'm fucked. OC's fucked.
Yeah,
we've had sex, but we rarely get it.
I wonder if that would really change it, though.
I think it'd help.
I know people who have fucked who still act like that, so I don't know. But maybe. Maybe.
Yeah, and according to him, we're all fucked up. But like I said, I just why hang around us for? If we're such losers, why lower yourself hanging around us?
That's a good point.
I don't know. If he's so smart and intelligent, that doesn't it doesn't compute.
That's a good point. I agree. I want to know how OC feels about these things. I hate when he leaves because it's like.
Well, here's what I was thinking. Okay, at first, Matthew, you didn't want to come on. You rejected coming on, and he really wanted you.
Groceries.
Okay, fine. He wanted you to come on. I finally got you all on, and he disappeared. I'm a little surprised. He wanted to talk to you. He had some nice things to say about you. I'm surprised he left. I thought he'd still be here. I don't know why he left. That confuses me because he wanted you to come on. He wanted to talk. He said, "I'm bored with Kassandra. I'm bored with Denmark guy. I want to talk to Destroyed by Foids." But then he left, so I'm a little confused where he went. But no,
probably crying.
I don't know. That's the only thing that surprises me. He can say whatever he wants, but why'd he leave? I thought he'd still be here. But oh well.
Because I made him cry.
I guess. Okay, well.
Yeah, well, that's not going to get him to come back. The same thing I'm talking about, he needs some coaching on how to interact. That's not a good way to interact, DBF. That's not a good thing to say about someone. It's funny, though.
By the way, Run and Gun wants to meet you in real life for some reason, so you guys can meet up, you and Run and Gun.
He always backs out, so there's no point trying to organize that.
Oh, he always backs out. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. See, you got to understand something. You have such a magnetism, Destroyed by Foids. We feel upset when you reject us. So I understand Dev Pike felt upset when you didn't take his call. I felt upset when you banned me. I thought we were buddies and you blocked me. I'm like, I haven't seen him in so long. And he blocked me from his chat. So you have such a magnetism. We get upset when you don't want to pay us attention. So I feel for Dev Pike in that regard. We want your, and Run and Gun wants you to meet in real life. We all love you so much. And you ignore us. You Chad. How dare you?
Froglet, for the record, and you know this, he's the one who blocked you. And
Fuck that kid. You should have empowered that child. He's an extension of you. You're the grown up. Don't make it about Froglet. You're the adult, not him.
I ended the stream like 10 seconds after you got
no, but the other stream, we were talking about Gigantopithecus, and you still I'm like, what the fuck?
No. I reckon you're drunk last night. You came into my chat, and you're obnoxious, and you're spamming chat.
Have I ever been obnoxious, Kassandra? Do you believe this bullshit? Let's be honest here. Me, obnoxious? Oh, come on. This is such horseshit, DBF. Now, everyone who knows me knows it's impossible for me to be obnoxious, okay? Motherfucker, you pussy fucking motherfucker. When have I ever been obnoxious?
I timed you out for 5 minutes, and you didn't come back.
Yeah, he times people out for being a little naughty sometimes when he doesn't.
Naughty.
Like
Whoa, naughty. Maybe Dev Pike is right. Maybe he's too trigger happy. So that's why I gave Dev Pike a platform, because my feelings were hurt. It's not out of how dare DBF not talk to me. It's I love Destroyed by Foids. How can you reject me? I felt hurt. I felt like the fat, ugly loser incel who was rejected by the pretty girl. So thank you for putting me in that position. Yeah, thank you, DBF. You did that to me, but it's okay. I'll forgive you because you're too damn good looking for me to hate. Yeah.
You blocked me 2 days ago when I wasn't the one who blocked you to begin with.
Oh, that was a joke. I thought I'd return the humorous favor. That was a joke.
Fuck, man.
Okay. Anyway, I did see the video you sent. I liked how you sent. We were talking about Gigantopithecus, and I was talking about David Attenborough. You sent me a video about Attenborough discussing Gigantopithecus, and again, I'm not rejecting it, but all we have is what? A mandible? What if Gigantopithecus was just a giant gorilla, just a giant forest gorilla? We can't say for sure. I'm not saying it's impossible. I like all facts. And all we have of Gigantopithecus is a couple of teeth and lower part of a jawbone. Jaw is law, but he could have just been a giant gorilla who walked on all fours. That was my gripe. I wasn't saying it isn't real. I'm just saying we don't have. I'd love to see a full-blown Gigantopithecus fossil where we can say, yep. Yeah, he was bipedal. We don't know right now. All we know is there was a big ape, which could have just been a giant gorilla. That's all I can say on that. But that was a good video, Attenborough. Yeah,
the jawbone was pretty big, though.
Well, yeah, but Attenborough himself compared it to a gorilla. So what I'm saying is it was a big ape, but it wasn't, Sasquatch or Yowie. It was a giant forest gorilla. I'm saying possibly. We don't know. We don't have enough information to say what it was or wasn't. Was it bipedal? We don't know. We don't have its leg bones or its feet or anything like that. So that's all I was saying. It was a giant ape, but we don't know if it had Yowie-like properties. That's what I was arguing.
But it just made me think, then why are they leaning towards thinking that it was an upright ape? Why are they going that way?
That's a good question. Probably because the legends of Bigfoot predate the discovery of Gigantopithecus, so it kind of fits a narrative, and maybe there's truth to that. And plus, I guess we think the bigger the ape, the more bipedal it must have been. That's part of or the evolutionary time scale, but we don't know for sure that it would have been bipedal. A lot of evolutionary scientists believe that as apes evolved, we all became bipedal. Not necessarily. Gigantopithecus could have evolved later, but still have been quadrupedal, walking on its knuckles. I'm just saying. But because the trend was upright walking, they assume since it came later in the time frame, it must be the timeline, all about the timeline, that it must have been bipedal, which it could have been. But all I'm saying is I'd love to see an actual skeleton, not just conjecture.
I agree. Right. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Okay, so we agree. Okay, cool. And what rubbish are we talking about?
Get Cuck and Gun on if he is another one who thinks he's so smart and high IQ and.
Well, I want Denmark guy or your buddy Dev Pike or even whoever to come on. No one else wants to come on. Kassandra's getting bored. You're boring, Kassandra.
I'm not bored at all.
You're scaring away the one girl who's here.
Listen, I do this thing called listening where I don't need to talk every second you guys talk,
Anyway, Run and Gun is an accountant. Right. Dev Pike wants to be an accountant. Run and Gun actually is, man.
Dev Pike's an accountant too. It's funny that, isn't it? They're obnoxious cunts.
What was that? No, what was that term you used? You said something like you English something with a P. You English. What were you saying to him?
Ponce.
What?
Ponce.
Type that. What? Ponce. What does that mean? Is that some Australian term? Ponce.
What
does that mean, Kassandra? Like Ponce de Leon? What are we saying here?
I wish I knew.
How do you spell it? Type it. Ponce, P-O-U-N.
I didn't know. DBF had to teach me what the fuck.
Yeah.
What word was it? Not abo, the other one.
Paunce? How do you
No. DBF had to teach me the word for a chav, but the Aussie word.
Chav?
I didn't know.
Bogan.
That's
Isn't that what
bogan.
British-
Yeah, I thought bogan was another word for abo, but no, it means like chav. Okay.
No, I thought bogan was like a redneck or a hillbilly.
It's like similar to like white trash and chav, right?
Oh, okay, like white. Okay,
It's different
Kassandra.
in every culture.
chav and bogan are both meaningless to me. Okay, I know what a hillbilly is. I know what a redneck is. I know what white trash is. Okay, now use an American term. Okay, bogan means white trash.
Chavs are like British people that really love like athletic wear, but they're like what's the word? It's like gaudy it's like right?
Yeah, you guys got to explain better. I thought it was a redneck too, like a redneck hillbilly. There's a difference. You're saying it's what we would call white trash. Okay, so a bogan is Australian white trash. A chav is British white trash. Are we comparing them to hillbillies or to white trash? Well, use the American terms,
Okay.
Kassandra. You're an American. Come on.
Can I try to explain it better? So the way that
please.
the way that a chav is like cringy, it's like, oh, they think this looks so good and is so cool. Like they think they're cool. This is their culture. They think it's cool, but it comes off as like negative or like cringy. That's how that's white trash, right? When you think of white trash people, you think they love their like, I don't know. I don't want to shit on white trash people because I know, but it's like their culture is like bad. You think it's bad is what you think of white trash people, right?
Yeah. Low IQ, as Dev would say, or basic.
Low IQ, the basic. They like it's like low income, and also they think that they're like doing the most. I don't know. Like they think it's stylish to do certain things, but it's like, oh, that's trashy. That's chav, right? And that's what you think of bogans. Like they're like the low.
Yeah.
Like it's different in every culture, but it's also the same. I don't like that because it's trashy kind of feeling. I don't know.
Yeah.
I've never been to England. I've never been to Australia, and I know some white trash people, but I feel like they're normal. I don't hate them.
Yeah. You're close. You're close.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't really know. That's the thing is. Yeah, I'm from Orange County, California, where everybody's a fucking asshole, and they think that they're all really classy, but it's like suburban classiness.
Yeah.
So I think that it's like trashy, but it's not because it's Orange County. So
every time, well, it's not exactly LA, but whenever I'm in the area, I stay in Anaheim.
Well, in Anaheim, it's you don't get the same thing. I'm from South Orange County. Like No.
Stop, Kassandra. I don't care where you're from. DBF has been there once or twice. He's an expert. He's going to tell you about Anaheim. He knows all about Orange County because he visited. He went to Disneyland in Anaheim, so he's going to tell you. He's going to lecture you on what it's like to actually live in Orange County. Go ahead, DBF, because you were there.
I think when you are from a different place and you go somewhere, you have an outsider's perspective. So it is interesting that you do get things quickly in a place that you're not from because you can see it from an outsider's perspective. So I'm not discounting.
I'm not discounting that either. What I'm saying is, it's one thing to get a perspective. Wow, I've never been here before. I'm getting the lay of the land. To actually say, okay, I'm going to move to Orange County, live there for 10 years, and live among these people is different than visiting and getting an idea. I'm not saying he's oblivious. I'm saying it's different to visit versus living day, not a vacation or a holiday, day-to-day life in Orange County is what I'm talking about. Trying to get a lecture from Australia is kind of that's what
I didn't finish what I was saying, but I'm not discounting your feeling. Oh, wow, what a weird sound. Okay, I'm not discounting your feeling, but I do think, you don't know until you are from there, or even people who live. Sorry, can you hear it?
Was there a ghost? What were you looking at? Wait, stop. Now you got change the subject. Why'd you look over there? What was going on to the side, Kassandra?
Then I can hear something weird. Can you hear it?
No, I hear nothing. What's the sound?
Oh, okay. No, Seymour is using the water pick, and it was the weirdest sound. I haven't heard it like this with these things on, so I just wasn't aware.
Now, Kevin Eubanks, I'm sorry, you missed Dev Pike and you missed Denmark guy, but hey, Kevin Eubanks.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm not saying your understanding of these places is wrong by any means. It's just you have like a unique perspective on places that you're not from, you know, like I did when I went to Japan, like I'm sure you did when you went to Japan. Like you just have a unique experience, a unique perspective. It's cool. You can see things a little different. Like you think you know what Black people are like, and I don't think that you're wrong about what you think they're like. You know, it's just different. You have a different understanding. It's a snap judgment based
Here's what I'm trying to say. An American who's never been to Japan has really no idea. Kassandra goes to Japan, she has a better understanding. But until you actually, an American who's lived there, I married a Japanese woman, I've lived here for the past 20 years, so it's all different. I've never been to Japan. Who am I to talk? Kassandra's been there, she gets a good idea, but she's not as immersed as the American who married a Japanese woman and actually lived there for 20 fucking years and made it their permanent home. That's all I'm trying to say. There's like degrees, you know what I'm saying? Right.
Yes, I was.
Am I still not making sense? Is this still a complicated argument?
Yes, Professor OC, you were making a lot of sense. but my opinion is that you're differed. You can't see me?
You had the will of death.
Oh, I have the will of death? What is the wheel.
I see you perfectly. Now. Okay, so what you're saying, I'm right. You can visit Japan and get inside. Hold on. You can visit Japan and get inside knowledge that the average American wouldn't know. But you're not as knowledgeable as the American who married a Japanese woman has to live there day after day after day for like 20 years. That's all I'm saying. Someone who's never been there versus a tourist versus someone who has to fucking live there. Three different things.
Are you going to sleep soon?
Not necessarily.
Oh. My point is that you have a different perspective. That changes as you get more inundated with the culture of a place you go to visit.
You heard the water pick.
Who heard the water pick? Oh, no, because I said it. Oh. Yeah. No, I think you don't have as much understanding like OC was saying, but your perspective can be different, like a special perspective when you go to a place being from another place and not being used to it. You can have like a lot of, awareness of things that are happening that most people aren't paying attention to. So I don't think that you can discount someone, oh, you're not from there, you don't really know what Black people are like. It's not really fair because it's like you're from a place that's different and you're seeing it for the first time. So everything is impactful. So you see more in those moments. But yes, having more experience is also a thing. So like it's just not fair to say you have no idea just because you visited a couple times.
Well, I never said what. I didn't say no. That's not even what I said. That's how he construed it. I didn't say he probably has a better understanding than the average Australian who's never been here. I'm talking. There's like 3 different stages. Like I remember when I went to I'm from Jersey. I went to like South Dakota for the first time and saw the Indians, and they tell us Indians are the noble savages, and you get there and they're basically borderline niggers. Okay, I'm educated, but I don't live in South Dakota. I've never had to work a job with these people. I don't know about the whole tribal laws and bullshit, but I know it's like to work with niggers and have, this nigger's nice, this one's a lazy fuck, but the white boss doesn't want to take it out on the lazy nigger because Christ, he might be called racist, so he's got to take it on the ugly white spurg. I've lived it. That's what I'm talking about. Not that you're totally oblivious, just you never had to actually live here. Like I've never lived in South Dakota on an Indian reservation, and you've never lived in Japan. So that's what I'm saying. Correct.
No, you're not wrong, OC. I'm saying what you're saying is right, but also you can't discount an outsider's initial.
I wasn't discounting anything. I never said I was discounting.
I'm not saying you're discounting it. Oh my God. This is like the thing.
I see where Dev Pike is coming from now, Kassandra. No, it's okay. I'll bring it. Okay, go ahead.
No, I just think it's frustrating because I feel like I have a lot to say about everything that gets brought up, but then the second you say one thing, then all the other things you haven't said, that
OC goes to the welfare office, so he definitely knows Black people.
I don't know. Can you guys hear Seymour or not? Can you hear Seymour?
No, tell him put a ski mask on and come over. Ski mask and come over.
They said put your ski mask on and come over, but he can't hear the stream He hears the stream delayed if he comes over because I have my earphones on, so it's like fucked up. It's not fun. It's uncomfortable for everybody if he comes on. He said OC goes to.
He said something very perverted about a threesome with you and Cass and Beppis, the three of them, Seymour, Cass, Beppis, and Kassandra's down with it, and Beppis might be too. Chad always wins. I think that's what he was talking about. Am I correct?
He's saying something about some fucking three-way or some fucking bullshit. No, OC goes to the welfare office more often, so he definitely knows about black people.
Look, DBF knows more than the average Australian.
Oh my god, he says.
DBF knows more than the average Australian who's never been here, but he's never actually lived it. It is a lived experience. That's all I'm trying to say. Christ, how many times am I going to argue this? Seymour gets it. Thank you.
What was my trip then? Was that not a lived experience? I lived it.
No, it's a lived experience.
No,
you're right.
How often have you had to go to the How often have you had to work in a job with a bunch of niggers? How often have you had to go to the Social Security office? That doesn't even apply to you. That's what I'm saying. No, you haven't. You've lived it more than the average Australian. You haven't lived it the way an American Spurg has. That's all I'm fucking saying. How many times have you got to repeat this?
Why don't you say that the first time?
I have more patience for people like Dev Pike than I do for OC. I really struggle sometimes with OC, dude. I have really good patience, but OC really sometimes.
Patience is a mistake.
No, I think OC's point is valid and real and true, and I also think you know more than he gives you credit for. That's it. It's okay.
Thank you. That's all. I was trying to get that across to me, but he just discounts everything. So
I don't think you have the understanding of somebody who's grown up in LA, but it's not. It doesn't. I'm not discount. I'm saying you have more of an understanding than it seems like you would have.
Yeah.
As a person who grew up in LA, I'm sure I grew up around. Wait, are there as many black people where?
Okay. Pay attention. If Destroyed by Foids has been to Los Angeles, he knows more about it than an Australian who's never been there. It's real to him in a way, but he's never lived in Los Angeles. If he tries to tell you what daily life year after year is like in Los Angeles, you would probably say, no, I'm actually from there. I grew up there. Don't give me a lecture on what it's like to live here. You visited, you know more than the average Australian, but don't act like you were born and raised in Los Angeles and know the ins and outs the way someone who's lived here year after year, day after day has, for better or for worse. Are we making sense here? Well, how many times do you repeat this?
Does DBF know Africans, or is he talking about Abos? I mean, they're basically the same.
No, he's talking about his experience with black people in America, I think.
He's talking about how he came to Atlanta and saw a few Negroes at an airport. I think that's the gist.
What he is saying.
No, I had a nigger call me a cracker on the bus trying to find my Airbnb. I had them speak down to me that there's one fucking she-boon on the train talking to kids, like being obnoxious as they can't help themselves. She's carrying on, oh, we call them white people because they call us black people. I said, no shit, you fucking dumb bitch. That's what we are. We are white people, and you are a black person. You fucking dumb cunt. Stupid coon, but whatever.
Anyway. I didn't quite follow the story. Yeah, black and white; those are the polite terms. What the hell are you talking about? I'm not following this story.
Argy bot 10,000, please. Yeah.
Oh, I'm Dev Pike now.
Argy bot 9.
You're a Nazi. I'm going to be an accountant. You're a Nazi. Okay, well, continue. I'm sorry. I'm not even trying to. I didn't follow the story. You're on a bus and someone said, we call you white because you call us black. We do call them black. They do call us white. Those are polite terms. If they said, we call you crackers because you call us niggers, like, I'm trying to. What the hell's your story? What's the point here? I'm not following.
Well, give me a chance to fucking talk, for fuck's sakes. Fuck me. All right. When I was coming from New Orleans to Atlanta, I've been traveling all days. I can't even remember, like a 10-hour trip maybe. I can't remember. Anyway, I was tired. I had to get the bus from the train station from downtown Atlanta, or whatever the central train station was, to my Airbnb. It's like one stop away. And there's this old coon on the bus. Anyway, I asked the cops. There's two cops. There's a white cop and a black cop. I got on the bus, and the old nigger
Okay, I'm going to cut him off. Right? This is how you can tell DBF is not an American. I would not go up and talk to a cop, white or black. But okay, let's get back to DBF's story.
Anyway, so the cop said to the bus driver, they're all coons on the bus. I was the only white guy on the bus. And he went up to the bus driver and said, "Can you help this guy get to his Airbnb?" He said, "Yeah."
And here we go again. If you were an American who grew up here, you wouldn't even get on that fucking bus. You would know better. Okay, but let's hear him tell us.
So anyway, I got on a bus full of coons, and there's this old coon. I was wearing an army t-shirt, an Adidas camouflage army t-shirt my eldest niece bought me. And he's going, "Sit your ass down, G.I. Joe. You're holding up the bus, cracker." And anyway, he's just carrying on and on.
Okay, but none of this. I'm sorry, I got to say this. You're telling the story like, wow, it was an experience for you. You're preaching to me and Kassandra, white Americans. What you're telling us sounds like everyday life, but to you, the tourist, wow, I had no idea. You know more than your fellow Australians, but you're preaching to a choir. Like your whole story, you would trust a cop to put you on a bus with a bunch of niggers. Like what? This is what I'm getting at. You don't know as well as you think you do. But go on.
No, I know. Trust me.
I think this much.
It's just like Dev Pike all over again. We had Argubot 9000. We got the latest model, Argubot 10,000. It's like there's no point trying to get your fucking story across. It's like I give up.
Yeah, I feel
Anyway,
that.
I know my niggers. Let me just say that much. I've had the American nigger experience. I've had the Australian abo experience. I usually can only afford to stay in poor areas when I travel, so I usually end up staying in ghettos. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
No. What I'm saying is, you had the black American tourist experience. I'm talking about, I got to go to the DMV. Oh, crap. I'm going to get hassled by the nigger bitch working behind the, just to get a license. I go to the Social Security office. I got to work a job. And some of the niggers are okay. Some are pieces of shit. But the white boss doesn't want to look racist. So, I'm talking about the lived experience of actually living. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you don't have any experience. I'm saying your experiences sound very much like a tourist experience. I'm glad you got a wake-up call in education, but your experience is not that of an actual American who lives here. But that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying you don't have any experience, but you're not as in tune as you think you are, and you couldn't be because you've never actually lived here. That's what I'm trying to say. Christ, am I making any fucking sense? Am I totally
right? Worse than LA, yeah. No, Seymour and I are talking about.
And your point is though, see?
Yeah,
you're equating. I was an Australian tourist and I talked to the cop and he put me on a bus with the blacks and oh my God, they call me a cracker. It's like, okay, you're shocked. We know this. We're white America. In other words, it was a learning experience for you, but this is our life. In other words, you have experience. Yes, you act as if your Australian tourist experience is on par with actually living here. That's my criticism. I don't claim to know abos. Why are you claiming to? I lived the black experience. I got in a bus. A cop put me on a bus with a bunch of black folks. This is what you're telling me. I'm like, okay. Ever had to go to the DMV to get your fucking license renewed and get to some nigger secretary? No, of course not.
OC. Well, I think this is getting out of hand because I know.
No, it's not. I'm trying to prove a point. I feel like obtuse. Like, is he not listening or does he not want to listen? If we disagree, that's one thing. It's like, what's your point, OC? I can't explain it any further. I know a bunch of people reading this are like, yeah, okay, but okay. All right. Now I'll be quiet. Go ahead. Everyone.
Again, I have so much patience, and this is, it's wearing thin. I swear to God, the point is being lost because I said, OC has a good point. You don't know unless you live here. And I said, but
and I was told, no, I know exactly like you do because I visited Atlanta and got in a bus. It's like you can't equate the two, but that's what he's saying, okay? Why would I not be a little frustrated?
Should I even try? Should I even try to finish my point?
I'm about to leave because there's no point.
No, there's no point. Like, what the hell? I was just going to say, I said to you, he doesn't fully understand the outsider's perspective and how impactful that can be. That's important too.
Thank you.
Yes, it's a brief, different experience, but it's an outsider's experience, which is interesting and definitely has its own. It's like particulars. Like you have this.
Sorry, Cass, you go ahead.
No, it's okay. No, it's okay. I'm just saying the point was done 20 minutes ago. Like, yes, he's right. You don't know unless you live here. And also, your point is lost because he thinks he's so right. And it's also important to say, as an outsider, you have a different experience. So it's more impactful. Everything that happened to you was more impactful. So you have a good, like a weird understanding, like a weirdly comprehensive understanding for not living here. Interesting. Done. I mean, you're both right or wrong. Done. I don't know.
That was one experience I was going on to allude to. Many more I've had in America.
Right? Yeah. You're talking about one experience, and you had many experiences.
Right, and your experiences are all well and good and validated, and you can go back home and you can talk to an Australian who's never been here. Oh, I saw a documentary. It's so horrible the way white Americans treat blacks. They're all good people, and you can say, well, no, you had an experience, but you've never actually. I'm saying is you've never lived. It's not. They're different. My brother's awake now. I'm waking him up. There are different experiences. That's all I'm saying. So you're trying to equate your tourist experience with a lived experience as a native American born. So I'm saying it's two different experiences. I will acknowledge that. He's acting as if they're on par. That's where I take issue. I agree, Kath. He has his own unique perspective. Yeah. He's acting as if they're totally on par 100%. That's what bugs me.
I agree. And I don't like DBF saying that he knows about black people so well. I don't like that. It doesn't make me feel like
he thinks he knows, but he really doesn't have as much of an idea as he knows more than the average Australian, but not.
This is the difference, though. I don't think, he knows more than the average Australian.
And that's it.
And that's it. That's not how I feel. I feel like you have your own weird outsider perspective, which, again, I don't know how many times I can say this. The only important part is that you have a weirdly comprehensive understanding for not living here, because as a tourist, when you come and you stay for extended amounts of time, not like 2 days, but you come repeatedly and you have multiple experiences, you have a unique, like, comprehensive understanding very quickly. And so things can seem worse even than they really are, because it's all the bad things are very highlighted because they're new. And so I'm not saying that you are wrong for saying you understand how black people are, but I also am not saying OC is wrong for saying that you can't say you understand how black people are because you don't live here. Like, you both have points, and they're both like, I just fucking hate saying you have valid points and your perspectives are valid. Like, I hate saying it over and over again, but it's kind of unavoidable. Like, he's right. You can't say you know how black people in America really live because you haven't lived here. But you're also right in that, again, you're like coming here for multiple short stints. Really, like, it impacts you when you see things. It really is like the only thing you take away from the place. So that's the only point. I mean, he's right? You agree with him. You can't know how black people live because you don't live here. But black Americans live because you don't live here. You have to
also the lived white-black dynamic because you don't live here. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Bad experience on the bus isn't what we're talking about. Dynamic. I don't think he gets it.
No, I think he gets it. I just think to him it's more important to explain.
He keeps cutting me off. It's Dev Pike part 2. It's like, no point really. Whatever.
No, I get it. It's frustrating.
He just makes.
Also, if he would stay around but keep cutting you off, but he would stay here, it would be less off-putting. Because then at least he has to face you after he cuts you off. Yeah, autism.
Non-existent, high-functioning autism.
Do you really think high-functioning autism doesn't exist at all? You don't think it doesn't exist?
I think it's just Jew bullshit.
Just Jew bullshit. I feel like I don't know.
What here's why I got to interject, because what do you think, Cass? Okay, so I'm not trying to cut people off. DBF, if you want to talk. Okay, now Kassandra, if you have a point, make a point. I like to let you guys. I'm listening. Okay.
No, I think high functioning autism does exist. I think it exists, but
it's because Jew doctors don't exist.
I think that the way that autism is diagnosed is Jewish.
Even Even
I think
Couple
diagnoses are
Gun said
bullshit. Yeah.
he's doing pretty well. He's interacting with how many people here, and even Cuck and Gun called bullshit.
Haven't been reading chat, to be honest. I usually do, but I just cut you off apparently at some point. I'm sorry if I cut you off. I didn't mean to.
You're good. So good. Yeah.
No, I think it exists. Whether or not the amount of times it's diagnosed and if those cases are the right cases, I feel like if you have really high functioning autism, do you get diagnosed? No, I don't think so. I feel like if you have the highest of functioning autism, you don't get diagnosed because you are trying to be high functioning, so you don't do that.
But like, when it gets to that point, what does it even mean anymore? Why can't people just?
I don't think it means fucking anything unless you're literally head bashing.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think autism is bullshit unless you're literally bashing your head into.
Well, it's kind of funny because in a strange way, I'm going to cut you both off. DBF and Dev Pike, you say I'm Dev Pike part 2. You guys agree on this. Dev Pike says autism exists, but it's only the classic autism. And you're saying the same thing. It's all Jew bullshit. So you guys are more alike than you realize. But I was telling Dev Pike earlier, I said, well, even if they broaden the spectrum, even before they did that, we now call, classic autism, Asperger's, high functioning, PDD, NOS, they put them all together. But even before they were put together, there were still terms. So it's not as if the concept of Asperger's is brand new. They may have folded it into autism, but it's not as if the concept itself is brand new and we've never seen this before. I just want to point that out. Go ahead. You guys can talk. I won't cut you off. But that's Doggo Pill said it best. Is what I told, because basically right now, Destroyed by Floyd's, you sound just like Dev Pike. The two of you sound identical here. And Dog Pill sounds like me. Okay. Whatever you want to call it, arose by another name. It's you know.
This is my point. They changed the terminology, like ADD, now it's ADHD, and then they keep shifting the goalposts all the time to their liking. It's just Jewish crap. It's propaganda.
Hey, that's exactly what Dev Pike said to me. So you guys have a lot more in common than you realize. Okay.
They're softening people down or weakening people, especially men. They want to get them on Jew pills. It's just part of the agenda. And they just want your nigger money. That's what it's all about.
I agree with that. I don't think that should take, like, I agree with that. That point is how I feel. But I don't think that should take away from people who have trouble in social life. Like,
but
autism is still a thing.
Why can't you just think awkward?
Well, many people are. That's true. I think many people are just awkward and not actually autistic. I think that's true. But I think that it's not fair to be like, well, it's all Jewish propaganda and we can't worry about autism because it's just, we're just trying to.
It comes across as that way, though, because like I said, every 10 to 20 years, the definitions change.
Autism is like a plus and a minus that cancel each other out. So you're just like a different sort of person.
Can you hear him or no?
A bit. I can hear him a bit.
He said high functioning autism is like a plus and a minus. He's saying it's an oxymoron, basically. He's saying they cancel each other out, and at that point, you're just like a different kind of person. It doesn't really matter. I mean, you're just a different kind of person. But that's the thing is, you guys think I'm a normie, so if I was a different kind of person, it wouldn't matter to you guys because I'm not autistic. So that's how I have the same feeling. A high functioning autist, it's an oxymoron. High functioning meaning you're fine in you're good in social situations, and then autist, you can't do social situations. So what's the yes?
But this is what I don't get. Like OC's jumping in and out and talking to everyone, and even Cuck and Guns going like, I call bullshit. He's a failed normie. He's not a spurg. Like, how's this possible? You just want your nigger money, OC. That's what it's all about.
I think.
Can I answer your questions, or am I going to be cutting you off if I had a rebuttal? Okay, let's talk. Okay, here's how I understand it. High functioning doesn't mean, Kassandra just said, you're good in social situations. No, it's the exact opposite. Someone with classic autism, they're like Rain Man. You can tell they're fucked up. High functioning is when you have no academic problems. You go to class with the other children. You have no problem with your English test or your mathematics test or your science test. On paper, everything is fine. You talk normally, everything's fine, but there's a social failure. being a Spurg is basically being a social retard. We know why the classic autist in the corner smelling the crayons is socially fucked up, but there's this invisible group, and this is what we hear from normies. You're talking to people, like the teachers. You got a good grade on your history test, so you're a normal person. What's your fucking problem? It must be you. No, what high functioning autism is you're still socially retarded, but it's not as blatantly obvious as fucking Rain Man classic autism in the corner. That's how I understand it. It's about social failure. I'm high functioning. I can go to class with the normal kids, take the normal tests. I don't have any intellectual impairments. I can speak English properly and form a conversation. But at the end of the day, I'm a total social failure. That's what high functioning Spurgdom is. So it's nothing to do with, is Kassandra paying attention?
So you're awkward.
I am. I have a question. Sort of. I don't know. So I'm a normie to everybody, right? 100%.
The most normal person here.
Like, I'm a normie.
Well, hold on first. What do you think, DBF? Would you say she's a normie or normie-esque? How would you define? I think she's the most normal person here. How do you define Kassandra?
No, not necessarily. She's kind of like a goth alternative chick. But why people classify Cass as a normie? Because she's educated, she's got a good job, and has a boyfriend. She's in a relationship. The only factors really why that she gets thrown into the normie category.
Okay, I think you're a normie.
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead, ask your question. Okay, your turn.
Okay, in my life, I don't care about autism or whatever, or Giga Stacy. I wish I looked. Okay. I've always felt very uncomfortable, and so don't put me on by myself. That's not.
Just do it.
Okay, I've always felt very uncomfortable in social situations, and my friends in general have said that I act not like a normie. And
I'm going to cut her off. My friends tell me if you were a true Spurg, you wouldn't even have any friends. So I'm not trying to make fun of Kassandra. Well, I feel awkward, and my friends tell me I'm a bit awkward. Well, a real Spurg doesn't even have any friends to tell him that, but okay, that's part of what I'm getting at. But okay, go ahead.
Well, okay, friends in high school that I don't have anymore. Does that help? Past friend, like acquaintances in my life. Does that help? I don't have friends. I don't know how many times I can explain that. I have one friend, and I see her once a year.
Whoa. Well, you got your boyfriend, you got me, you got Destroyed by Foids. I'm sure several other people here are your friends. I consider you a friend. Are we not friends, Kassandra? You're hurting my feelings, Kassandra. You tell me the three most important men in your life: Seymour, your cat, and me, in no particular order. Now my feelings are hurt.
Are we friends? No,
I thought so, but I'm a Spurg, so I thought she was my friend the whole time. She never considered me a friend. Us Spurgs don't know any better. But okay.
Oh my God, I do consider you my friend, but you guys act like you're not my friends. Like when I say you guys ask, not you, OC, but people in general have asked if I have friends. Well, right, you guys, I don't know, does that count? Does that make me a normie if you guys are my friends?
No, like I said before, I think you get dropped in the normie category because you got somewhat of a successful life.
I have a boyfriend and a job, and that's fine. I'm okay. I'm not. I don't take normie as a negative word. It doesn't make me feel like, oh, you don't understand me. But I do feel like you guys don't really understand me. But that's okay. I'm not here for.
After getting to know you, I don't think of you as a normie now.
Well, I appreciate that, I guess. He said after getting to know me, he doesn't think of me as a normie now. I mean, yeah, I just don't feel like it applies, but I'm also fine if that's the case. I'm not so angered by being called a normie. I just don't know if that applies.
It's all internet bullshit anyway. It's all.
Yeah, it is. But we're friends in real life, DBF. Don't downplay. What did Dev Pike say about me with people online? I'm just using everybody.
No, you're not using. No, he just needs to get. Dev Pike just needs to get laid. End of story. It's problem solved.
I know not to take what Dev Pike is saying seriously, but I just feel like it's important. I feel like you guys are my friends, but
I feel the same way. I'm sure if we knew each other in real life, even with OC, he's like, I'm a Spurg. I have no friends. Like, we'd all be friends in real life.
Friend up OC.
He's hard work, but I still like him. I don't.
Me too. That's how I feel too. Aww.
And this is like with the whole him saying, well, his diagnosis. I think him and other people in our sphere use it as an excuse to act poorly towards others. And like, I'm not having a go at you, OC.
I see that.
But
I think
like,
me and Seymour talked about that. I think Seymour and I talked about that the time that we both came on. We were talking about how OC could very easily not act. I don't know what specifically Seymour was saying. Seymour has thoughts about OC's perception of himself as an autist and whether or not he should lean into that as much as he does.
it's like what I was saying on my stream last night. I don't know if you caught it or not, but like, I don't even like mentioning his name, but like Dumb said about niggers, like niggers never shut up that they're niggers. Like, I'm a nigger. Yo, man, I'm a nigger. Do you know I'm a nigger? I'm a nigger, right? And it's just like they just don't shut up about being niggers. And it's like OC, it never stops about being a Spurg. I'm a Spurg. I'm the leading authority. I'm the highest authority in the land of being a Spurg. Like I'm the one who can, give you the judgment on being a Spurg. It's like, okay, we get it. You're a Spurg. And then it carries on and how he treats people, and he has a tendency to rub people up the wrong way, and then he wonders where they go. And it's like, well, dude, like, don't be so abrupt and rude with people, and they might hang around, But anyway, but he says, "Oh, it's my autism. This is how us Spurgs are like."
Yeah,
I think that's an excuse. That's just an excuse.
No, I agree. I think that he might very well be autistic, but does use it as an excuse. Not saying he's not autistic, but he does lean into it.
Yes, I agree. Yeah.
And how do I use it as an excuse,
He said
Kassandra?
yes, I agree.
And how do I
to be an asshole? To be an asshole.
Well, okay, give me an example when I was an asshole. When was I an asshole?
You're really mean to me all the time.
When, you stupid bitch? When have I ever been mean to you? You're my favorite cunt in the world.
I'm his favorite cunt in the world. So cunty. Yeah. No, you ignore my messages that explain things that you're asking for explanations, or you're asking for people's opinions, and I give it, and I see you read it, I see it, you read my message, then you go to the one that's right after and you show that one. I know. And then like the stuff about, I know it was funny and I was laughing, but like the stuff about me wondering if Seymour is the right guy, that was mean. Oh, and then what was it? You remember? Yes, 3 nights ago. Oh, it was during it was in school. He was talking about typing. This is not a big deal. This is really not a big deal, but it comes off in the same vein of things that I feel like, oh, we could make we could talk about something. It's fun. And then you were an asshole to me about it. So like you were talking about your brother was in the cutoff year of typing. Like you didn't have to pass a typing class, but your brother did. And I said, oh, in my grade, typing was like a class we went to 2 times a week. And you were like, cool for you, Kassandra.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's kind of off topic, and you're like a decade plus younger than I am, so it's kind of like you're missing the point. You're not getting the takeaway here.
This is what we're talking about, OT. You just have this cunty attitude at times, like just then.
Cunty attitude. You got it, DBS. That's it. It's like you're screaming.
And we have a word for that cunty attitude. It's called being a Spurg. It's not an excuse. It's who I am normally.
No, she said it's called being a Spurg, not cunty attitude. No, it's an excuse to be a cunt.
Yes,
and you're being a fucking cunt. It's an excuse.
And he wonders why people leave his streams. So like, oh, why doesn't Frogger come around anymore? Why doesn't Steve come around anymore?
Yeah, I know.
No, wait. First of all, I told you, please don't bring your people here. You said who? Frogger. Who's the other one? I don't.
Sorry, I got the Wheel of Death here.
Am I back? Can you see me? Okay. Can you see us, DBF?
I missed all that. I just had 2 Wheels of Death.
Oh wow!
It's DBF though. It's not you.
It's not
You're
us.
good. Your stream has been good all night.
No. When have I ever complained people not coming here. I actually told you the opposite. I said, on a side note, please stop bringing your people here. I don't want your rejects, your secondhand hand-me-downs. When have I ever complained about what?
No, you said
I'm dead serious.
Froglet.
You're missing. I'm always, as a Spurg, I'm always I say something, and it's taken out of context, and Normie's like running a different direction. OC wonders why King Froglet doesn't come here. No, the opposite. I said, why did you bring King Froglet here in the first place, man? Who was the other one you mentioned? King Froglet. Who was the other one? I've never said, where are these people?
You're always right. You're always right. It doesn't.
No,
matter.
I'm being dead serious. I'm no, not about being right, but being truthful. So maybe I'm wrong. Tell me, when did I say, oh, woe is me? Why doesn't so and so come around anymore? When was the last time I said the opposite? I said, DBF, please stop bringing your people here. I've told this many times.
No.
Now you're misrepresenting me because you want to prove your point that I'm a Spur or whatever. I'm not a Spur. It's all an excuse. So I'm dead serious. When have I ever complained about people not coming around? Like,
can I get a chance to say my part? Thank you. You said something about King Froglet is like recently, like. Okay. He said he'd ask you, when are you streaming? When are you streaming? And then he said, oh, he just disappeared. He's just fucked off all of a sudden. Because you came into his chat or something like that, and he called one of his friends a fuckwit or something. And because of your poor behaviour, he got jack of you. And the same with Steve, the guy from Melbourne, the autistic guy. Same shit. He just found you rude and obnoxious.
You're talking about Too Far Gone. You got to be. I don't know, Steve. Too Far Gone. You're talking about.
Yes.
Two different things entirely. But okay. No, Froglet was a pain in my ass. Always leaving comments. Are you going to stream tonight? Is the gang going to be there? He was. We can talk. We'll use him as an allegory about what a starter friend is. He was trying to break into a community, and I guess he started with me, and then I was the starter friend. And when he realized other people in the quote unquote community don't really care for me, like his buddy Computer Power over there, he decided now I hate him. To go from be my buddy to I hate you. That's the kind of. And you're 19. Why are you wasting time with a bunch of 40? That's my gripe of him. And I said, why did you ban me? Destroyed by Foids. It wasn't me. It was Froglet. Well, why? My criticism was you're the adult. Don't let that kid dictate things. As far as your buddy, Too Far Gone, he was interesting. He was telling stories about being diagnosed at 12 years old. He's older than you, I think, or about your age. In the later 80s, he was diagnosed. And I thought that's fascinating. Tell me more about it. That's interesting. And then he got all upset. I feel like I'm being interrogated. Well, you brought the topic up. What do you want to talk about? Tennis? You want to talk about bussy? What do you want to talk? This is an interesting topic. You were autistic in Australia in 1988. Tell us more. But apparently me asking that was getting interrogative. So fine. If they don't want to be here, go bye-bye. I don't care. I've never complained. I've never said, well, no, I've never said, why isn't Froglet here? Why isn't Too Far Gone here? I've never said that. That's a total misconstruing. And maybe you're not even trying to misconstrue me. You really don't get me. And that's where being a Spurg comes in. You completely and totally misunderstand what I'm getting at because it's your synopsis is 1,000% incorrect. I'm going to put that out there and I'll let you talk. Go ahead.
No, you're just acting like you're acting like Dev Pike now. You're just going around in circles and just blowing things out of proportion and misconstruing things and making it about something that really isn't.
Okay, you're the one who brought up those two. I don't care about King Froglet or Too Far Gone. I didn't even know his name was Steve.
There's other people too, but I'm not going to name them.
I don't care about other people. I'm talking about you, Destroyed by Foids. I don't care about who else do you want to mention? Donda, whoever the fuck else. I don't care. I'm talking about you. I don't need to speak on behalf of anyone else. I don't care about your goddamn fan club. I'm talking about you, man. I thought we were buddies, and now I feel like I'm being who I am, and you're acting like you're being an asshole on purpose.
No, I'm just.
Mom, Dad, stop arguing.
I guess which one of us is the mother? Which is the father? Am I the mommy or the daddy? Who's who in this relationship here?
I don't know.
My point was you using your supposed high-functioning autism to act like a jerk. That's all I was saying.
Well, how have I acted like a jerk? I'm not talking about Too Far Gone or whoever the fuck else you want to mention. I'm talking about. I'm not even talking about her. How do you feel I treated you like a jerk? Because we disagreed on something, therefore I was being a jerk? I mean, how do you define a jerk? Don't tell me, well, my 19-year-old friend told me you were a jerk. I don't care about that little shit. I'm talking about you.
You act like a jerk a lot. You act like a jerk most of your life. Most of your experience in these live streams is kind of asshole, but it's fine. It's seems like a character, and you've talked about how you guys see me on stream. You see how I act in these moments. It's not my 100% of my life. It's just in these moments. I only eat meat when I'm on these streams. You're not always an asshole, I'm sure. And you're nice to your brother, and you're nice to me even occasionally, but overall, you're kind of a jerk.
What a fucking cunt. Oh, as you were saying, Lovely. I'm joking. Go ahead. No, I think what my sense of humor comes across as abrasive. That's how it is.
Yeah,
but I think there's one thing I talked about Dev Pike with. I agree with Dev Pike. You got to work out intention. If someone comes and makes a joke, what is their intention? I know a lot of normies. I think we're buddies. I joke, hey, what's up, man? Fuck you. I hate you. So it's almost like intent is key. You got to work out intention. And it's almost like Spurgs are never understood. They think we're being assholes and we're just trying to be lovey-dovey, jokey. And that's the truth. And you can say, oh, no, we can excuse.
I think there's many, many times when I could very easily take how you're acting as asshole behavior, but I know that you're, I know that it's like banter or whatever, and banter's fine. But there are times when you're just being mean. You're just being mean.
This is where I call bullshit and his Jewish diagnosis. Because it's like, to me, it's just an excuse to act like an asshole. But I don't care.
I don't think he's even saying, oh, I'm a Spurg, so all the time when I act like an asshole, every moment of me being an asshole is my autism. I think he's saying that's my style of banter, and also sometimes it comes off wrong because I'm autistic. So it's like... Yeah.
I'm just trying to explain to him personally. I don't give a fuck. Like I'm nearly 50 years old. Like I don't give a shit. But there are other people who come to me, and and he says, "Oh, why don't they come around anymore? Like where are they?" Well, I'm trying to tell you why they're not coming around anymore.
Well, there have been a few moments that people have said negative things about. I mean, maybe two moments where people are like, "Oh, I'm upset with OC because of how he's." People are getting sick of him. Like people say people, and they just mean themselves. But I talked to OC about it personally, so it's not like he doesn't know. But it's what we're talking about. It's him being an asshole and saying it's him being a Spurg. But there's like,
sorry.
No, it's fine. It's like there's times when even a Spurg is like, oh, sorry, I was an asshole. Sorry, I didn't. Sorry, I'm a Spurg. I didn't realize I was being a fucking dick. I'll, sorry for that. And he would never, right? OC would never.
But then he gets this. Oh, jeez.
It's like a jump scare every time he comes back.
But then you get this over analytical, anally retentive. You go right into something like you've just displayed, like just now. When it's unnecessary, and why? Like we're just trying to tell you something, and it's like he's got to be right about absolutely everything. Like he's no different to Dev Pike. He's saying I'm like Dev Pike. We're similar, but
I get why in the moment his autism might make it easy to act out or act in an unnecessary way. That's the autism. But the autism is
but hold on. That's the autism. But he's saying there's no such thing as autism. That's just an excuse. I'm deliberately acting out, and autism is the excuse. You're saying no, it is the autism in that moment. See, so you guys are actually you're using me as the bad guy. You're actually disagreeing with each other without realizing. Instead of disagreeing with each other, it's easy to make me the bad guy. But you're actually disagreeing with one another.
He's not misbehaving.
Oh, yeah. He's not misbehaving. He's just autistic. That's Seymour said. Yeah. No, the point that I was about to get to was the moment in which you can reflect, it's not your autism preventing you from saying, oh, sorry, I was an asshole. That's just being an asshole. You're not, right? You know what I mean?
I mean, he conflates the two, right?
He conflates the two, yeah.
He obfuscates it so that he can always use it as a defense.
Yeah. Can you hear him?
He just did it right then. He just deflects, and he doesn't take in what we're saying.
Okay, there are times I can be an asshole, and I do feel bad, and I apologize. But I think sometimes I'm being harmless and jokey and funny, and you people think I'm being an asshole. And you think that I know I'm being an asshole and I'm doing it on purpose when I'm like, why are they so upset? And that's the truth. And it's very hard that's how I know who is and isn't a spurg. When someone can say, yeah, OC, I know exactly what you're talking about. That's how I know that person's a spurg. When you're saying, nope, you're an asshole and you know you're being an asshole. That's when I say, okay, I'm dealing with normies who don't know any better, because it's not an excuse. There are times I have been an asshole in life. I'm not a saint, but there are times when I'm not trying to be an asshole, but I'm accused of being one, and I'm told, you know better. I've heard this from teachers. I've heard this all my life, and I'm like, what the hell? I don't get you people. But yeah, it's the truth. But okay. That's the truth.
For me, it's the moments where I'm like, oh, see, stop being so fucking mean to me. I'm just trying to do a good thing. I'm just being nice. And you ignore me. That's when you're coming off as shitty. And I'm like, please, I'm desperate for like a little bit of anything. And you continue the bit, like the joke.
Well, she just said she's desperate for a little bit of anything. How often in my life do I have a woman desperate for a little bit of anything from me? So I've got to live up the moment, Kassandra. You can't blame me for that. But okay. Now they're going to say I was being an asshole. They're laughing now. That was an asshole thing to say. You knew you were being an asshole. No, it's
no, I'm laughing. It's funny. It's okay. Right now, you're not being an asshole. It's funny.
I don't know. I just think
DBF disagrees. He thinks I'm being an asshole. Okay, so here we go. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, no.
You're just buying into the Jew bullshit because you want your neat bucks. That's what it's all about for you.
Well, no, that's actually not true.
Any moment where I wasn't on call and you were acting this way, yes, you would be being an asshole. But in this moment, you see him laughing, so it's fine, right?
So as long as you approve, it's fine. If your feelings are hurt on being an asshole, it all depends on how Kassandra personally feels. Okay, so if Kassandra was on her period right now and that pissed her off, I'd be an asshole. Because she's in a good mood, it's a joke. Okay, so it's all dependent. It's all predicated upon Kassandra's feelings.
No, it's not my feelings. It's like this is autism. Is when somebody reacts poorly, you react to that. And so if you have autism, you can't react to that. But if you see someone acting negatively, you're good enough socially. You can see, oh, somebody's reacting negatively.
I have been designated the spokesperson for all autistics. Beppis, you might have missed that meeting, but Spurgettes, we don't let women vote. So Spurgettes, you just got to sit there. Let the grown-ups, the men are handling this one. I am the spokesperson, the mouthpiece for all autistics. Look how pissed DBF is. DBF, cheer up, man. We're joking around. Why are you so upset?
Is he?
I'm not upset. I'm just because I'm just thinking about what I could say. That's all.
She's right, though. OC. She's right.
What did I just say? Women have no vote. We're still very traditional in Spurgland. So the Spurgettes don't get to vote. You're not a Spurg, so you have no say at all, Kassandra. So, and DBF, the verdict is still out on you. I don't think you're a Spurg. That's my opinion. But okay, go ahead. Maybe I'm wrong.
Seymour said based.
Overall, I think it's Jewish bullshit, and it's just to make money off Jew films. Yeah, keep doctors in the job, keep the industry going. It's just all American Jew bullshit that came from leftist universities. So
okay,
and you bought into it because you want to be a white nigger.
In a way, yeah. My brother used to joke, "Oh, you drive a shitty car and you have bad teeth." And in many ways, I am like a white Negro. But beyond that, no. Even before Neat Bucks, long before Neat Bucks, I think when I was a kid, and you're older than I am, destroyed by Foids. When we were kids, autism meant Rain Man. That the kids in the special ed class, right? Okay. At some point, okay, when I was in my 20s, right,
the wall, punching their mom,
kept shifting the goalposts,
right,
over time.
So when I was a teenager, if you had said, "Are you autistic?" I would say, "No, autistics. Those are those kids in the special class."
Yeah.
We didn't know any better. When I was in my 20s, mid 2000s, I went on the internet and I said, no friends, never had a long-term girlfriend, can't hold a job. I fail everything. Oh, what's wrong with me? And that's when I learned about Asperger's. And I'm reading these stories long before Neat Bucks. I'm like, holy shit, some of these people's personal stories sound like my life story. That's when I first started thinking I was different. There was a name for it, not because of Neat Bucks. Long before long before they merged Asperger's with autism. I was just trying to figure out what the hell was wrong. I was like 24 years old, and I failed at every job. Never had other people were getting engaged. I never had a girlfriend. I'm like, what is wrong here? And I typed that. So I learned about Asperger's. Nothing to do with meat bucks. I wasn't even thinking meat bucks at the time. So you're wrong on that point. You can say you just want your meat bucks. I was into this bullshit before meat bucks. I want to make that clear. You can disagree with me, but at least get the facts straight.
Right. Do you know why? Do you know why they don't like the term Asperger's in America now?
Well, because he was a Nazi or something. Who cares? He was a Nazi. He put them to death or something.
Not just because he's a Nazi, because he's a man, and he was trying to explain the light autism that boys get. That's like that leads to the type of autism where kids are like prodigies, like that kind of autism specifically, to try to make it seem not like autism, like it's different from autism, but it's the same thing, which is why people are against it now, because it's like, well, you're making like a separate diagnosis for people who have the same condition, but it's less bad or whatever, which
DBF is arguing against that. He's saying it doesn't exist in the first place. What I have, you're saying,
you just proved my point.
You're saying no. You're saying Asperger's is a bad word, so they brought in autism.
No,
he's saying
I'm not saying it's a bad word. I'm not saying it's a bad word. I'm saying that people took it like, oh, you're trying to make it sound less bad, so they don't want. But I feel like it's a valid description of some people with autism. Asperger's is a very special type of autism, right?
OC just proved my point by what he just said before. They keep shifting over time. They just keep shifting the goalposts and the terminology. What's it going to be another 10?
Well, no, because you said, dude, I got to tell you, you sound just like Dev Pike. That's exactly what he said. My argument is this. Okay, my argument is this: arose by any other name. Kassandra just said that Asperger's was a bad word, so they put it with autism. Fine. Whether you want to call it autism or Asperger's, whatever the fuck you want to call it, it's real. That's my contention. So she's saying it's real, but Asperger's was a bad word. You're saying you just proved my point. They keep moving the goalposts, which is what Dev Pike was saying to me. Okay, I'm trying to say I'm not saying I approve.
You just said it yourself. You proved my point.
I'm not sure what his argument is. I'm not saying it's a bad word. I never said that, right?
But you were talking my point by what I was saying before, because like every 10 to 20 years they change the definition. And what's it going to be another 10 to 20 years? It's going to be different all over again. Cassie, who we now consider a normie, she's going to be autistic in 10 to 20 years. It's all bullshit. It's Jewish crap. It's just one hairless ape.
Well, there's two separate arguments. You're arguing two different things, and here's where the problem comes in. Yeah, I cut you off, and here's why. I'm not saying you're wrong, DBF. They're two separate things. Broadening autism to the point where it doesn't mean anything. That's one argument. To say it doesn't exist, they used to call it Asperger's. They wanted to merge it with autism. Maybe that was wrong. But if they hadn't done that, let's say they hadn't done that. Let's say they hadn't done that. Would you be here saying Asperger's isn't real, it's Jewish bullshit? Maybe you would. So they're two separate arguments. You can criticize the broadening definition of autism. That's fine. But to say you can't be autistic, well, I used to be Asperger's, now they call it autism.
You're saying a doctor diagnose you with a myth, and you use it as an excuse to act poorly, and you want to live like a nigger. That's all there is to it.
That's all there is to it. There you have. Well, DBF says that's all there is to it. I disagree, but he's entitled to say, what do you think, Kassandra? Is that all there is to it?
I think even you are still misunderstanding the history of what autism is. So, like, originally, autism is the kid who can't understand social cues to the extent that he's nonverbal, can't put words into normal sentences, beating their heads against a wall, punching their mom. That was autism. And there's a spectrum. There was a spectrum of autism before Asperger's got created or invented or named or whatever you want to say. That autism is this giant fucking thing of nonverbal to high functioning. That's the what people say.
Well, that's DBF. That's what you're arguing against. You're saying it's so broad, it's going to be meaningless. In 20 years, the whole planet can be autistic. So you guys are kind of.
I agree that.
That's fine. I didn't say I was in agreement with Cass. I never said I was in agreement with Cass.
If it's a spectrum and it can be so so broad that even normal people are on this spectrum, then what's the point? I agree with that. My point of talking is the history of Asperger's is during this period of history where autism was a thing, a German man said, "Oh, this type of autism, which is high functioning but also fucking incapable of socialization, like completely incapable of being a normal person, but they're really smart. They have this thing. They're a prodigy in math or in drawing or in some weird thing. They have this weird talent, so they can't be the same. There's no way they can be the same as all the other autistic people." Because they have this thing, so they're really smart. So they have something good. Even if all of this is bad, they have something good. So that was what Asperger's was like, oh, what about the weirdo smart guys who are normal, but they're weirdo smart guys, right? So that's why he invented or named Asperger's, which is the type of autism
that's why I say
high functioning.
American Jewish bullshit.
Like
it's
he
just
wasn't German or Austrian.
It's just American Jew doctor bullshit, and Americans love talking about their feelings, and they all got something wrong with them. They're all highly medicated. Well, yeah, and they like USD. You thrive off
this was before all of this shit. I mean, I'm sure it was happening. I'm sure it was happening back then, but this was happening before it was like white, like Jew whatever propaganda was widespread, or at least
right around the time.
Right around the time. Okay, but that's fine. So like, what?
They want to make it wrong.
But you can't argue with the fact that it exists. I've known so many hundreds of autistic people, and children, students of mine have been autistic, and there are those few autistic children that are prodigies.
Rain Man, autism is real. That is real. But like OC, he's high-functioning autism. He loves it because that's his religion, because he's like a nigger. I'm a Spurg. I'm the high priestess of autism, like of Asperger's. It's just because you Americans, you Americans, I'm not having a dig at UCAS, whatever, or whoever. Americans are in love with psychology, and it's a religion. It's made up by men to dictate over other people, men, whatever.
Amen. Like I said, Spurgettes don't get a vote, but I recognize there are autistic women. Amen, 1,000%, Beppis. You're hearing two normies try to argue what autism is. They're actually contradicting each other, and it's like a weird, yes. Beppis, Spurgett, I've never doubted the fact that you're on the spectrum. You don't get a vote, but I speak for you. As the man, I speak for you. But yes, Beppis is 1,000% correct. But okay, keep going on. I love hearing it. Go ahead. And remember, Beppis isn't Americans. Before you say us Yankees worship it, you got to hear you got a Swedish girl saying it.
Beppis is just awkward as well.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Yep. There we have it. It's just an excuse. It's just the world at the moment is being made effeminate, and that's coming from me. Weakened down just to make it be turned in what they call them Ubermensch. You know, you want to be a nigger. You know, you've accepted defeat, which is fine.
Again, you're part right. I want to be a nigger now. I didn't aspire to this. After the way I turned out in life, I'm over 40. Fuck it. Might as well live like a nigger. Give me my $8. I'll live with Uncle Sam. But it didn't start out that way. It's not like when I was 15 years old, I wanted to be like this. This was actually frowned upon. It's how life treated me. So you're half right, but you're right in what you're saying now. But this is not how, you just want to be a nigger. No, I want to be a nigger now because I'm going to be treated. If I'm going to be treated like a nigger, like the white nigger, might as well live like one. Give me my $8. Yeah, that's how I feel.
Same with me.
You make it sound like I chose this lifestyle.
You and I were both defeated by life.
Well, your defeat was not being able to get a girlfriend. My defeat goes beyond that. My problems go beyond a woman or a girl or a wife. My problem is just trying to be able to work a job. You held a successful. You and Dumb are failed normies. You couldn't get a girlfriend, but otherwise everything else is fine. You get along with people. You got friends. You're invited to your buddy's wife's 40th birthday party. You got. I'm envious. I'm jelly. This isn't a criticism of you. I wish I could live your life. Your failure was not getting a girlfriend.
As usual. You're just like Dev.
Well, go ahead. Tell me where I'm wrong. Fine.
Go ahead. I'm pretty sure I've said this to you before, or I've said it in my own streams. I have friends, but I have a friend over here. I have a friend over there. Another guy over there. With those friends, I have to book appointments. Most of the times that they don't follow through. In the end, I just give up. So most of the time on my own. I have acquaintances at the skate park. Maybe one of them I might call a friend. When I go to these parties, which isn't that often, it's like probably once a year, twice if I'm lucky, I usually have nothing in common with anyone. So I just sit in the corner and don't say anything anyway. So I don't know why he's under, or if he's still listening, he's under this illusion that I'm socially successful, because I'm not. And with jobs, I've had the same thing with you. I've been underemployed my entire life. I've had problems pretty much my entire work life as well.
I am going to cut you off now, because when I cut you off, you complain. When I go away and let you speak, is you listening? I'm listening. You live in, is it called Manly or whatever the name of the place is? And that's and I thought you had a very good job. You were a professional welder for 12 or 13 years. You were able to travel the world. Now you're telling me you've been underemployed your whole life. I'm not even trying to be an asshole. How did you afford all this shit? Dumb thinks you live off daddy. I don't. I thought you worked hard and actually had a good job for over a decade. So explain to me how you can. I can't afford to try. I'd love to go to Australia and Norway and wherever the fuck else, but I can't do that. I don't have the money. Okay, good. Go ahead.
Right.
I want to know.
I'm pretty sure I've explained this before. I worked in metal fabrication for a decade. The money's not that great, but I used to put in. We had to work overtime, like all the time. So I'd work in 7 in the morning till 6:30 at night. During Christmas time, I had to work in 7 in the morning to 8 p.m. at night. Sometimes you had to work weekends as well. Sometimes you had to work Saturdays or Sundays as well. When the company went out of business, I got a payout probably over $40,000 plus other shit, money that I accumulated. That's how I got to afford my travel. I don't get any handouts from my parents. They got no fucking money. My father's in debt. He's 70 years old. As you know, he got remarried, has 2 other kids. He's still paying off his mortgage. My mother lives in New Zealand with her nigger boyfriend. She's got not a fucking penny to her name. All the money that I got for traveling from me saving from being single, I've always lived in places that aren't that great. I've always been on my own, or for the most part been on my own. Or in the early days, I left home at 25, had share accommodation, just being frugal. And I've never really been a spendthrift like dumb. Like that nigga, the reason why he's got no money, he should have paid off his home by now. But he spends it on absolute crap. I get nothing from my parents. All the money I earned, it wasn't a high-paying, successful job at all. It is metal fabrication. It's not like being a lawyer or a doctor. I don't know where you get any of that from. There we go.
I think they just get it from like any way they can explain you doing well.
No, I'm not.
Sorry,
first of all,
No, go ahead. No, OC should explain. I don't know why people think this. I don't think that much about your financial situation.
I don't know why people being dumb think I'm loaded or I get money from my father, which I don't.
And like what Beppis said, I like the fact that you only talk about autism in terms of how they function socially means you don't know enough to speak on it. I feel like this is a thing that I feel all the time when OC talks about his autism impacting his work life. I think that is I could see how it can affect your work life, but I don't see the like you being on your work life and you being autistic being one relying on the other. Like they're not that intertwined.
Well, my brother has an autism.
They can be if you're so autistic that you are nonverbal or that you can't like, you know, I know a lot of autistic guys or people who their speech patterns are so unnatural that people can't accept them in normal interactions because their speech patterns are so fucked up. Not because they behave weirdly, but because they can't talk normally.
Right.
So maybe they behave abnormally as well, but the speech part is like the initial step into a normal. So I don't see the necessarily reliant. I can't keep a job or hold a job because I have autism. I don't see that I can see how it can be a problem, but I just don't see the it's a big focus in OC's life. And to me, in my experience with autistic people, it's not. So
and when I gotta get my diagrams downstairs. When I talk about the oblivious, there are normies I get along with, but they don't get it because they don't. Yeah, so you got the oblivious, the hostiles, but the hostiles and oblivious are nice to each other. So of course Kassandra wouldn't get it. She's oblivious. Of course DBF, he's oblivious, and this isn't a criticism. And DBF, I never said you got money from Daddy. I said, wow, you were able to actually hold a job for 12 years that actually paid fairly well. Yeah, it was hard work. How many spurgs work some shit job, get fired, get targeted? I'm trying to tell you what it's like to be. Ask Beppis how much money she has saved up to go around the world. Okay,
I nearly got fired repeatedly. This is what I'm saying. You think I just sailed through that decade I was at that job, which I didn't. I had to deal with assholes. I kept a fucking shank on me because niggas wanted to fucking get at me. This is why I'm so aggressive, and not that I say I'm tough or that I can fight, but I've been in fights. So for me to kick an abo.
No, you're still missing the point. I'm not talking about the niggers who want to get you. I'm saying the management who controls whether you can work there or not. They didn't fire you. You were allowed to stay on. I'm talking about it's not just coworker problems. You weren't fired to what?
They nearly fired me a handful of times. You're under this interpretation of me that I just sailed through that job or other jobs I've had. I've always had troubles at workplaces. I nearly got fired a handful of times. I was up in the office, written warnings, all this bullshit, counselling. I had to deal with absolute fuckwits. I don't know where you get this, that I just sailed through it all, which I didn't.
I didn't say you sailed. I'm saying the fact that you had a fighting chance. No, the fact that you had a fighting chance put you in a position that if you were a Spurg, they would have gotten rid of you. You're in that tier of we don't like him, but you're not bottom of the barrel. If you were, you would have been fired. You wouldn't have been able. It wouldn't have just been a close call. They would have eventually gotten rid of you. That happens to all of us. So that's what I'm getting at. All the bad experiences you've had, imagine them being every time you were called into the office. Imagine you were fired. So how many times were you called in the office? As much as that sucked, imagine each one was a termination. You had to scramble to find a new job. Count every write-up and think of it as a termination. How many jobs you've gone through, how much money you think you've saved up. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You don't take the next step further. So I'm not saying you sailed through. I'm saying you don't look down and how the other half lives. You have some advantages you don't realize. So you're looking up at those who do better. You don't look down and see those who have it worse. That's how I feel.
That's what you're alluding to. Like that, I just cruised through it all, which I didn't. You just assume all this.
No, I just said. What did I just say? See, that's not. See, this is why I get upset with you.
No, you're twisting your words around.
No. You can disagree with me. You can disagree, but don't misconstrue. That's not what I. What did I just say? You people are watching. Hold on. No.
You're focused. You're good.
I'm focusing my camera. Don't worry. Just ignore me. Go ahead. Keep talking. I'm doing the Beppis finger trick. I smell my face. If you pull back, it's supposed to put it in focus. Go ahead, keep talking. Destroyed by Freud. You have the mic. Go ahead, DBF. Go ahead. No, we don't care what Kassandra thinks. What do you have to say? Keep going.
Well, that was pretty much it. Like you twist and turn things around. I just said something so straightforward, and then you have to overanalyze it, be anally retentive about it.
I have to overanalyze it. That's called being a Spurg, which you claim doesn't exist. Okay. So you're basically saying it doesn't. You're giving a definition, but saying the word itself doesn't exist. That's what I'm hearing. That's how it comes across to me. You're describing what a fucking Spurg is.
That's just you. That's just you and your personality. Your combative personality. I was combative. I was combative just like you, but getting older taught me it doesn't work out. So, I was combative tonight against Dev, but.
Yeah, I don't think being combative has anything to do with being autistic.
Exactly. And he's combative. He has a combative personality.
Yeah, and that's separate, and that does also marginalize him, and that's valid to talk about. And
that's what I'm trying to tell him. I was exactly like him at that job I had for a decade. That's why I got called up into the office, challenging what the bosses were saying.
I was exactly like him at that job I had for a decade. If you had a job for a decade, you're nothing like me. But go on. Go.
No, see, that's not fair. Like people who are able to deal with their their internal combativeness and hold a job doesn't make them less of a spurg than you. Like again, being combative is not necessarily a spurg trait.
My brother has been diagnosed with autism as well, high functioning autism, whatever the gay term you want to call it. He's held down a job, I think, for the past 5 years now.
It might be interesting to point out I think they've stopped saying high and low functioning in general for all illnesses, and they started using high and low needs. So if you need help to live, then you're high needs. If you're low needs and you can live on your own, it's low needs. So as far as the terms that are used, it's not high and low functioning anymore. It's high and low needs. This
goes back to my point before. Like they keep shifting the goalposts. Like you're classified as.
DBF, you have to understand why, though. People are trying to change things so that they're more understood, they apply more. It makes more sense.
But this is
high and low functioning is kind of broad and not easy to understand. It's like, what is high functioning? Does that mean you can hold a job? Does that mean you can live on your own? What does that mean? But if you say high needs, then you know they need someone to help them live. You know, so that's why changing the goalpost isn't always 100% the right way to describe what they're doing to change diagnoses. Like it's positive. It's a positive change.
This is where I call
low functioning to high needs.
Because in the future, you're classified as a normie, but in the future, you're going to be classified as being autistic, you know, because you've got quirks.
Yeah, well, I don't fucking care is the thing.
But that's what I was saying. These are two separate issues. Yes, DBF, the term autism has been broadened to the point of ridiculousness. That's fine. But you go and say it's been broadened to the point of ridiculousness, therefore it's not true. Whoa. Forget autism. Maybe they shouldn't have broadened it. Maybe that was wrong. But you're saying Asperger's doesn't exist or all these other things don't exist. That's fine, but it's like two different things. You can say, wow, they really broadened the definition of autism, which is kind of fucked up. How much broader do they want to go with it? But had they not done that, would you be saying Asperger's doesn't exist, PDD-NOS doesn't exist? That's where I'm at. You still keep skirting that issue. Yes, they've broadened autism to the point of ridiculousness, and maybe you're right. Maybe it is kind of losing its meaning. Fair enough. But if they hadn't done that, would you still be saying you're not different? You're a normie. I mean, I don't know. If I said I don't have autism, I have Asperger's.
I don't believe you're autistic. I just think you're a combative type of person that has a drinking problem. Let me say that.
Well, those two things are true, but how do they? You're absolutely right. I am combative at times, and I do have a drinking problem, which is one of my diagnoses. One of the things the Jew priestess of the Church of Medicine gave me, one of the diagnoses was alcohol disorder. But the point is, which you say it's all Jew bullshit. Even if that's right, I'm combative and I'm drunk. How does that exclude me from being autistic? That's what, or Asperger's. That's what I understand.
You're just awkward. I'm awkward too. Beppis is awkward. We're all awkward. Todd's awkward. We're just awkward fucks.
DBF, you really are losing the meaning of people who feel uncomfortable, feel bad, feel negative about the trying to interact in a normal way. I agree with you that I think high functioning autism is kind of bullshit, but I know many people who are very autistic once you get under the first layer, but on a
no, you're wrong. They're not autistic. They're just awkward. That's what he's. So you guys are disagreeing with each other, but you're not actually combative.
Yeah. No. When you peel back the layer, they're autistic, but in a professional setting, they can pretend to be normal. So I think high functioning autism is real, but I think it's annoying that people care so much about the diagnosis. I just don't think people should care about it that much.
That's where we politely disagree. I just think it's Jewish.
That's fine. It's okay. Yeah. But I also think that it's overdiagnosed and that there's whatever Jewish. I think that it's a negative thing in general in society that it's diagnosed and that people think they're autistic, and you go on social media for 5 minutes and you see multiple people saying I'm so autistic, blah 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 blah, and it's okay. You know, you don't really. Okay, well, you're 12 and you're calling yourself autistic, and you haven't even lived long enough to know. You know,
It's like
everybody's awkward when they're 10.
It's like my brother, for example. He got born to old parents who didn't care about him. But he's just shy. I was exactly like him when he was younger. He got involved with drugs at a young age, which didn't help. Drinking and drugs like at a very young age. And then I give him a high functioning autism diagnosis. I think I just think it comes down to the points I just told you then. His parents didn't care. My father and my stepmother didn't take that much interest in him because they're old parents, so too old to really care. He got involved in drugs and drinks. He went to a shitty nigger high school. And probably the whole incel thing as well. But I think his life would have been different if he was born to younger parents who took more care and interest in him. If he didn't get involved in drug, he would have got this phony diagnosis.
Yeah, I think it's misdiagnosed a lot. And I think it's the same thing with depression and anxiety, to be fair. I think it's the same thing with every... Yeah.
Yes, everyone's depressed now.
It's what he thinks, what an Australian thinks a nigger is. But no, okay, so everyone's depressed now. Yeah, things are overly diagnosed, overly broadened. I'm not disagreeing, but that doesn't mean that some of us aren't on the spectrum. You can disagree with the definition of a spectrum. That's fine. I only use the spectrum because that's, in the modern times, that's what they did. They merged it all. I'm not saying I agree with merging it all. I'm just saying that I'm something clearly, and you're just saying, well, you're awkward. I'm saying, you understand what I'm trying to argue? Whether you don't like the broadening of the autistic spectrum, fine. But to say, well, all these people with problems that they put on the spectrum don't have problems because the spectrum shouldn't be that broad. Whether they broaden the spectrum or not, those people still have the problem. That's why. And I think Kassandra understands that, but we're going around in circles. But that's okay. Are you understanding what I'm saying?
Well, I don't believe in depression either, and I've had this conversation with Cass. And
dude, that's crazy. I'm sorry. That's fucking crazy. You don't believe in depression.
No, it's just harsh reality.
Well, I think that there are some people. Just to explain my belief. I know you and I are pretty good about agreeing to disagree, or that kind of thing. So I'll just explain my belief is that I think there is a full blown depression, which is like chemical imbalance, and you battle with it forever, and it doesn't matter where you're at in life, and you have trouble getting out of bed every morning. Like that's a type of depression, and it might come in waves. It might be like, for a couple years you have really bad, and then you come out of it and you go back into it. That's one type of depression that I think is a
chemical imbalance in your brain.
Yeah, a chemical, and it doesn't matter where you are in life. Your life events have no impact on it. It might make it worse, but if your life is really shitty, but overall, you will still be depressed even if you have a good life, right? Like that's the chemical imbalance.
A lack of serotonin in your brain.
Right. So you can't, you agree that exists, right?
I agree, but they've labeled it with depression. I call that a lack of serotonin in your brain, and they've just said depression.
Okay.
You have a physical abnormality inside the makeup, the physical structure of your brain.
They have to give a name to it, and the name would be based on how your behavior is. You are depressed. So that's the likely best word for that condition.
Yes.
Right?
That's
the longest lasting. That's the real one. Okay. So then the other type would be, life is really bad and I'm having a hard time getting out of bed because I can't deal with reality because life is so bad.
That's not depression. I suffer from harsh reality.
I agree with that. I agree with your belief that isn't the same depression as the chemical imbalance that makes it hard for you to get out of your bed, even if you have a wife and kids and you're really technically really happy. Like everything is the way you want it to be, but you still can't fucking move.
Yeah.
So I agree with you that the other type is not the same thing.
I see.
But you still have to help those people that are like, I can't move because my wife left me. Like So I don't agree that we should give everybody medication, but
they're not depressed. They're suffering from the struggles and the harsh realities of life.
I agree with that. They are suffering from something different.
UM, OC has, Todd has, Dev has. You know, that's harsh reality. I'm not suffering from depression. I'm suffering from harsh reality because I've been continuously told no by women I desire. That's not depression. That's harsh reality.
No, it's harsh. You're suffering from something different. That you're suffering from.
You're correct. No, he's suffering from something different. That's why I say he's a failed normie. Harsh reality. Everything was normal except he couldn't get a girlfriend. So his harsh reality, but I'm talking about things. Spurgs experience things that you guys aren't even aware of. We go through some bizarre, like I tell my stories. I'm going to tell you some more. And people are like, that couldn't have happened. That's bullshit. That doesn't happen. So it's not just harsh reality. It's we're subjugated to something that you guys don't experience. So I can't get a girlfriend. That's the harsh reality. I'm so depressed. Okay. That's your harsh reality. I'm sorry you're upset or whatever, but I'm talking about things you can't even fathom. I know who is and isn't a Spurg. When people come on here and say, I know exactly what you're talking about. I've gone through, I know who is a Spurg, but yes. Okay. Harsh reality. It goes beyond that. We get the extra harsh reality that you normies can't even envision, but that's all I can say.
No, I think that's down to you, your combative personality and your alcoholism.
Okay.
I'd like to hear the other side of the story of your workmates and the people you've dealt with and who you've had problems with. That's what I'd like to hear.
Okay, like you, it is the typical normie. When this tall fag threatened me, I did call the police, not because they were going to save me, but because I wanted something official. And I got the police report. They called him up, and he said, "Yeah, I threatened to break his jaw." It's almost like unapologetic. So I have this great ammunition to sue. In other words, I'm not making this shit up. It happened. So you can ask them their side of the story. They'll probably say something like, "He's a fucking weirdo. We don't like him." They'll give you he thinks he's so great. They'll make up any excuse. It's like saying, if I shot you dead, why'd you shoot Destroyed by Foyd's dead? Well, he was wearing that stupid green shirt and he liked to go roller skating, and that's stupid. Okay, but that doesn't explain why you shot him dead. They would give you like a non-excuse excuse. Man, he's really weird. Okay, but why would you want to murder him? So you're going to get we all have our flaws. So if I shot you dead and said, well, he liked to go roller skating, that's true, but that doesn't explain why a motive for shooting you dead. These people have no motives, but you can ask them whatever you want. I'd love to know. I'd love to go up and ask them. Maybe I'll do videos where I approach these people and say, what the fuck was your problem?
What's that got to do with your high functioning autism diagnosis? Yeah. What's that got to do with anything?
What do you mean? What's it got to do with it? It has everything to do with it.
Exactly, it has everything to do with it. You're saying you're bringing your autism. I'm a Spurg, and all this weird shit happens to me, and I get in these fucked up weird situations because I'm autistic. And you normies wouldn't understand. This tall fag Paul threatened to beat me up. I went to the police, and tall fag Paul actually admitted. What's that got to fucking do with anything?
It's not just tall fag Paul. All the witnesses were bothered, but when the boss decided, I hate that guy, occupational clique sucks, they all back behind the boss. So it's not just, I was telling your buddy Dev Pike, it's not just about the tall fag. It's about the fact that it's almost like we were talking about his analogy of poker. They slip the Chad or the tall fag, the aces at our expense. It's something that normies don't get. You don't get elevated, but you don't get debased. Some of us are elevated, like the tall fag or the pretty girl or whatever, and others of us, or the nigger who has special protection, political correctness, and others of us, like the Spurgs, get debased, and the rest of you get to be oblivious. So yes, there's everything. In order for someone to be heightened, someo's got to be lessened, and we're the ones who are picked for that. You don't get heightened.
I think you're leaving something out. What did you do for them to act like that towards you? It couldn't have just happened for no reason.
That's what you don't understand. It does. When you're a Spurg and people dislike something about you, absolutely. See, this is what normies don't get, and I can't explain it to you any further. I could pick an excuse.
Mystical.
No, it's not mystical. It's not mystical.
That way.
Like I touch my dick.
I'm autistic, and these guys just have it in for me.
And this is when I talk about the hostiles and the oblivious. DBF is an oblivious normie. The hostiles hate us Spurgs. But the hostiles and the oblivious, they get along. So I've had this many, many times. There are normies I get along with. OC, I like you. You seem like a nice guy, but I don't get it. I don't have a problem with him. What did you do to piss him off? I can't explain it. Normies don't have these problems with each other. Us Spurgs, we get the hostiles of y'all, and you guys, you oblivious types don't see it. And I really can't explain it any further.
So
you ask them.
Your entire life, you just had people zero in on you just for no real apparent reason. You just existed, and that was down due to your autism, which isn't visible.
No, it's not invisible. These people might not know what autism is, but they know something's different about me. The uncanny valley. We were talking before. Remember, Kassandra, you were here when we were talking about masking. When you got Spurgs who think they're masking well but aren't. You might even have Spurgs who do mask well and no one knows there's a Spurg. You wouldn't know. So even if you think you're masking, you might not be. People can tell something is different. Even if they don't know what Spurgdom is, they know something is different about this guy. And you agree with that before, Kassandra, so don't just sit there like a bump on a log here. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I said yeah twice. I agree. I agree. Then you ask the question of, can they really tell? You should ask the normies if they can tell. It's like an impossible feat, right? Like,
well, you yourself said you know people who are autistic. Some of your students and whatnot. Destroyed by Foyd said autism doesn't exist. So even right now, you're kind of there are people you've picked up. Even if you're not, you yourself aren't hostile. You can pick up that something is different about them. Correct?
I clock the autism as often as I can. I mean,
right.
I try.
Now, suppose you were
even with just regular normie weirdos. I'm like,
okay. Well, okay. Now, okay. Suppose for a minute. You were a normie, and you get along with everybody, but you're more of the nasty type. So you clock their autism, but instead of saying, wow, they're autistic, you think, I can fuck with this guy. Can you see how some people who get along fine might also clock someone as autistic and abuse them because of it? Do you understand what I'm saying? Can you foresee it? Right. You just see this happening because DBF says it's impossible. You can see someone clocking something's different and going after them. I mean, what am I saying is totally off base here?
Is nasty normie a different type of autism?
I kind of, it's interesting. Did you hear him?
No, what did he say?
No, not clearly.
Seymour said, isn't a nasty normie just another kind of autism? I don't know. I don't think I agree with that.
No, I disagree. You can have sociopaths and whatnot, but it's how they get along with what I call the hostiles. They would get along with the oblivious. They'd get along with Kassandra. They would get along with DBF. They clock me as autistic, and they say, I got to go after him. Whereas the oblivious, they clock me as autistic and say, well, you seem okay to me. And these two groups get along with each other. So they're all normies in the sense that they don't have problems with each other. The hostiles know we're different and come after us. The oblivious normies say, well, you might be a little different, but I have no problem with you. I don't get it. So that's what I've been saying the whole fucking time, and I'm being...
So you mean to tell me you've arrived at the workplace with like just fresh, brand new, and it's the normies have their autistic senses have gone off the radar and they're just zoned in on you and started the pick on you, just like that?
No, I would say some of them are like you. They're normies, but they're oblivious, and they say, okay, you seem like an okay guy. And then you got the hostile normies who do zero in on me. The two groups don't have so I don't have a problem with everybody. I don't have a problem with everybody, but the two groups get along with each other. The hostiles zero in on me. The normies say, well, I like you, but I also like them. We don't have a problem. What's your problem? So yeah, no, it's not everybody, but the hostiles and the oblivious get along no problem. But yeah, the hostiles absolutely zero in on me. 1000%. Yes. That's what I'm saying. You wouldn't know because you're in that oblivious camp, hence the term oblivious. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yes.
So the normies have an autism detector, and the hostile normies have an autism detector, and they see you, and you're fresh at the workplace at these jobs that you've just started, and they just zero in on you and have a go at you, and that's it.
Yeah, more or less.
I don't know what to say to that.
Well, because you wouldn't. You're oblivious. You've never experienced it, nor do you partake. So, like I tell my shrink, you don't treat people like me that way, but you yourself don't get treated that way. So because you don't do that to people and you don't get treated that way, you're oblivious, hence the term oblivious. I've been over this 1,000 times with my shrink, but yes, trust me. That's how I know who is and isn't autistic. There are people here who would say, wow, OC, I know exactly what you're talking about. That's how I know who is and isn't a Spurg. So that's, and I can't explain it to you any further. It's a lived experience, man. What do you want me to tell you? And yeah, it doesn't happen immediately. Our Spurget is correct. It's like a slow thing, and then once they realize you're where you stand in the pecking order, they know they can do things to you. The hostiles know they can do things to you that they can't do to the oblivious. So okay, I'm a hostile normie. I can't fuck with Kassandra because the boss likes her. I can't fuck with DBF because he's got a lot of friends here. Oh, but OC, he's kind of a weirdo, and I know the boss doesn't like him. Now I can I have enough wherewithal as a hostile normie not to attack just anybody. I can go after him because I'll get away with it. Because So yes, that happens to us. Yes, you're oblivious, and the hostiles come after spurgs like me. Yes, absolutely, 1000%. And Spurget can tell you that. I wish you would come on, but yes, it's absolutely true.
It just made me think. Like, don't take this the wrong way, because we are friends, even though we disagree on a lot of shit. Do you think it could be a survival of the fittest thing? Like, you're kind of like, I'm trying to put this as politely as I can, but the hostile normies or these chads or whatever, or see you as being weaker, or could it be like that?
Well, yeah, let me say, okay. I've used, first of all, I agree with Beppis at school and every work environment. Yeah, I've used the example with my shrink of like a virus. A virus enters the body. Most of the cells in your body, most of the cells, no pun intended, have no problem with the virus. They see it as just another cell going about its business. But you've got a certain group of cells whose purpose is to weed out those who are different. So most cells go along and they ignore the virus, or they treat the virus as if it's, another cell. How you doing? Blah, 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 blah. The killer cells, the quote unquote killer cells, come along and say, wait, you don't belong here. And they come after me. All the other cells, the vast majority of cells, they're not coming after me, but they're not getting attacked either. They belong there. I don't. So you're correct. I think there's a segment of the normie populace that comes after people like me. You're not one of these. You're not one of these killer cells. You're not coming after me, but you're not a virus either. So you're not. No one's coming after you. Us spurgs are the virus. That's that's yes. I agree with that.
What I'm trying to get at is, like, in school, there's always like the weaker kids, the runts or whatever, the outcasts, like the dweebs, the losers. Do you not see yourself just being like that? And this is not having a dig at you, but like, could you see it that way?
Well, that I'm a little weakling? Like I said, not everyone hates me. This isn't all, let's all team up and beat up the weakling. There are people like Beppis put it best. There are people I get along with, and others like the tall fag. I got along with the first. As time goes on, and there's a whole pecking order, and the boss decides he doesn't like me because I'm a bit different. And now the tall fag feels like everyone bows down to me. This Spurg OC isn't, and I know the boss doesn't like him. I can get away with it. It's like a whole social hierarchy. So no, it's not simply picking on the runt of the litter. It's like a whole social dynamic process. And most of you are oblivious to it. You're just the regular cells going about in peace. You see me as a cell. You see them as a cell. We're all equals. We're all cells. And the killer cells say, okay, DBF, you go about your business. Occupational click. Yeah, it's like a whole Beppis is probably the most, when I say she is a Spurget, Beppis is the one here who seems to get it. You got to live it. How you doing, Seymour?
Doing good. I'm curious, is this condition you're talking about and the Beppis mentioned, is this specifically do you have to be a Spurg to experience this, or do other people experience this as well?
Well, like I said, not all marginalized people are Spurgs. I'm sure there are others who might expect, if you're the wrong color, if you're like the one black kid in an all-white school in the racist South, you might experience something similar.
We're talking about social things specifically. Assume everybody is the same race. Assume everybody's from the same area. If you experience this, does this mean you have some sort of Spurg condition?
No, there could be other factors. I mean, if you're truly mentally retarded or you're schizophrenic, yeah, anyone who's different, who comes across as somehow not a quote unquote normie. Some of the normies are cool with them, and some of the normies hate them, but the two groups get along together. So no, it could happen to others. But yeah, anyone who's different
high functioning autism.
What? Who's talking?
And this is where I call bullshit on high functioning autism. Anyone can experience this, not just you.
Okay, but when you experience it time after time after time, and no one's experienced, and most people you talk to have never experienced this ever, okay, something's different about my life, the way my life is going versus others.
So you're sure you're not leaving anything out, that you haven't done anything to piss these people off like you have done in your own streams? You sure about that?
Okay, and like Beppis said, Not everyone who gets bullied is, everyone that gets bullied isn't autistic. There are people who get bullied who are not autistic. It's not simply autistic. It's look, we don't even see it coming. It's like we don't pick up on the social cues. I thought this guy was my buddy. Now he wants to break my jaw. I thought we were pals. It's not like I'm the little guy and he's beating me up every day and he's going to steal my lunch money. No, it's like we miss these social cues. So yeah, you get the little weakling who's getting bullied, but he knows he's getting bullied every day. With us Spurgs, they turn on us in a dime. We don't even see it coming. Like what? What? No, I'm sure it's not because of anything. I put it this way. I've told my shrink this. Any crime I've committed, the punishment does not fit the crime. So even if you want to blame me for you said something rude or you looked at someone the wrong way, strangling them, trying to run them over, threatening to break the jaw from the boss, none of these things are justified by any crime I committed. No. And if I did that, one last thing, if I said to somebody, I'm going to break your jaw or I'm going to get a gun and shoot you dead, I'd be fired, possibly arrested. But when it happens to me, no one cares. So no, the punishment does not fit the crime. I'm positive. I can say that. Yes. No. I'm a Spurg. This is how we're treated.
Whoa.
I mean, you're attributing these things to being a Spurg, but this happens to people who wouldn't consider them Spurgs. I mean, this is a general experience amongst basically NPCs and like people who can think outside the box. I think OC, maybe you have some Spurg tendencies, but I don't think you would ever really, I don't know, be considered like a true Spurg. I've experienced these sort of things. I think I probably have some level of autism, but I do well socially. But I've experienced this as well throughout.
No, Beppis, you can't. You got to come on and talk to him personally. I'll give you the link. I get it off soon. It's the same time in New Jersey as Pennsylvania. It's going like 7:30 in the morning. But I slept. I was doing taxes, so my pattern's all off. Beppis going to come on. Beppis wants to ask you some questions. But go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. But go ahead.
There's a difference between paranoid times schizophrenia. I mean, I'm not going to talk about like true like schizophrenia and like essentially genetic conditions. You can argue to some extent, OC would surely argue to some extent as being a Spurg or autism and these sorts of things are genetic. And to some extent, I am sure they are, but not to the extent he probably thinks they are. But I mean, beyond many people, just people you consider normal, I mean, would experience. And one thing I want to mention too is like some of the most famous people, those famous humans in modern history would have been considered extreme Spurgs. Newton, Euler. There's a lot of like mathematically and scientific people who would have for sure been considered extreme Spurgs, and they did very well for themselves.
All right, let me stop a minute because what I'm about to say, I think sometimes what I say may be perceived as asshole-ish. This might be one of them. I am not trying to be an asshole. I know you mean well. Please, I'm not trying to knock you. You mean well. What you're saying is true-ish, but it's almost like, oh, for every one Newton, there's like hundreds, if not thousands of us who have no special skills and suffer miserably. So what you're saying is true. I'm not trying to dismiss you, but it's too feel-good, blue-pilly. And Beppis wants to come on and talk to you. So no offense. I know. Let me just say this real quick. I know that I'm aware I might sound like an asshole. That's not my intent. This might come across as asshole-ish. I'm not knocking you. Oh yeah, we're all Isaac Newtons. But it's easy to say yes. Maybe he was a Spurg, but his whole life he came from money. He lived a privileged life, and he had a mathematical brilliance. Most Spurgs are like me, drunk and failing at life. So you mean well, but we've heard this before. So let me bring on Bepp. You can talk to Beppis is on with us. All right, so go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah. We can hear you, Beppis. Hello.
Okay, I'm outside on a walk, so it might be a little bit windy.
Okay.
Seymour, could you read my...
Which one? There's a difference between? Or up above?
You can have trace or something, but it's when you have enough symptoms that it becomes disabling. That's when you get the diagnosis.
That's
so
up above.
You can relate to many different things about being autistic, but you're not disabled. Then you don't get or you need a diagnosis.
She's saying basically a person might have one or two spurred traits. Like you yourself have spurred traits. It's when you have enough of accumulation of them that you get the diagnosis. So it isn't everyone who feels anxious or everyone who feels out of place. When you have enough traits enough of the time, in culmination is when you get the. That's what I think she's trying to.
Yeah, I gave the example of if you're very tidy, it doesn't mean you have OCD or and so on.
Right,
but there are also a lot of traits of OC.
Right, if you got to wash your hands every 5 minutes, that's not just being tidy. That's a disorder. Yes. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. There's a lot of traits that you claim are autistic that I disagree with, as well. So it's not one autist can speak for all autists. I compare it to being colorblind. A lot of people can be colorblind to see different colors, but it doesn't mean that they're all the same person. It's like, according to DB, first of all, it doesn't mean that we are the same. And if you say, I'm autistic, it doesn't mean that we are the same person.
Okay. Well, according to DBF, neither of us are autistic. It doesn't exist. According to Seymour or Kassandra, I don't know. Everyone feels that way sometimes. So DBF says none of us are autistic. Kassandra's boyfriend says we're all autistic. I don't know what to believe. What do you think?
I think you're just awkward. I can explain myself before.
I'm not saying everybody's autistic. I mean, that's not what I was saying at all. I mean, I just think certain things get ascribed easily. Oh, you're out of the in group, so you're a Spurg. I don't believe that's true.
No, I disagree with that as well.
Yeah. No, to your comment, Beppis, I mean, growing up, I had a lot of things I would definitely be considered extremely autistic. If I had like a stain on the smallest thing, speck on my shirt, I like freaked out, couldn't wear it. I had to wear my socks all like rolled up because I didn't like the feeling of certain things on my toes. Like I had all sorts of weird shit growing up.
Yeah. And when I grew up, I never thought I was autistic. I completely rejected it.
Until you got told.
As autistic as being like OC, abrasive assholes. And now I thought, that's not me. I'm not like that at all. So I never even, refused to acknowledge that I was autistic. So it's not, it's not, if you have certain traits, then you certainly are.
Right, and then like when I definitely have these weird things about me, and I'm sure everyone around me was like, "Oh man, this kid's fucking autistic," but I just viewed them as like weird things that I had an issue with. But
it's just awkward behavior.
Yeah, it's just awkward behavior, and it's like something,
But I was never awkward, and I did fine socially. But I had a literal handmade written manual on how to behave socially because I thought that's how everyone did. They wrote down, if you get this question, you should answer this, or if you should look people in the eyes, you should do it for this long, and then when they say this, you should look away, and then you should tilt your head when you're interested. And I had written down an entire manual, and I was doing really well socially. I never suspected it. I thought everyone else did that as well.
Is that not being awkward?
No, because I wasn't awkward socially. I behaved really well socially.
But
it was all rehearsed.
How
did you come across being diagnosed with autism then, or what prompted your parents or whoever or yourself to go to the doctor and get an autism diagnosis?
Because autism is how your brain is wired. It's not about how you are socially only. It transcends all aspects of your life, and it's mostly for me about sensory issues and energy level management, things that depletes my energy a lot quicker than it seems for other people. And
what's your diet like?
I eat soup and porridge mostly, meatballs.
Do you think that's enough?
What do you mean?
Well, is that enough to sustain yourself?
It's not point with diet. I think diet is a lot of it. I think a lot of people that get diagnosed with autism, ADHD, is just from the way we're living today with their microplastics and lead gasoline and highly processed food, and your micro gut biome is completely messed up. So everyone is acting out, but they don't have a diagnosis or anything to put it in. So everyone gets diagnosed with autism and ADHD. I don't think that's people want to be autistic or that they're well, they might be overdiagnosing, but I think it's a real issue.
They're overdiagnosing. Just with you saying that you're low energy or something, that's why I asked you about your diet. And you said you live off soup and meatballs. I'm asking you, do you think that's enough to sustain yourself? If you change your diet up a bit?
The mental energy. things like.
But that relates to you. If you're physically weak, your mental energy is low as well.
Okay, so you mean that if I'm not eating enough? Well, I'm not overweight. I mean underweight.
Yeah, but
did you require that manual when you were a kid to like interact with people, or was that like forced upon you?
What did you say? Sorry.
Did you require the manual that you put together for like how to interact with people when you were a kid, or was that forced upon you?
No, I made it myself.
Why did you feel like you had to make it?
Because I guess I thought it was difficult to interact with other people. I didn't know what to say or answer or how to.
Weren't you just shy?
What you say? Sorry.
Weren't you just a shy child? I was a shy kid as well.
No, I was never shy. I just didn't want to.
Right. They're trying to find anything. Wait, stop.
Interact.
They're trying to find any excuse other than autism. Chris Dubs has a good question, Beppis. Well, what depletes your energy quicker? And Dubs also mentions quite correctly, there are people who eat shit, but they can walk 10 kilometers. There are people who eat great, but are still all fucked up. So it's not just, it's like we're into Bobby Kennedy territory here with, it must be the diet. Okay. So I disagree with that.
We're not looking for excuses. I'm just being logical. I'm just trying to, this is autistic. Dr. Spock. It's not logic, Captain. Whatever. Anyway, whatever. I'm just trying to run through things, what it might be. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm not trying to be an arsehole. I'm
okay.
Seriously just trying to run through things.
There's a lot of things when OC describes autism, I don't relate or I disagree. I think my biggest issues are sensory issues or just living in the world.
With him too, strongly.
Just going on about my life, daily life is a struggle. Not just social interaction. That's
there's definitely a learned skill to interacting with people. It's not something that I think is natural necessarily, and I think for certain people it's harder to learn the way to interact with people, especially when their minds work in different ways. I mean, again, I truly believe there's NPCs out there.
Okay, we're going to cut him off for a minute. Beppis, what he's saying is interesting, but kind of generic. What depletes your energy quicker relative to others? And in what ways, other than the social, well, give us some examples. What you can't go outside because the sun is too bright? In what ways is autism affecting you differently? And she decided to go bye-bye. She doesn't want to answer the question. I don't know what Beppis is getting at. She disagrees with me, but she won't answer. Okay, in what ways does it, Yeah, so she went bye-bye. What?
Is she a normie now that she disagrees with you?
No. Again, you seem to think what? This is why we have so many disagreements, because you make these assumptions. If you disagree with me, that's fine. You make assumptions. I never said anyone who doesn't agree with me 100% is a normie. I never said that. Just like a starling isn't a normie by definition. Starling is something different. You seem to misunderstand what I'm saying. That's why I get frustrated, because I feel like you're not even listening. You can disagree, but you're not even trying to comprehend what I'm saying in the first place. That's how I feel.
I'm comprehending what you're saying. I'm just questioning what you're saying.
That's fine. I'm a little disappointed in our Spurgette who flew the coop. We were asking her a question.
No, I think she had a bad connection. There's all crackling and bullshit, so don't worry about it.
Because that was a good question Dubs had. I remember when Dubs came on, and by the way, Dubs is like the one person you brought over who I approve of. Most of your people are shit, but Dubs is okay. She wanted to ask Dubs a bunch of questions. I thought we returned the favor. Dubs has a question for her, and she flew the coop on us. Okay, so I'm a little disappointed in our Spurgette. But yeah, go ahead. And Seymour, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead. Go ahead. Talk.
You had a bad connection.
No, I mean, she's not here, so I'm not gonna.
And this, I'm going to cut Seymour off one more time. Lone Hiker and I, regardless of whether we're the best of friends or we're fucking enemies, doesn't matter. He's a Spurg. I know it's a lived experience. I know when I talk about, man, they single us out for no reason. Yeah, you can say, I'm an asshole, but the punishment doesn't fit the crime. I know who isn't as a spurg when they say, shit, that's my life story too. So yes, this guy, whether he and I are the best of friends or enemies, he's definitely a spurg. He gets it, and normies don't. We're trying to give you some cognitive empathy. Do you understand what I'm saying? Go ahead.
Lone Hiker 22. Lone Hiker 22. Have you been diagnosed with autism?
While he's answering, what did you want to say, Seymour? I'm sorry. You came on. Go ahead. What do you want to say, Seymour?
I was going to say, like Chris Stubbs is saying, I have no energy in social situations for the most part. I mean, I don't think that's I don't think that's a spurg trait. I mean, again, you interact with NPCs and it just fucking drains you because they're fucking mindless fucking animals, And I don't think feeling that way is a spurg trait. It's just you're not an NPC. I mean,
but I think this is what I'm trying to tell you two. You guys interact with NPCs, they drain you. I interact with NPCs, they want to fucking slit my throat because of, I was a bit of an asshole. In other words, the punishment doesn't fit the crime. NPCs drain you, but they treat you like normies. They fucking hate us spurgs. And Lone Hiker can tell you.
That's got to do with autism.
I think you haven't learned how to interact with NPCs, OC. I think
that's what autism. Okay, if I'm in my 40s and I haven't learned at this point, then clearly something's wrong, and that's what we now call being a spurg. You tell me it doesn't exist. Okay, right. Go ahead.
What about when the Yabo wanted to attack me? Was that what was that down to? And other people wanting to attack me in the past.
Okay, you were in a shitty neighborhood. Same thing. I would never get on a bus with a bunch of niggers in Atlanta just because a cop told me to. In other words, you were in like a bad neighborhood. I'm talking about. I'm not even talking like Beppis was saying. I'll give her credit. Not some random fucker on the street in a bad neighborhood. I'm talking about you go to a job. The people get along with each other. Some of them like you, but they like the others, and the others really hate you, and you become the punching bag. I'm talking about these social environments. So you want to ask me, I was in a bad part of town, and some fucking junkie abo wanted to attack me. Yeah, same thing would happen with niggers in Atlanta. I'm sure you experienced that. That's not what I'm talking about. Again, it's like you're not even listening. So the abo experience, okay, you met some junkie abo in a fucking... Right, I mean, it doesn't compare. It's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about,
I think you're making this autism like normies have this mystical... The autism
it's not mystical. No, you've said this before. It's not mystical. Even if they don't know what being a spurg is, they know something is different, and it takes time. It's not day one, but as you acclimate to a social environment, they can tell something's different. It's not mystical. No, aren't humans social animals in the first place? There's nothing mystical about it.
I think you're not necessarily leaving something out, but you're missing something with your interactions.
I probably am, which is what being a spurg is. I don't know what I'm missing. I'm like, huh? That's what the spurg is, that disconnect. That's what being a spurg is.
I think that's down to more how you personally are with your combativeness and your alcoholism.
No, I think my combativeness and my alcoholism are in response to being treated this way. Chicken or the egg, it's the other way around. I became an alcoholic and combative because of how I've been treated all my life. I didn't start out this way. I wasn't alcoholic when I was like a kindergartner, but I was being treated this way since day one. So what?
I'm just reading Lone Hiker 22's comment. I can't see all the comments, but I was asking, I'm not trying to sound like an asshole, but Lone Hiker 22, yes or no? Did you get an autism diagnosis?
But you ignored what I said. When I was like a kid in school, I wasn't drinking. I wasn't combative. I'm like, why don't they treat me? How come all the kids go on with each other, but they treat me so differently? I was like confused. That confusion is what being a spurg is. I don't know where this deficiency comes from, but its existence is the essence, the definition of my spurgdom. That's what I'm trying to say. And you don't seem to want to, you can disagree, but at least understand what I'm trying to say. You can disagree, but understand what I'm arguing before you disagree. Because it's almost like you're not listening to what I say.
I understand, but I don't think you understand me. Could it not be a survival of the fittest scenario, or that you're the run to the litter? Once again, no offense.
I guess, but how many times, like my fucking shrink? How tall are you? 5'9". Oh, that's my height. So you're not short. You're not overly skinny. I can't say anything wrong with you. It's like I've got many people like you. But you're saying I've gotten both. Are you the run of the litter? Well, if I was, I know that from day one. They'd be, hey, Pipsqueak, let's go after you. It's not like that. It's like this whole thing that evolves in a social environment. And what was I trying to say? So I've got both. You're just the run of the litter. Okay. Do I look like they're on a litter? Maybe. Like my brother, he's a manlet, but no one bothers him because he's seen as harmless. So you're right. Normies hate that which is different, and they want to, yes, survival of the fittest. They want to go after the Spurg weirdo. You're saying you're a Spurg, but Spurgdom doesn't exist. So what do you mean by runt of the litter? You're saying I'm too short, I'm too weak. What is it you're trying to, what does runt of the litter mean? What?
It happens in most schools, in a lot of social settings. It's just someone always ends up being outcasted or picked on, especially with children. And once again, I think maybe it is your personality, how you came across, how you interacted with them, like how you interact with a lot of us, like even with fellow autists like Steve, too far gone. It's just like, fuck this guy.
Yeah, again, don't bring up your friends. Too far gone. I think his problem, he was diagnosed as a kid. I don't think he ever had to work. He's never had anyone take interest in his life. He's a bad example. So you're saying what? If he and I went to school together, I'd be the run of the litter and he'd be picking on me? Because it sounds like what he was saying, he was the run of the litter. But it's not just runt of the litter. There's this whole like social dynamic, and when people see where they fit in the hierarchy, they start doing the punch down to elevate themselves. So
exactly.
Right. So the normie hierarchy that you guys take for granted, us Spurgs are like, huh? We can try to understand it intellectually, but it never comes natural to us. That's what being a Spurg is. You guys talk about NPCs versus having depth, but you all understand and abide by the hierarchy. Seymour, do you disagree? What do you have to say, Seymour?
We're missing the point, but I think you're missing the point.
Okay.
I'm just reading Lone Hiker's comment. Most of my family has been questioning that I might have autism lately in some co-work. So it's still, okay, I take that as no, you have not received an official autism diagnosis, Lone Hiker 22. There we go. That answers my question. Or rest my case.
What perceived hierarchy are you talking about? I mean, you're just like being pushed out of the in group? That's like the hierarchy, or what?
No, not the in group. And the fact that you would ask that is making me like roll my eyes. No, like I said, at this fucking job, most recent, this is actually a minor story. The whole thing, the tall fag wants to punch down on me because he knows he can get away with it because the boss hates me. So, he won't do that. He won't fuck with others because he might get in trouble, but he'll fuck with me because he knows the boss doesn't like me. And the boss doesn't like me because I'm just different. I'm weird. Others stop for iced tea. He doesn't care. I stop for iced tea. He's jumping down my throat. I'm like, look, if it's wrong of me to stop, that's fine, but others do it. You don't seem to care when they do. In other words, the punishment doesn't fit the crime. No, not about the in-group. I can't even, it's really hard to explain this to normies. It really is. What?
It's in-group and out-group, right? The boss and the tall Chad are part of the in-group, and you're in the out-group, right? It's the same.
Yeah, I suppose if you want to put it that way. Well, the boss is the boss. There are people in the in-group that I get along with, and there are people that it's. I don't know how we're defining the in-group here. This isn't like high school, the popular kids. I'm not sure how we define the in-group at a work environment, because a lot of those people, they didn't get fucked with, and they didn't fuck with me. They accepted me as part of the group, but then the others saw that, okay, he's different. So it's hard to define these groups you're talking about.
It's not just a high school thing, right? I mean, this extends to all social ladders of life. Work, high school, college, working your way up whatever social ladder, HR, fucking home owners associations, right? Like, there's always in groups and out groups, and in groups are usually people who are uncomfortable with expressing themselves, and so they default to the in group to be accepted, right? And these people are not something to look up to. You shouldn't ever really, in my opinion, want to be part of an in group. Where you have to change who you are to be accepted into the group. I mean, it's just toxic and it's shitty every single time.
Okay, you mean well, but what are you trying to say here? I'm working at a job. I get along with some of the people. This tall fag doesn't like me. The boss doesn't like me. The other coworkers do. Tall fag decides to cross a line that you should not cross with anybody. The boss man backs him up on it, and the others are afraid, oh shit, will be. It will have the. If we don't support the boss, we'll be on the chopping block next. So they all know it's wrong. They never had a problem with me. It's not about being part of a group. I was working here. We had no problems, but the boss doesn't like me, and now we got the tall fag can get away with run to the litter, whatever you want to call it. So you don't want to be part of the in-group, man. Go your own way. It sounds like some like high school fucking no offense. This just sounds like some bullshit high school like TV show. That's not what I'm even talking about. So it's like, yeah.
I mean, in that case, you stand your ground, right? I mean, you accept the consequences. You stand your ground. If you believe what you as a person and your ideals are the correct ones, you stand your ground. And if you suffer the consequences, then it is what it is, right? I mean, I don't know if there's. I mean, yeah. I don't know if there's too much to be upset about if consequences come your way, right? I mean, it is what it is. Do you believe in your ideals or do you not?
Understand something. This isn't a social club. I'm there to work, to get money. I need the money. I'm not there to hang out with these people as friends. So I'm getting fucked over. The other guys who I get along with, they don't get fucked with, and they don't have a problem with me. We all get along, and we're just coworkers doing our thing. One tall fag who wants to make a name for himself comes after me because he knows the boss doesn't like me, and the boss, instead of saying, "Wow, that's fucked up, tall fag," there's the door. The boss takes the tall fag side and comes after me. Yeah, I stand my ground. I get fired, and now I'm out out of job again. Back to this bullshit. I could not be a welder for 12 years. I'm jelly of DBF and you normies who can hold jobs for decades on end. I really am. Yeah.
You just
don't roll your eyes. Don't give me that bullshit.
Experience there.
I mean, this is human life. This is interacting in society, right? I mean, it's not always fair, and it's going to be fucked up a lot of times. But are you going to stand by your ideals, or are you going to fold and then try to, skirt the line? I guess, right? And I guess you're trying to get on neat bucks, and you're a spurg, and so you can never fit in or whatever. I promise you, there are groups of people who think like you, who would accept you, and you can just be yourself, and they would like you for it.
It just made it his whole identity.
No, you got to understand, I'm not even interested in being accepted like by a group that likes me. I just want to be left alone in peace. I'm here, I work, we get along in passing, we're all acquaintances. And that's how it was with most of them. But I'm getting targeted by the tall faggot that the boss is afraid of or in awe of, and the boss hates me to begin with. So it's like the other guys get to work there without being hassled. I just want to be able to go about my business in peace, but I'm getting hassled. That's so it's not about fitting in or having friends or finding people who think like me. It's about, and it's not like everyone in the place was out to get me. I got along with most people. If everyone acted the same, that's fine. But I get those 2 or 3 people who are, let's go after someone. And I guess I'm the runt of the litter because I'm a spurg weirdo. They can tell something's different. But then you tell me I'm the runt of the litter, but spurgdom doesn't exist. So I don't know what to tell you anymore. This is my experience, my life.
I told you what I think, accept it or don't. I don't care.
Well, you told me, you gave me ideas. You said, we think of the spurg of the litter, the runt of the litter. I'm like, well, can you be a bit more specific? What do you mean? My brother is short. What do we mean by runt? Short, weak. What does runt mean? Socially inept? Absolutely. Which is what spurgdom is. Okay, right, so I don't get it.
I told you already. Like you keep saying you got to explain everything 10 times over. I've told you already.
What did he tell me? What did he tell me, Seymour? I really don't know what he told me. You can refresh my memory. Yeah, can anyone in the chat tell me? Because I told you already. Okay, could you be the runt in the litter? Maybe. What does that mean? I told you already. That's why he and I get into fisticuffs. What? Okay, you told me. Fine.
I mean, you're both very much entrenched in your viewpoints, and it is what it is. I'm just here to bring, I guess, a different viewpoint. I'm not going to get in the middle of it.
Fair enough. That's fine.
I mean, life isn't fair, man. It's watch a nature documentary. Life's fucked up, right? And it goes into human social interactions as well. It doesn't mean you fold over. It doesn't mean you give up, right? You can stay devoted to who you are and make your way through life, or you can, go fake who you are and get into the in group, or I guess you're in some ways forging your own path by going the neat bucks route, but that's not a very stable path. So
No, you're right. It's not. And like I tell my shrink, it's not that I just want, hey, I want neat bucks. It's like I have the safety net. I can go back to work, but at least I have that safety net. It's better than nothing. No one chooses this kind of life. You're telling me I've chosen this because of my personality or because I'm the runt of the litter or whatever. You seem to flip flop. I'm telling you, I didn't choose this existence. It sucks. It sucks being a spurg, but this is my reality. So, okay, what can I do to survive? That's why Todd was my hero when he said, hey, it's not your fault. Fuck it. Get on neat bucks, which is always seems shameful. And I've talked about this many times. I'm sorry, what?
You have chosen not to work, like me.
Well, no, right now I'm unemployed, collecting unemployment. I have to go back. I have no choice. I'll have to go back to work once my unemployment is up. I have no choice. I have no money. I'm not a neat bucks yet. So right now I can, when I have temporary neat bucks like now, unemployment, I can choose not to work, but it's not a choice. I'm gonna have to go back at some point.
So just replying to Kevin's comment.
I mean, you chose not to work, right? That is your decision.
No, I was fired from a job. I got unemployment. I have to go back to work at some point. So I'm temporarily not working. I didn't choose to get fired.
You do want to try to get another job.
It's not about want. It's about need. I'm going to have to when the temporary neat bucks runs out. I'm going to have to. So it's not about if I want or don't.
That's my misunderstanding. I thought you were trying to get on like a permanent neat bucks.
Well, I am eventually, but I'm not there yet. Eventually, yeah. But in the meantime, I'm on temporary disability. And yeah, I'd love to be on permanent neat bucks. I can still work. And if the job goes shit, yeah, hey, I get another job. I'll at least have that safety net. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just yeah, I don't think you're you're unable to succeed in society. I don't think you're at that level. Yeah, there's issues with interacting with the normies. That's something that isn't just for spurgs to deal with. I don't consider myself a spurg. I still have to interact with normies. I still dislike it probably just as much as you do. I've just learned to fucking deal with it, and I know how to fucking interact with them. I know how to manipulate them. I know how to get where I want to go. I'll still hold the line if they start acting out, right? And I'll suffer the consequences if that's the case, if I need to. And that's a line I'm not willing to fold on.
Yeah, but it's a line you're never forced with. Like with me, I got this fucking 6'4" behemoth threatening me. Before I can even process that, the boss has taken his side. Hey! If I had said, fuck you, tall fag, boom, I'm the bad guy. I've already been deemed the bad guy. So, okay, you go back to not, standing your ground. That's great.
And then you get fired, and then you go search for a job that doesn't have those sorts of fucking freaks that you have to deal with, right? I mean, again, you hold your values, or...
But, you get it when you're a spurg. There are freaks everywhere. These freaks might treat you normally, but they come after us spurgs. I'm the runt of the litter, or whatever you want to call it. So you probably have a lot of spurgs, or not spurgs. You have a lot of freaks around you, but they don't freak out on you because you're a normie like them. So I'm not saying like the virus analogy. I'm the virus. You're a regular cell going about your business. You're cool with me. You're cool with them. They say, okay, Seymour, you belong here. Whoa, occupational click, you don't. They come after me. So you have the luxury of being oblivious. You don't get freaked out upon, and you're not going around freaking out on people either. I don't know how many times I can explain this analogy because
I've learned how to deal with these people. I actively studied and learned how to deal with them. That's something that you seem to not want to do. I think you're smart enough to do it.
I agree. Seymour.
So this is something that has to be learned because I see morons who get along just fine with people. So I don't think it's
interacting in society is something you have to learn to do. You grow up and your parents teach you, oh, should you fucking fart in the middle of a conversation? No, that's deemed inappropriate.
Okay. Yes,
obviously. Blah, 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 blah.
Okay, obviously. I can't, if I have to take a piss, I can't just whip out my dick on a city street and start pissing. But I'm talking about things like we all have our flaws. You're late one day. The boss says, don't be late next time. I'm late one day. Why are you late? I'm going to fire you next time. So in other words, we get treated differently. So it's not about whipping out your dick and pissing in public. I know, like you, I know the social norms, but I'm extra punished for being late, whereas you're late, the boss gives you a warning. I'm late, the boss is ready to fire me. So it's like the whole Jekyll and Hyde. You're oblivious. The hostiles come after us in ways they don't come after you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Yeah, but I learned about this. No. You don't. There's a whole side of life you're privileged not to have to interact with. That's all I can say.
Well, and what you're telling me is every single interaction ever where there's some sort of chance encounter where it could go my way or it can go your way. Every single one is the extreme negative for going against you, which I don't believe. I just don't.
No. Not every single one. I said if I were working with you, we'd probably get along. I'm saying when these hostiles come along, they'll size you up and say, okay, can't fuck with him. He's a normie like us. I'll get in trouble. Oh, occupational click. There's something different about him. They might not know what being a spurg is. Something's different about him. Let's fuck with him. We can get away with it. So yeah, eventually at some point it's going to go very badly for me. It's amazing the stories I have. And, yes, if you don't understand what I'm saying, I can't describe it to you. Yes, it will go very bad for me at some point because the hostiles, those cells that are, they're there to get the invading virus. They see me as the virus. They come after me. You're not there to get the virus, and you're not a virus yourself. So you're not attacking or being attacked. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Yeah, eventually, yes. Some of your normie friends, your normie cell friends, will come after me. Absolutely.
And but I think this is a learned behavior. If you don't know how to interact with them, their NPC minds will treat you like a virus, and then the NPC swarm will come for you, right? But it's something that you can learn. And maybe you're not going to be an expert at it, right? But if you dedicate some time to understanding how these people work, it can go a long way. And basically, again, it's, do you want to play the victim and do you want to be victimized all your life? Or do you want to take some initiative and try to understand, like, it's fitting into human society. Unfortunately, most humans are fucking animals. They're retards.
But here's the problem. How many times can I take initiative? How many times can you get knocked? What's that old saying? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over and expecting different results. How many times was I taking initiative? How many times can I take initiative and get knocked down before I say, fuck it, not worth it? Clearly,
how many times have you tried to learn to interact with normies, OC? How many times?
Well, it's hard to say.
Actually learned to try to interact with them.
How does one go about learning? I honestly don't know. How did you learn when you were? How did you guys learn? Because I know one taught me.
How I learned is I fucked up numerous times interacting with these people, and then eventually I learned a rhythm to how they want to interact, and then when I meet the next one, I incorporate that into my interaction. And then I learned it's a feedback mechanism. And now as time goes and more of these interactions occur, now I know how they're not complicated. These animals aren't complicated. Right. It just takes some, you have to like actively want to gather the knowledge of how to interact with them and apply it to your next interaction. But if you're always feeling the victim with any negative experience, that's going to detract from your ability to continue this positive feedback loop to being able to interact with them. I mean, right?
I see. Oh, sorry. Guys, go ahead. I want to ask.
No, I'm done. You can go ahead.
So from here on in OC, where do you move forward from here? What would you like out of life, or what do you want to do? What are your aspirations? Where do you want to go from here? Do you have any, I don't know, a job? Do you want a decent job? I think you pretty much told me you've given up on the whole woman thing. Do you want a place on your own? Like, what's your plan now?
I'll probably have to go back to work temporarily. Eventually try to get on NeatBucks within the next year. I tried already. I had a problem with that lawyer. I've told you this in the videos. Get on NeatBucks. Once, I don't need a mansion. As long as I have a place, and it's part of it too. I work these jobs for the money. When I'm constantly in fear that I might lose a job or someone's going to go nuts on me and I'll be blamed for it, how am I going to pay the rent? How am I going to pay the electric bill? If everything is covered, I don't have to worry about that. Okay, now I can work if I feel like it. And if not, if it goes sour, who cares? I don't have to worry about being homeless. So I'd like to get on Neat Bucks and, you know, maybe work a little bit part-time. And if the job goes sour, say, fuck this. And, you know, at this point in my life, what, I'm supposed to suddenly in my 40s get some great career? I mean, I'm already kind of over the hill, you know, that for, you know, just get a great job now. So, yeah. So, I mean, what else can I hope to do? My dream is Neat Bucks. That's the closest thing to winning the lottery for me. That would be real. Yeah.
No, I'm just like thinking, what do you get some little job on your own, like driving a truck again, or at a smaller company? Do you want to live on your own? Do you want to stay with your brother? Do you and your brother want to buy your own house, or do you want to continue to rent for or whatever for the rest of your life? This is what I'm just getting at.
Well, I've told you, I don't. Okay, this house that I live in now, this is the house my parents rented like 25 years ago. I moved out of here a long time ago. We moved back in after my father's stroke. I don't want to be here. I'm getting tired of this place because I got to cut the grass. I'm responsible, and the house is old. So I want to get out of here. I'd love to just rent, like, you know, if my brother comes with me, that's cool. As long as he has a bedroom, I have a bedroom, a bathroom or two, and a kitchen. A little I don't need much in life. Don't have to cut grass. Cool. As long as I have my computer, my internet, and a nice TV, and you know, and a refrigerator, and an oven, and a stove, and I don't have to worry about. Okay, I'm on Neat Bucks, so. If some tall fag wants to threaten me and the boss wants to blame me and I get fired, well, no problems. I'm not gonna. No worries. I'm not gonna go homeless. I've got my Neat Bucks apartment, my second we call Section 8. I've got my guaranteed Social Security income, and you know, if the job goes south, oh well. If it goes great, some extra income. So and then if I can save up some income. You know, I'm not sure if I'll ever have enough money to come to Australia. Maybe I'll drive up and walk the paths that my Saint Todd walked. Yeah, you know. So it depends on how much Neat Bucks I get. If I'm able to then get a job and maybe not care anymore, and my job is so small and shit, it's enough supplemental income, and maybe save up and maybe come, you know, do what a millionaire would do. Let's pretend you're a millionaire now. You never have to work again. Okay, what would you do? Travel the world? That's what you did when you stopped working. So maybe, depending on how much money I have, travel the world or travel about or do it. Yeah, I don't want much in life, just to be left alone and to exist and not have to worry about going homeless because I've been fired from another job because, hey, they hated me and the management sided with it. And that's another thing. One more thing. Sometimes I think the managers know that you're not in the wrong, like I'm not in the wrong, but it's easier to get rid of me than to try to straighten out the mess. Like if 5 people say OC sucks and the manager says, you know, OC did nothing wrong, but it's easier to get rid of one guy, OC, than to try to get rid of 5 guys. So that's another thing. So what I'm talking about is if I don't have to worry about, I'm going to lose my job and never be, and, you know, have to worry about rent and unemployment and all that. If all that's covered, I can basically just do what I please. And if the job goes south, who cares? I thought I've made this clear. But yeah, I'd like to get on Neat Bucks eventually. Yes. Social Security.
So basically you're aspiring to be like Todd.
Yeah, that's why I say that's when I say he's my hero, my Lord and Savior. I'm not talking about a game of tennis or Dino Nuggies or some video game. I'm talking about his philosophy. What do you think I mean by that?
No, I get it. So the main goal is to be like Todd, and if you can't, you just get some little job, and hopefully there'll be no one there to fuck with you. And you'll live with your brother in a better place, a nicer place. That's kind of like the backup plan to your main plan.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Okay, cool.
And you're saying what you're saying? What? No, you ask, is that a waste? You feel I can aspire to more? I mean, what do you guys?
No. I was just curious. If I just want to hear the definitive plan from your mouth. That's all. I was just curious. That's all. No, I think that's fine. Cool. Good on you.
I just wanted to.
Go ahead, Seymour. Go ahead.
Beppis and Lone Hiker are talking about how you know, it's draining to interact with certain groups of people. Again, so you have a decision, right? You can, you know, attempt to make it less painful to interact with them, or you can attempt to find a job or a career or whatever where you can have minimal interaction, right? I mean, it's you know, life isn't just given to you, right? I mean, it's, you know, in the modern society, especially, there's ways where you can just get by freely, and you're provided food and shelter, but for most of nature and history, right? I mean, there's decisions you have to make. If you hate interacting with fucking normies, which I totally understand, then you have to find a career where you can work solo, or the interaction is minimal. I mean, it's just choices you have to make. And
I hear what you're saying, and maybe if I were 20 years younger and I knew all this stuff, I would have done that. I was talking to Dev Pike about it. That's what it's like, Dev Pike all over again. That's what we were talking about earlier. Yeah, about So I hear what you're saying, and I've enjoyed this. Listen, I'm not trying to brush either of you off. It's been 6 hours. It's about 8 in the morning here. Kassandra wants to go to bed. It's 6 o'clock in Arizona. What time is it in Australia? Noon? A little after noon?
No, I think it's past 10:30 now, or 11 p.m.
Okay, well, I'm winding down. I don't mind staying on till I finish my beer, but I'm going to wind off soon. But let me ask you, DBF, you criticized me. No, you criticized me before. You're like, oh, you just want to be a nigger, and yeah, what you're saying is technically true. But what you think my plan is wrong? You think what I could do better, or if I am the runt of the litter, then hey, what do I have to look forward to? Being the runt of the litter in every job I go to? I mean, what do you want me to? Yeah.
I wasn't criticizing you. I was just calling your situation for what it is. That you're an aspiring nigger, like Todd. I asked Todd a few times. I said, "Would you classify yourself as a white nigger?" He goes, "Yes, I'm a white nigger."
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair analogy.
And I just see you being the same way, and it's not criticizing you. I want to be the same way as well, and. Yes, I have autistic traits. Do I think high-functioning autism is real? I don't think it's real. But if I can get neat bucks like my brother does, me like yourself, I want to get it too. I don't want to be part of this bullshit society. It's like there's no incentive.
Well, that's what I'm getting to. Whatever you want to call it, I say Spurg. You want to call it runt of the litter. Seymour wants to call it I didn't learn. Whatever you want to call it, the end result is it ain't working anymore. And I'm over 40. What am I supposed to do? Yeah, I don't want to. I can't even bring myself to want to part. Like when I was in my 20s, I wanted to. I don't give a fuck anymore. Fuck it. I'll be a nigger. Give me my neat bucks. So whatever you want to call it, I'm at that point where I don't give a shit anymore. Just I want to check out of society. Yes, that's how I feel. Whatever you want to call it. Yeah,
I feel exactly the same way. I feel exactly the same way, and I'm not. I wasn't criticizing you before.
Okay.
There we go.
Very good.
We're in agreement.
Well, what does Seymour think? Should DBF and I just learn and get back into society? What do you think, Seymour?
Do what makes you happy in the end, I think, really. But the route of everybody just being on neat bucks is not sustainable, right? You're living off my fucking taxpayer dollars.
I was about to say, I'm so glad you have a nice job. Yes, please keep paying towards Social Security for people like me. Yes, okay, good.
I'm not gonna get Social Security or Medicare when I'm fucking 93 and able to retire. The fucking boomers.
Yeah, but you have to have a good paying job and a girlfriend. So I mean, you gotta like cut your losses. It's worth the price.
Yeah,
you wouldn't want to be.
But I mean. Again, you think I just was like gifted these things? No, I was younger, I was.
No. Now you sound like Matthew. I didn't say you were gifted. I know he worked hard as a welder, but you didn't have the challenges I did. You were normal enough that you had to had adversity.
I was not normal, man.
I think you were. I think okay, all right.
I mean, again, you don't know me, right? And I don't know you that well, so it's hard enough for us to claim things about each other's lives. But for what you can believe from me talking, I'm telling you, I was not a normie. I wasn't normal growing up most of my life. In fact, if you ask my parents, they were probably worried I was going to be a school shooter for most of up until I was like 20. So it's not like what you probably think it is, but I learned how to interact with these people. I was gifted with intelligence that most people aren't. Sure, that was I think half genetic, half my parents being great people and pushing me to learn. I will accept that was given to me, not fairly, but socially, it was not a easy thing for me to get where I am now. So, but again, you have decisions to make, right?
But
life
do you
isn't fair.
blame, what OC, I think, was asking you before, do you blame men like us wanting to drop out because we basically have no incentive to stay in society? Like, can you see where we're coming from?
Yeah, I mean, I understand. Listen, I'm not I'm not oblivious to it. I know people in my personal life like that, who feel the despair and stuff. But again, you know, life isn't fair. So what are you going to do about it? Are you just going to wallow in misery? Are you
It's
going
not
to?
wallowing. It's not wallowing in misery. It's just refusing to play the game anymore, like OC said. Because like, what's the fucking point? It's rigged from the get go. So it's
Right,
like,
but if you refuse to play the game, then you can't complain that you're not playing the game, right? I mean,
no,
I've
because
played the game. I've lost. It's rigged against me. Like Dev Pike's poker analogy. If the game is rigged against me, why keep playing it? Life has taught me after 40 some odd years, 43 years, I'm going to lose. Why even bother? That's how I feel. Maybe I'm wrong.
Listen, I mean, it's fair not to play the game, but if you decide not to play the game, then that's your decision, right? And so, my point is like, you can't be upset that you're not playing the game. That was your decision to make, right?
We weren't saying that, but going back to Todd, like Todd believes he's white pilled now, and you could call it enlightenment, whatever. But he seems content. He's given up on YouTube. He's living this hermit lifestyle. Todd the autistic hermit, and he's happy with his video games, his porn. He's $1 coffees and he's Burger King, and he repeatedly says there's nothing to talk about anymore. I don't see why you want me to live stream anymore, do videos. And I think it's the same could be said for OC and I. Like, give OC a girlfriend or a wife, myself a girlfriend or a wife. I've said it repeatedly. I'll shut up. I'll end my channel. I'll get out of here. I'll delete all my social media. I'll be happy. I'll work full time again. I'll start a family. I'll get 2 jobs. I'll get 3 jobs. Give me what I want. If I can't get that, if you don't want to help me or assist me, if women are going to be so fucked, so unreasonable, I'll drop out. Fine, but then give me my neat bucks.
Yeah. And listen, I completely understand. I mean, the modern world is fucked, and listen, I understand about the women too. I mean, it's a fucking crazy time. I lucked out personally. Yeah. I just said it. I lucked out. Listen, I mean, it's like if you drop out of the game, then you need to understand you dropped out, right? That was your decision to make. Understand it. Try to make yourself as happy as you can with that decision, but also, I would leave a lure out, right? Like, don't totally write off the fact that you can never get what you would ideally desire, is what I would say. I know that's not probably a very helpful thing to say, but just don't write it off, right? Like, leave a lure out there, but in the meantime, try to make yourself happy with the decision you've made. If you're not happy with the decision you've made, you're just going to be miserable. I mean,
I constantly say I live a cozy life. Apart from me being true force loneliness, forever alone. Apart from that, my life's pretty cozy. I've traveled the world. I've played music. I've played sport, whatever. The only thing that really saddens me is that I've never been able to find someone, and I just felt I've been treated unfairly throughout my life. It's by women. I've been at fault to a certain extent when I was younger, but it's just a lot of bullshit. Yeah.
And that's, no offense, this is why I call you failed normie. Your biggest problem in life is not finding that special someone, but everything else is fine. That's the difference between a normie and whatever you want to call me, a spurg or whatever you want to call me. That's the difference. I was trying to tell you before that your biggest problem is no girlfriend. I don't even care anymore. 5 years ago, maybe I would have thought, I don't give a fuck about getting a wife or a girlfriend anymore. So I've had bigger problems than that. That's what I talk about when I say failed normie and you get offended. That's what I'm trying to say. Your biggest problem, like dumb, was I can't get a girlfriend. But otherwise, everything's been pretty good for you guys. So I'm happy for you. You're like Seymour without a girlfriend. Me, I'm right. The game is rigged against me. So,
no, I don't really get offended when you call me failed normie. But it's just like I hate normie so much. I guess, yeah, I don't like you calling me a normie, but I don't think of myself as a normie. But whatever. Who cares? Who gives a shit?
Okay. I've enjoyed this, despite our disagreements. I've enjoyed this. Probably one of my longer streams, over 6 hours. And we had Dev Pike, we had that Denmark guy, we had you, we had your girlfriend, so Seymour and Kassandra. We had Destroyed by Foids. We had Beppis briefly. This was probably the most, most guests we've had ever, and it was fun. I liked it. I want to do this again. Don't be strangers, but I really am winding down or winding out. Anything else you want? Anyone else? The Starlings? Anyone want to say anything? Any last words? I'm going to get off in a minute. Anything you want to say to each other?
It's always good to hear different opinions and different viewpoints, right? And I think it's particularly in this chat. I think I do think OC can be a dick sometimes, but overall, surprisingly fostering of a variety of opinions with no harsh feelings really given in the end. So, I just join occasionally, listening to Cass, listening to this, but I would just say again, it's probably doesn't mean much for me, but life isn't fair. You have choices to make, and if you're going to make a choice, make the best of it.
I agree.
And if it's the choice you've made and you're not happy with it, don't complain about it. I mean, try to fix it if you can.
I agree.
Okay, so we're going to say goodnight on a face reveal. You agree with me, DBF? I think Seymour should just pull his ski mask up real quick. Face reveal time, and we'll say goodnight. Show us your face. Come on, show us your mug. We want to see how good looking you are. Come on.
The reason I have my face is because I have a job that I need to be a good goy for. So your constant N-bomb dropping is not productive towards me having a job. So
he's afraid to be seen socializing with the likes of us. That's what I'm hearing. What do you think?
He's slumming it.
I enjoy my salary and my career. So
when do you plan on proposing to Kassandra? Soon or later or when?
Sooner than later.
How many kids?
Preferably 3 to be above replacement for the white race.
You're worried if you have a couple sons and they're her height, how would that end?
My dad was 6'1" and my mom was 5 foot, and I came out 5'10". So,
well, genetic combination. Yeah, your son might say, "Wow, my father was 6 foot and my mother was 4'11". I came out 4'11". So you never know. You could have a short boy.
It's a possibility, but I think there's plenty of shorter guys. I know plenty of shorter guys who are family guys. They have successful lives. They seem happy. So,
oofy doofies.
Oofy doofies, yeah. Okay, well, thank you, gentlemen, for joining me. We should do this again sometime. But for now, I'm going to say goodnight. Good talk. We had quite the cast of characters. I'm getting tired. No offense. It's not what we're talking about that bothers me. I'm just getting to the point where I got to say goodnight. So, for now, we'll do this again. For now, Occupational Click out.